Fantastic. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Nonpoint Source Pollution Symposium. My name is Devin Rostfer, and I'm the Clean Water Division Manager. And we're going to start today's symposium with a land acknowledgement from Tana Egdal, an elder from the Cowlitz Indian tribe. Tana?
Knox, friends and neighbors. As Devin said, I'm Tana Engdahl, elder, historian, and spiritual leader of the Cowlitz Indian tribe. Welcome to the indigenous lands of the Cowlitz. We were river people, occupying tremendous tracts of land here in Southwest Washington. We were the reason that Fort Vancouver was sited at its location, not just because of the better landing site, climate, agricultural, and trade position than at Fort Astoria, also known as Fort George. We learned this from the head of the Hudson's Bay Fur Trading Company, George Simpson, who made it explicitly clear in his journal that his friendship with powerful Cowlitz chief Skaniwa was an advantageous reason for moving the fort to its present site. We learn even more from Canadian journals that Fort Vancouver offered a straight shot to a fort that Simpson wanted to build in the Columbia District to be called Fort Langley. Simpson needed Cowlitz guides and laborers to haul materials over treacherous rivers and difficult land stretches. The addition of Fort Langley would assure British dominance of the fur trade in the Pacific Northwest. Those were the days when water was earth and sky water, not runoff of two-legged chemicals and other pollutants. Non-point pollution is not just a scientific term or a problem. It is a spiritual, cultural, and moral breakdown of the natural world. Rain is rain. It does what rain is supposed to do. It picks up whatever is on the earthscape and moves it along to end sites, to rejoin rivers, streams, creeks, the ocean, whatever is not captured by the earth for the earth's own needs. When we poison the earth and waters, we poison ourselves. The damage seeps into our bodies, our spirits, our lives, and our traditions. We say this over and over. All life forms are connected. Please look at all life forms as part of a living earth family. We all need oxygen, we need water, we need food. When we begin to impede, deform, break up, pollute, contaminate any of these chains, we begin the death cycle of all life forms. The earth itself destroys pieces of itself in its wild reshuffling of earth, wind, fire, and water conditions. Right behind that, we, the two-leggeds, with our modern means, try to escalate and trump those conditions with our own toxic substances. So what do? All of us, beginning right here in this room, must start connecting the dots of genomes and relationships of everything connected to life. Laws, policies, restrictions, sales, marketing, manufacturing, development, and use of human-made materials. Well, you know the list. Remember, all living chains are alive until they are not. That is also a simple description of us. We are all alive until we are not. Our prayer is that we do not pass into ancestry by our own societal hand. We ask blessings for everyone here today and ask the wisdom and grace of the High God to maintain and even improve our earthly adventure. We ask this in the name of the great goodness and in the name of all visionaries, thinkers, scholars, experts, knowledge keepers, prophets, and holy people who support this mission. Nicholas. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here today, Tana. We really appreciate it. Up next, I would like to invite our council chair, Sue Marshall, to give our next welcome.
Okay, just trying to remove a barrier between us. So thank you very much. I'm Sue Marshall. I chair the Clark County Council, and I also represent District 5, which is, you're in District 5 right now, is the northern half of the county geographically. So welcome, everyone. I really am grateful that you're all here today. I'm happy to be here. We have a stellar lineup of presenters here. I expect to learn a lot, and I expect everybody will. I want to thank, there's a lot of work that goes into pulling something like this together. So I want to thank Devin and her team, the staff, the Clean Water Commission, all of you, the Conservation District, for pulling this together and bringing us together to talk about non-point source pollution. You know, I would like to just take a moment to recall the Clean Water Act. It was passed in 1972. Is one of the most important environmental laws, I think, and maybe not well understood. It was passed in 72. It was bipartisan support, and it received that bipartisan support, I think, in large part because our lakes, our rivers, they were a mess. There had been a lot of growth, a lot of industrial development, and the Clean Water Act's goals were by 1983 to make all waters fishable and swimmable, and by 85 to have zero pollutants going into our waterways. Well, that didn't altogether happen. And the Clean Water Act has been amended to address additional things as we've learned. But that initial work really was tremendously successful at eliminating the point sources of pollution. And I think for most people, they think of water pollution as these pipes that are going directly into the water. A lot of that has been addressed through regulatory structure, enforcement. And at that time when this came into play, there was a whole lot of federal money that came down to local jurisdictions so they could build the infrastructure that was needed to address water quality. Well, as it was amended over the years, in 1987, they added non-point sources of pollution to begin to address that. And it's a little bit more tricky because it's everything across the landscape. From ridgetop to ridgetop, every drop of water that comes down and filters down into the low point, the streams and the lakes and the wetlands, everything that it picks up along the way goes into those water bodies. And it's not one source, it's not one pipe, It's, as I said, everything across the landscape. So it's forest practices, it's agricultural practices, it's urban development, it's everything that we individually do in our yards. It's everything. And the good news about that is because it's everywhere and it's everything, we all can have a role individually in addressing the problem. And it's not just the pollutants that are coming down, it's also we've changed the hydrology, and there can be a lot more force going into these streams that erode the stream bank and really incise the stream. So just structurally, our water bodies are changing because of that. And it cuts across all jurisdictions, the roads, the cities, all across the landscape is impacted. And I'm heartened by everyone being here today to learn more so we can address this in a better way. And Devin asked me to share my personal story related to stormwater, and I have a personal story related to stormwater and what we're doing. Our farm is just a couple miles to the west of here. So we have 29 acres, about a half acre of that is impervious surface, our buildings. We planted 3,200 hazelnut trees, so we're farming the land. And we've planted strips of grass between the rows so that it's not just bare dirt. And it's not running off. That the grass strips capture those sediments. And we planted a hedgerow along one side of our property, 15 feet by 650 feet, with the help of the Conservation District, help us to do that. And two sides of our property are bounded by roads. So our property provides filtration for the runoff that comes from those roads. And ultimately, the water that flows across our property is really the headwaters of Whipple Creek. And just having that open land also provides opportunity for the water to infiltrate and recharge the groundwater. So those are some of the things that we're able to do because we have that land, and we're trying to manage it in a way that is helpful. And then just personally, I connected very early in my life to stormwater and Nonpoint source because every time it rained, I would slap on my rubber boots and suit up and walk down the ditches that were flowing heavily with rainwater, and had many happy hours doing that. So we're connected to the water. We are personally connected to the water. People are drawn to the water. And it's so important that we continue the effort that's been started so long ago to clean up our waters, no matter how tricky it may be with all of these non-point sources. I think we've got the skills, we've got the will to make that happen. And the good news is we are making headway, but as we make headway, we also have additional challenges with climate change and weather conditions and so many other things. So it's a lifelong endeavor, I think. And again, I thank you very much for being here, and we can all be a part of the solution. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chair Marshall, and thank you for your continued support for environmental protection and restoration in Clark County. Up next, I'd like to introduce our counselor, Glenn Young.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. So I'm Glenn Young. I serve currently as a vice chair, and I represent District 1, which is the west side of Vancouver. And let me just tell you something. If you want an easy job, that would be to be vice chair when Sue Marshall is the chair. She makes the job easy. I'm really grateful for her dedication to this community. I just wanted to share a couple of my experiences. I remember being a kid some of the most fond memories that I have are swimming in our rivers, our lakes, and our streams. And back then, it was mostly clean just because nature was doing as much as it possibly could at that point in time. Now, my kids are able to swim in these rivers, streams, and lakes, or at least most of them, because largely of the work that's being done by people like you in our community. You know, just humanity has gotten to the point where we are so large, we make a massive impact. And without thoughtful work to mitigate some of that impact, we don't have those jewels that we had when I was younger. So I appreciate your work. And I will say that in this work, thinking about back when I was a kid, I swam in those rivers and the lakes, and I didn't even think in the slightest about why I was able to swim in the clean water. And so this field is often a field that recognition doesn't come to those who are so deeply involved in the work of maintaining our clean waters. And that's really a sad thing to think about. But if you reverse the thought process on that, the fact that they don't have to think about it is a significant show for the work that you do. So my kids are able to swim in the waters. I did swim in the Willamette when I was a kid too. Maybe that's why I'm a politician now. I don't know. But I also would want to share just one real quick story that I remember of a kid. As a kid, we lived on the bottom of at the bottom of a dead end street that was really steep slope, and then kind of right at the end it goes up like that. And so we had a storm drain at the end of our street, and I will tell you, I loved that storm drain during the fall. It would cover up with leaves, and I would have a nice lake out there, and I would kind of go out and play around in the water. But then the most satisfying part was taking the shovel to the leaves and then watching the whirlpool that took place when that water went down. It was very satisfying. So I just wanted to, again, to thank you for all of your work. You may not get recognition often for the work that you do, but humans greatly benefit from that work, and our mental health, our sanity for that sake. I just can't say enough for the work that you do. So thank you for being here and for being interested in the subject and a part of keeping our community healthy.
Thank you, Councillor Young, and thank you for all of your support for clean water and especially for Vancouver Lake. We really appreciate it. And last but not least, I would like to invite our Clean Water Commission Chair, Ted Gaethje, up to the podium. Ted.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for attending. This is the third annual Clark County Clean Water Commission Symposium. And for those of you who perhaps did not participate in our symposium in the past, let me just tell you about a couple of them. Our first one was held at the Lacamas Lake Lodge, and it featured a full day of discussions about Lacamas Lake and the challenges of the water quality in that body of water. Last year, we changed our focus to another lake, Vancouver Lake, in our own backyard here. And we had an excellent day of discussing the issues, the water quality issues affecting Vancouver Lake. That event was held at the City of Vancouver's Water Resources Education Center. This year, we decided, rather than focus on a particular body of water, watershed, stream, or lake, we would look at the pernicious effects of non-point source pollution, hence the title of today's symposium, What's the Point? Look at the challenges and opportunities to affect non-point source pollution throughout our community. So I welcome you all here. I hope that this is an educational, informative, and valuable exercise today, and that we all come away learning something that we didn't know before, and how the methods that we can undertake to deal with non-point source pollution in our communities. So once again, thank you so much for attending.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Gaethje. And at this time, our wonderful welcome speakers, you're welcome to stay up here, or you can go back to your seats, grab a cup of coffee, and we hope you'll stick around for the rest of the agenda, or as much as you can. So to kick it off, I wanted to take a moment to look at who's in the room today. There's a lot of faces, probably some familiar faces, maybe some folks that you don't know. So we're going to do a quick round robin, and let me grab my notes really quick. Thank you for bearing with me. All right. First, please raise your hand if you are an elected official, board member, or commissioner. I'm a board member. We have Clean Water Commission members here. We have elected officials from Clark County Council. Please raise your hand if you are representing a local government. Cities, counties, conservation district is also a government. Raise your hand if you are here from state government. We have a few of our friends from state government, both from our local Region 5 office, and thank you to those who traveled down from Olympia. Do we have anyone here from federal government? Nobody here from federal government. And last but not least, we had Tana Engdahl here from the Cowlitz Indian Tribe. Actually, that's not last but not least. Please raise your hand if you're here with a watershed group or nonprofit. Yay, we love our watershed groups. And also, please raise your hand if you're a resident of Clark County or, just a resident of Clark County. Yay, thank you all so much for being here. I'm also interested in hearing how many of you attended a previous symposium. How about those who attended the LACMIS Symposium? And I want to acknowledge, I see that Roger's here. Roger was a big leader in setting up the LACMIS Symposium. So thank you, Roger, for continuing to attend. And who attended the Vancouver Lake Symposium? Awesome. So we have some return people. And so really appreciate all of you being here today. And let's just take a quick 30 seconds. Since you're spending a lot of time together at your tables, please briefly introduce yourself to your neighbor. This neighbor is your new best friend, just so you know. All right, fantastic. And I'm sorry that we have to keep moving, but if you didn't get a chance to meet everyone, I hope you'll take a moment during a break or in between speakers to meet the rest of your table. So today's presentations will occur from multiple organizations that are all working together to address non-point source pollution. And the desired outcome of today is to have all attendees leave the symposium with a shared understanding of non-point source pollution challenges, opportunities, and solutions. And the target audience is all of you, decision makers, implementers, funders, as well as the landowners or residents of Clark County, who will all help play a role in shaping the future of non-point source pollution reduction. So once again, thank you all for being here today. I'm just going to run quickly through the agenda to set the stage. We will have a presentation from Clark County Community Planning on our comprehensive plan, focusing on the past, present, and future of Clark County. Then we'll hear from the Lower Columbia Fish Recovery Board on the current status of salmon and steelhead populations in Southwest Washington and how challenges with water quality are a limiting factor to salmon recovery. And then our Clark County Clean Water Division team will provide an overview of the current status of water quality and stream health in Clark County. So again, those three presentations will really give us a solid framework for the current status of our land use and water quality in Clark County. Then we will hear from the Department of Ecology's Water Quality Program on Washington State's Nonpoint plan and the process at which Ecology completes water quality sampling, prioritizes watersheds for TMDL and non-point source work, and the critical role that conservation districts and local governments play in implementing the state's non-point source plan. Then we will have the Washington State Conservation Commission, who will present on how Washington State works with local conservation districts to provide resources for private landowners to implement conservation practices on their property. Then before lunch, we'll hear from our local conservation district about their Poop Smart Clark program, which brings resources to landowners that have poop problems associated with livestock, human, and canine sources. Then we will have lunch, and after lunch, we'll invite the Watershed Alliance up to talk about their 17 years of stewardship and the legacy that they're leaving behind in Clark County. Then we will hear from Friends of Trees on work to plant trees and build community in Clark County. The Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership will be presenting on their thermal assessment and enhancement work specifically in the East Fork Lewis River. Then we'll hear from the Kailash Eco Village, which is an example of sustainable development and how low impact development practices can be incorporated into community. And then finally, we'll hear from Washington State University Extension on lawn care practices and learn a little bit more about what's your lawn care style and how you can make it better for the environment. And then we'll wrap up with a panel discussion, questions and answers, and a call to action of what we can all do for non-point source pollution and closing remarks. And so I want to thank all of our speakers shown here on the screen today. We really appreciate everyone's participation. We know you're busy, but then once again, thank you for being here. A few quick housekeeping things. Restrooms are located over here. There's also a family restroom for anyone who might need a private space for nursing, for example. We have water and refreshments. Thank you for bringing your refillable water bottle. The water station is also located over by the restrooms. We ask that you silence your cell phones for today. If you do need a break, please take it. You can go out in the lobby to take some phone calls if you need to. We also want to mention emergency meeting point. In the event of emergency, which we aren't expecting today, please exit out these front doors and head towards the parking lot where you parked. Alternatively, there is a second emergency exit just past here. So please, we take safety very seriously and hope we don't need to exit the building. Please sign if you haven't already. And hold your questions till appropriate time. Speakers have 15 minutes. It's going to be fast, high level today, and we plan to have 5 minutes for questions in between. But we also have breaks and a panel discussion at the end where we'll be having an opportunity for all of the participants, all of you, to ask questions. There is a comment form. If you didn't pick one up, it is at the sign-in table. That was specifically designed so you can keep track of your thoughts, keep track of your questions throughout the day. And that way, if we didn't get to you, we can go back to those questions and respond to them either in person if you catch a speaker or via email. And presentations are available online after the symposium. The meeting is being recorded, and we actually have 19 people online as well as all of you. And I am going to just mention that for those of you that are participating online, virtual guests, we ask that you use the chat tool to participate in discussion and ask questions. We do have somebody monitoring the chat, and we'll hold those questions until the QA portion of the event. And before we bring up our first speaker, I just want to quickly invite Selena Montgomery up to the stage. We have made some significant efforts to reduce waste today, both food waste as well as waste from plates. And so Selena is going to talk to you a little bit about how we're doing that. Selena.
Good morning, everyone. As Devin said, we're working towards managing our waste responsibly today, and we need all of your help to do that. So if you could put any cans or bottles that are accumulated today, not reusable water bottles, of course, into the blue recycling clear streams when you're done with them, that would be very helpful. And as you have any food scraps that are left over from this morning's refreshments or after lunch, if you could please put only food scraps in the green waste containers at both of these tables on the side here. That'd be really helpful. Anything else can just go in the garbage and we'll take care of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Selena. And I also just want to acknowledge Waste Connections. They have a lending library available where you can request these recycling bins and other waste management containers, as well as plates and cups that are reusable. So if you haven't heard of that, Waste Connection is a great partner that has made that happen for us today. And now I'm going to invite our first speaker up for today. We have 40 minutes to invite Jenna Kay from Clark County Community Planning to give us an overview of Clark County's comprehensive plan and how the county is incorporating climate change into that. So at this time, please give a round of applause to welcome Jenna. Feel free to adjust this as needed or take it into your hand.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jenna Kay, and I'm a long-range land use planner with Clark County Community Planning. And I'm very excited to be here today to talk to you about the comprehensive plan and climate change. So for my presentation, I'm going to start by talking about population growth in Clark County, and then move into answering the question, what is a comprehensive plan? And then talk more about the current comprehensive plan update that we're working on, the 2025 update, in particular, talking about the climate change planning that we are doing as a part of that. And then I'd like to wrap up by answering the question, how does this relate to non-point source pollution? Okay, so we'll start with population growth. So as you can see on this slide, over the last several decades, Clark County has historically experienced population growth increases. Ranked as the first or second fastest growing county in the Portland-Vancouver metropolitan area, in the last decade alone, from 2010 to 2020, the county's population has increased by 19%. So this graph up on the slide here shows the county's census population from 1970 on the left to 2020 on the right. The Washington State Office of Financial Management projects that Clark County is expected to continue growing over the next several decades. So this graph shows historical population again, this time that's shown in that black solid line on the screen. And that is from 1980 to 2022 in this case. And then the projected growth is shown by the dashed lines on the slide, with that red line in the middle showing the middle or most likely growth projection within that wider range of possible growth. Now, state law requires that Clark County and its cities plan for this population growth. So the current estimate of the number of people living in Clark County is about 540,000 people. And that was an estimate from April of this year. And when we plan for the next 20 years. And we are currently planning for about 720,000 people by the year 2045. So if we do the rough math there, when we plan for the years 2025 to 2045, the county is planning for more than 200,000 more people, more than 100,000 more housing units, and almost 90,000 more jobs than we have today. So this may get you thinking, and you're probably aware that there's all sorts of implications to this population growth and the development that's needed to support that growing population. So this brings me to the question, what is a comprehensive plan? So the comprehensive plan is a long-range policy guide to manage population growth and development over a 20-year period. The Growth Management Act, or GMA for short, is the state law that provides the legal framework and requirements of comprehensive planning. The county and cities in the county are required by state law to periodically review their comprehensive plans and implementing development regulations in their entirety, and if needed, to revise them. The county originally adopted a comprehensive plan in 1994, and it was last updated in 2016. And we are now currently working on the next update to the document, planning for the years 2025 to 2045 for that roughly 200,000 more people that I previously mentioned. Now, the Growth Management Act includes 15 goals shown up on the slide here, and none of these goals has a higher priority than the other. Comprehensive plans are expected to balance these goals. Climate change and resiliency, which is towards the bottom right corner, second up from the bottom, that is the most recent goal that was added to the Growth Management Act during the 2023 legislative session. Comprehensive plan documents are made up of elements which typically take the form of chapters in the planning document. And each of these chapters has background information and then a suite of policies related to the topic. Some of these elements are required under state law, while others are optional. You can see the county's comprehensive plan chapters listed up on the slide here. And in addition to having background information and policies, comprehensive plans are also where we house the county's land use maps. So the land use chapter in the comprehensive plan and its associated maps designate the proposed general distribution and general location and extent of uses of land, where appropriate, for things like agriculture, timber production, housing, commerce, industry, recreation, open spaces and green spaces, aviation airports, public utilities, public facilities, and other land uses. The land use chapter is also where we are addressing population densities, building intensities, and the estimates of future population growth. So looking at this screen, the map on the left there is the county's current zoning map. And I'm just gonna highlight what some of those colors mean, though the colors might be a little bit hard to tell in some places. The darker green color, which is most of the east side of the county, that is showing forest lands. The orange color shows agriculture lands. The light yellow is rural residential. Brighter yellow is urban residential. Red shows commercial, and blue shows industrial. So that's the county map with zoning designations, which are the official, essentially land use designations or zoning designations in the county. On the right here, we have another map of the county. Most of it is sort of grayed out. So that includes the rural area and then urban areas where they've already been built out and built on. Those are just showing up in gray. But there are still some splotches of color on that map on the right. What those colored areas are showing is land where urban development is allowed, but has not been built out yet. Those are the colors you're seeing, and they're mostly near the edges of the urban areas in our county. So when we are updating the county's comprehensive plan, we have to estimate how much land is available for different types of uses to determine if any changes are needed to accommodate the projected population growth. So when you hear about the county's land use or a land use alternative as it relates to comprehensive planning, we are talking about this zoning map on the left here, and we have a more general version of it as well called the land use map. So these are the official county designated land uses that we're referring to. Okay, so I've talked a little bit about what a comprehensive plan is and what it addresses, but I want to talk a little bit more about population growth. So when we go through the process of planning for additional growth and development in the county, there are two general ways that we can accommodate that growth if it can't already be accommodated on the land that we have with its current designations. So the first option is we can increase density within urban areas to increase the capacity of urban land to support the needed housing, jobs, and infrastructure. Our second option is to expand urban growth areas out into what was the rural area. Our urban growth areas are where urban development is allowed. So the image on the screen here shows how the urban growth area boundary has changed over time over past comprehensive plan updates. So the black line that you can see, that's where the county's urban growth area boundary was in 1994. The yellow color, which is probably very hard to see, I apologize, is where the boundary was expanded to in 2004. The orange line shows the boundary expansion in 2007, which was the largest boundary expansion the county has had. And then the blue shows expansions from 2016. So why does it matter if land is urban or rural designated on a zoning map? Well, under state law, urban areas provide urban services, things like sewer. Urban areas also generally have more impervious surface than non-urban areas. And urban areas allow higher density development than is allowed in rural areas. So with things like more impervious surface, that can have impacts like increased temperature and increased runoff. For our rural areas, they tend to have the lower density development and less impervious surface on them. And under state law, rural development cannot provide urban services. So things like sewer are not allowed in rural areas for the most part. So with changes between urban and rural designations, there's some shifts in how land is allowed to be used, the density with which development is allowed to happen, and the services that are provided to that development. So I'm talking really big picture land use here, urban versus rural. We're at the 10,000 foot level here. And there are a lot of other speakers here today who can speak more about the specifics of how their work ties to the Nonpoint source pollution on urban landscapes, rural landscapes, or both. Okay, so I'm going to shift now into our current comprehensive plan update, particularly focusing on the climate planning work that we have been doing. This slide is showing a high-level overview of the county's comprehensive update process. It's a multi-year planning process with 4 key phases. The first is project initiation. The second is shape the plan. The third is review and refine. And the fourth is the adoption process. Items that have checks on them have been completed, and those without checks are still underway. So as of right now, we are in the review and refine phase of this planning process. In case you're interested, the 2 circled items on this slide are currently in process. So we have a comment period on the draft environmental impact statement on possible land use alternatives. Comments are due 5 p.m. November 30th, if that's at all of interest to you. And a copy of that document and how to comment is on the county's website. The other item that's currently underway is an agricultural land study that's scheduled to be published on November 4th. And I guess I'll also mention there is an open house this evening at Battleground Community Center starting at 5:30 p.m. Related to that agricultural land study, if that's at all of interest to you. So in addition to assessing population growth and our land use maps needing to align with population growth, with comprehensive plan updates, we also have to make sure that the county's comprehensive plan is consistent with state law. And there are 2 topical areas where there have been major legislative changes over the past few years that are affecting updates that we need to make in our current comprehensive plan process. So housing legislation in recent years has added requirements for local jurisdictions with how we plan for housing in a few different ways. But one of the impacts of these legislative changes is that it is now harder to expand urban growth boundaries than it used to be. This legislation is driving higher density planning within urban areas for a few different reasons. And then the second topical area where there's been legislative change is regarding climate change. And this is the first time the county is required under state law to incorporate climate change planning into its comprehensive plan. This means the county must plan to improve resilience, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and advance environmental justice as part of this work. And I'm going to expand on that a bit more in the next phase of my presentation to share what we've been doing in this space. So for the resilience work that the county needs to do, we have to identify goals, policies, and programs that the county is going to implement over the next 20 years to identify, protect, and enhance natural areas to climate impacts, to identify, protect, and enhance community resiliency, including social, economic, and built environment factors consistent with environmental justice, and address natural hazards created or aggravated by climate change. We're also required to prioritize actions that benefit overburdened communities that will disproportionately suffer from the compounding environmental impacts and natural hazards due to climate change. What do we mean when we say resilience? Well, a definition has been written into state law. So when we are talking about planning for climate resilience, we mean the ongoing process of anticipating, preparing for, and adapting to changes in climate and minimizing negative impacts to our natural systems, infrastructure, and communities. For resilience planning, we started out by looking at climate projections for unincorporated Clark County under a business as usual emissions scenario. And hopefully you can at least see the bold text there, but I'm going to read out the key points from these projections. So the county is projected to have more hot days, more likely summer drought, more high fire danger days, more days with smoky air, more extreme precipitation events, more frequent and severe flooding along certain streams and rivers, and more likely landslides in certain places. So when we're talking about a changing climate, this is the change we are talking about in Clark County, changes in specific natural hazard event frequency and patterns. But when we're planning for resilience, we aren't planning to change these hazards. We can't change the number of hot days that we're going to have in the future. Instead, we are planning for the impacts related to these hazards. And looking at this list, there's quite a lot of intersection with clean water and non-point source pollution. So for instance, more extreme precipitation events can lead to overwhelmed stormwater drains that lead to localized flooding or stormwater runoff into our local waterways. In another example, we are expecting to see reduced water quality from increased heat events. Now, for the greenhouse gas emissions reduction part of our work, state legislation requires the county to identify actions it's going to take over the next 20 years to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and vehicle miles traveled per person. And we have to do this without increasing greenhouse gas emissions elsewhere in the state. And these actions must prioritize reductions that benefit overburdened communities to maximize the co-benefits of reduced air pollution and environmental justice. When we say greenhouse gas emissions reduction, the state has given us the definition, but that means actions taken to reduce or eliminate the emissions of greenhouse gases, present and future, in order to reduce the rate and extent of climate damage. So to do our greenhouse gas emissions reduction work, the county conducted a greenhouse gas emissions inventory, which is an accounting exercise to track emission sources. It serves as a baseline to measure against in the future. And this slide shows the results looking at 2022 data. These are locally produced emissions or those emissions produced by activities within the boundaries of the unincorporated county, plus the emissions tied to our electricity sources. The focus of our greenhouse gas emissions reduction planning work is to reduce these local emissions to net zero. You may be wondering why I'm talking about greenhouse gas emissions when we're talking about non-point source water pollution. But I'm sharing the portion of this work today because in some cases, helping reduce these greenhouse gas emissions could have co-benefits that could reduce multiple kinds of pollution and also improve water quality. For instance, if we can reduce the vehicle miles traveled in the county and shift to more clean powered vehicles, some of the pollutants tied to vehicle use should also decrease that could impact water quality. I also want to flag that the emissions tied to agriculture, forestry, and land use, shown on this slide as the third largest source of emissions in the county, a lot of that is tied to tree loss. So you can start to imagine a future where if we do a better job of planting and protecting trees in the county, that can both help us sequester carbon, but also help us with our stormwater management as well. So I've mentioned already that these new climate requirements also need to benefit overburdened communities. There's actually several new environmental justice requirements related to this climate change planning work And that includes new definitions for terms like vulnerable populations and overburdened communities. So these have been written into state law now as well. And when we are using the term vulnerable populations, we are talking about population groups that are more likely to be at a higher risk for poor health outcomes in response to environmental harms. And when we're using the term overburdened community, we mean a geographic area where vulnerable populations face combined multiple environmental harms and health impacts. So this is something we also had to keep in mind as we have been doing our resilience and greenhouse gas emissions planning work. And we've done this in a few different ways. One is we looked at data such as the state's environmental health disparities map, which combines socioeconomic and environmental health data. That's the map that is shown on the slide here. The darker purple indicates a more burdened census tract, and a lighter color indicates a less burdened census tract. And this helps us generally better understand where there are more burdened communities in the county that may be more vulnerable to additional stressors from climate change. We've also been able to use this type of data next to various climate hazard data to see if there's any overlap or not. So we can also, for instance, look at where our more overburdened communities are compared to areas that are hottest in the county. So this will be increasingly helpful as we move into implementation. We also formed an environmental justice coalition where the county hired 15 community-based organizations who serve community members more vulnerable to climate impacts. And they helped us with our community engagement throughout this project and really helped us hear from a much wider range of community members than we would have without their help. This group also helped the county develop and apply an equity lens to draft policies. And we had another broader community advisory group that had designated environmental justice advocacy positions on it to help elevate the voices of more marginalized community members in the broader community climate policy discussions. So the resilience and greenhouse gas emissions reduction climate planning with an environmental justice focus has led us to a new set of proposed policies for the county's comprehensive plan. And they can be grouped into 7 categories, including health and well-being, green jobs, ecological stewardship, transportation and land use, building and energy, waste management, and county governance. If you'd like to see the specific policy language, that is posted on the county's website if you're interested in those details. But I will just flag, there are several policies on this list, and we've looked at them with the Clean Water Commission that are intersecting water quality, non-point source related issues. So I'd like to wrap up by honing in on the topic of today's symposium, non-point source pollution, and reflect on how population growth and comprehensive planning relates to this challenging topic. So we looked at the county's population numbers, and with more population, we anticipate impacts related to the number of people spending time in the county and how land is used. We looked at the new requirements of the county to plan to improve resilience to climate change, and this includes needing to address issues like water temperature and frequency of storm and drought events, which may exacerbate clean water challenges. And we looked at the new requirements for the county to reduce its sources of greenhouse gas emissions, in which several of these emission sources also produce other forms of pollution that harm waterways. So by reducing emission sources, this might help with some water pollution issues. While more population and climate change are going to complicate an already challenging issue like non-point source pollution, I also see a lot of opportunities for collaboration and creation of co-benefits across our community in addressing these topics. So whether it's people who want to work to reduce urban heat island effects through tree planting, who can team up with people who want to plant trees to help manage stormwater, and those trees can also help sequester carbon. There's just these multiple stacked benefits that seem possible for addressing these all complicated, all big, and yet all interrelated issues. So I'm looking forward to hearing from other presenters today who are going to be experts in specific areas of opportunity. And I'm going to end there and the slides that you'll have access to later have links to the county's comprehensive planning website, our climate change planning website, and my contact information. So thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Jenna, for helping us set the stage for our symposium today. So thank you. And we have about 10 minutes left for the time that we've allotted. And now we're going to take some audience questions. So before doing that, I just want to acknowledge, and I would be remiss if I didn't, I wanted to thank our Clark County staff who really helped put this all together. Today, Haley is going to be helping with questions. She's your resource if you're a speaker. Alice, I'm not sure where Alice is, but Alice has been behind all the details with the food and refreshments. Thank you so much, Alice. Selena has also been helping support all of the logistics for this event. Brandon, thank you for bringing the ice today to keep our drinks cool. And Aaron also for being on deck to help support. So at this time, please raise your hand if you have any questions and Haley will come around and take them. Quiet group, there's got to be some questions. There's no bad questions. Oh my goodness. All right, thank you.
Oh, okay, good question. So how many alternatives have been developed for the comp plan? So there are 3 land use alternatives currently being studied in the draft environmental impact statement that look at how to accommodate that population growth in different ways.
I'll ask a question while we're waiting for our next brave question asker. Jenna, can you talk a little bit about what has been the most challenging process or consideration as you put together the comprehensive plan?
A very big question, Devin. So I've been primarily working on the climate side planning piece, so I'm going to focus on that. And this is the first time the county has done any climate planning, whereas there's many other places in the state that have climate action plans already, and they were able to, build on that for their climate planning work. But this is a brand new area of work for the county. So we had climate change, it's a pretty big topic, and we had to address resilience and greenhouse gas emissions. So we had a lot to do and not a lot of time. So figuring out how to meet our state requirements, really engage with the public in a meaningful way, and set the stage for future climate work. It was just a lot to do and not a ton of time. So I think that was challenging. I think we did about as best as we could, given the circumstances, but it's a really complicated topic, yet you can see how much opportunity there is for, what's to come in the future.
I'll keep it. Oh, we have another one. Go ahead.
Sure. So this was a question on requests for zoning changes as part of our comprehensive planning process. So this happens in a few different ways. So once we know how much population we're planning for countywide, the county and the cities work together to figure out how to divvy up the amount of population for each jurisdiction so that each city knows how many people they're planning for, the county knows how many people it's planning for, and so forth. So that's where we start once we have a population number. We do, members of the public are welcome to request zoning changes as well. So we did get a number of site-specific zoning requests from individual property owners in the county. But the county and then each city, it's really up to them to consider what's being requested and their requirements under the state law to think about what zoning changes make sense and narrow down to some alternatives to be studied. So, so each jurisdiction, the council had to make decisions on whether or not to keep studying individual property owner requests or not. A lot of those are still under consideration and are part of the alternatives being studied. But at this point, we're just studying things right now. We haven't gotten to the preferred alternative where council will ultimately need to make a decision on what land use map they want us to finish planning under.
Across the county, and developers understand they completely strip the land. You have dust clouds, you have runoff, you have all sorts of non-point source pollution that occurs with this development. And there is no method of saying to the developer, look, let's do this in a much more land-friendly way to include the natural processes. We're missing something. The development is absolutely strips the land, probably needs to change.
Thank you. That sounds more like a comment than a question, but I do know our Public Works stormwater team. We do have rules and regulations that developers are supposed to be following, but they may be able to actually speak to that more than I can specifically, but appreciate the comment.
So we've raised the city doing comprehensive zone, and how do you marry what the city of Vancouver found and their planning is looking versus what the county saying?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So yeah, the county and the cities, we all have the same timeline for when we have to update our comp plans and when they're due. So we do work in a coordinated and parallel fashion. So each jurisdiction, needs to write their own policies and update their own comp plan. But we also need to stay coordinated with each other, not only for the, again, the who's planning for how many people, that it all adds up to the total number, the county-wide that we're planning for. But also we need to make sure that our policies are consistent with each other. We have one type of policy called county-wide planning policies, which are intended for coordination among the jurisdictions, that we all make sure our comp plans are consistent with those, so that is one way that we stay coordinated. So yeah, so there's, if you live in the area, you've probably seen announcements from every city as well. There's a lot going on with comp planning right now across the county. But I will say that, the county council does have some, like they are the body that makes the final decision on the preferred land use alternative across the entire county, so the cities all submit their preferred alternatives. So the county council does play a bit of an overarching role in that sense as well.
All right, I will ask the final question, and I'm going to ask each speaker this question. Jenna, what is your favorite watershed or natural area in Clark County? Favorite river, stream, tributary? We can get low if you want.
I live fairly close to Vancouver Lake, so that's sort of my default go-to water body. So that's my answer for today.
Great. Thank you so much, Jenna, for being here. Please give Jenna another round of applause. All right. I forgot one other very important acknowledgement. I would like to, at this time, please ask our Clean Water Commission, which is a 9-member voluntary advisory board to Clark County Council on the Clean Water Division, to please stand and be recognized. The Clean Water Commission was the body that initially started the symposiums that we've been hosting, and has also been really the motivator that has kept the symposium going. So at this time, please recognize our Clean Water Commissioners. Thank you so much. Okay, at this time, I'm going to invite our next speaker up. We have Denise Smee, from the Lower Columbia Fish Recovery Board, who's going to talk to us about the current status of salmon and steelhead populations and how water quality is critical to sustaining and restoring those populations. Denise, I'm very excited to have you here, and I'll pass it to you. Do you want we can put it in there if you want. It's up to you.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
And then
Is it on now?
test.
Okay. The light's red. So
Fine morning for you.
okay, great. Thank you. Well, thank you, Devin. And I really appreciate being here. It's nice that you consider salmon and steelhead recovery in your discussions of non-point source pollution. So I'm happy to be here and be able to present some information for you. My name is Denise Smee. I'm with the Lower Columbia Fish Recovery Board. And I am going to talk a little bit about salmon and steelhead recovery in Clark County and the Lower Columbia region at large. And also a little bit about our habitat programs to link back to that non-point source pollution and clean water. How do we pass the slide? Pointed where? There? There you go. Okay. First, a little bit about the board and a little history. It was estimated that in the mid-1800s, over 17 million salmon and steelhead returned to the Columbia Basin. Today, we see fewer than 2 million return, and 2/3 of those are hatchery origin. So we've dug quite a big hole for salmon in our region, and when it comes to returning them and to recovery, we need to keep in mind that we're dealing with that 150 years of impacts. And a lot of those impacts are still ongoing that we're dealing with. By 1998, the Columbia Basin had 13 listed stocks under the Endangered Species Act, 4 of which are in the Lower Columbia. We have steelhead, chinook, chum, and coho. Lower Columbia also has 69 distinct populations of those stocks listed under the ESA. To put this in perspective, the Puget Sound region, which has the next highest number of listed stocks, only has 24. So you can see that the Lower Columbia has a significant role to play in salmon recovery in the state. Washington's response to ESA listings was to create local regional recovery organizations to develop recovery plans. This is the only place in the country where this local bottom-up process occurred under ESA. The Lower Columbia was the first of its time here. We were a pilot program created to do the recovery plan. And we were created at the request of the local agencies and community organizations that were here. Later on, we were codified under the Washington Salmon Recovery Act, RCW 7785. There are 2 parts to locally led salmon recovery in the state: the Regional Recovery Organization and the Habitat Lead Entity. And the LCFRB is both of those things. As a regional recovery organization, the LCFRB was charged with facilitating the development of the state's first salmon and steelhead recovery plan. And that was in partnership, of course, with a diversity of stakeholders. And actually, there are 82 organizations in the recovery plan and 364 actions in the plan. Now we oversee and facilitate implementation of the plan. As one of the 27 lead entities in the state, we were created to manage the state's Salmon Recovery Funding Board program. And that's to host grant rounds for the funding, solicit projects, rank them, and help connect organizations with funding for habitat restoration and conservation work. We also maintain the strategies in the plan that identify habitat priorities for recovery. We have a 15-member board, also codified in the RCW, and include a counselor or commissioner from each of the 5 counties in the region, a citizen representative from each of those 5 counties, a Cowlitz Indian Tribe representative, and a representative from the Washington legislature, the cities, a hydroelectric company, and an environmental representative. The agency representatives on our TAC are also in the RCW as well, but we also have members of the TAC that are there because of their knowledge and experience that they bring to the committee. Battery is running low. I have a notice that the battery is running low on the computer. There's no single factor that led to salmon declines, of course. It was a combination of impacts, and those impacts varied across the different stocks and species and populations. These impacts include all of what we call the H's: habitat, harvest, hatcheries, and hydropower. More recently, factors like the ecosystem, such as predation and ocean conditions, also are impacts. Many of these are ongoing, and we're still working to address legacy impacts as well. So we have our work cut out for us. Our plan recognizes this and identifies actions and strategies and measures across all of the impact categories. And while there are common impacts, each stock and population could be driven by a different set of factors. So unless you address all of them, you may miss a key bottleneck for one of the species for recovery.
Bottlenecks that fish to survive to get this. So that may take generations and generations. So we're dealing with those, the timeline impacts. We're also dealing with the impacts that the fish have to deal with in their 3 to 5 year lifespan, and all they have to endure to get back to that little tributary that they came from. All this to say that salmon recovery is a long-term proposition. So how are we doing in Clark County? So Clark County has 23 populations, and that's almost a third of all the Lower Columbia populations. That's 32%. It's a good amount. These populations rely on the Lewis, the North Fork Lewis, East Fork Lewis, Salmon, Washougal, and Lower Gorge tributary subbasins. In early 2025, DFW, Department of Fish and Wildlife, reevaluated the status for all our salmon and steelhead species listed under the ESA. And they did this for a 24 State of the Salmon report that's done through the Washington State Conservation, Recreation and Conservation. Compared to the 22 report, the Lower Columbia River coho bumped up one category. So coho were on that far side over there, circled in purple. They bumped up one category from making progress to approaching goal. And the Columbia River chum status, the Columbia River chum is the one in the middle there. It improved from not keeping pace to making progress. So there's some good news in salmon recovery there. Unfortunately, Lower Columbia Chinook, which are over here on the far side, circled, are still not keeping pace. But steelhead are still making progress. A little bit about the populations in Clark County. For chum salmon, 2 of the 3 healthy populations are within the county. We have 3 healthy populations in the whole region. The other one's in the Grays River on the other end of the region. The hatchery chum program has been integrated, meaning they are using some natural origin fish into their hatchery stock. And they release those hatchery fish mostly in the main stem Columbia River and East Fork of the Lewis River down low in the watershed. And those are coming from the Washougal hatchery, actually. And they're putting those areas because chum really need fresh water for spawning. So they really gravitate toward groundwater that's coming up. And a lot of times they don't move high up into the tributaries at all. So they're really looking for those groundwater sources by the main stem and really low down in those tributaries. So they're not widespread like some of the other species. Fall Chinook are coolies. There's a population in both the Lewis Rivers and the Washougal. Ocean fisheries have the biggest impact on recovery for this species. A lot of our lower Columbia stocks are taken out in the ocean for commercial fisheries. Reducing hatchery strays on the spawning grounds is an important key for this species as well. Their competition with the hatchery fish on the spawning grounds, they don't do very well. And they don't go past the dams. In the Lewis, the lower river floodplain habitat is key for their spawning as well there.
So the Brights, the late fall Chinook, we only have 1 population in the region, and it's in the Lewis River, and they are doing very well. They're happy, healthy, and harvestable. The populations are harvestable enough to not have impact on them. They don't go past the dams, so they're not limited by that blocked habitat. Coho salmon have a tendency to be all over the watersheds. They're pretty adaptable. One of the biggest influences on coho populations collection facilities of the outgoing small fish. At the Swift Reservoir, they have a surface collector, and they don't have very good efficiencies getting those fish out. So that needs improvement. And then releasing cohos above the dam can be an issue. That's the only place in the region where we have bull trout populations. And bull trout and coho, they like the same habitat, and they want to spawn in the same place. And bull trout will come and spawn, and then the coho will spawn over theirs, and the competition, none of them do very well. Oh, better keep moving here. Winter steelhead, again, collection in Lewis is poor, and you can see there's no data on these gray watersheds that are grayed out. It just means we don't have the data. And a lot of the Lewis data, Pacific Corps runs those hatcheries, and we don't have a lot of data in some cases like we do with DFW. Caspian terns are becoming a problem with outgoing small fish. They have a tendency to be higher in the water column, so those birds can pick them off, and they seem to get our winter steelhead populations. Summer steelhead, the highest in the watershed of all the species. It's really important that we preserve and restore all of our headland forest lands. They will go as far as possible in the river that they can. So they use all of that headwaters for their spawning. A little bit about our habitat restoration programs. the surfboard program there in the middle, Salmon Recovery Funding Board, funds projects across the region, and salmon restoration and conservation work. It's through the Washington State Recreation and Conservation Office. Our Cowlitz Restoration and Recovery Program is a partnership with Tacoma Power and is for habitat projects in the Upper Cowlitz watershed and Sisters watersheds. And then our small grants program, it's usually a smaller amount of funding, and it has a focused impact usually because it is usually mitigation money for water quality or permit violations. So I'm just going to cruise through here. My next slide, so I have to keep moving. As this is just all the habitat projects we have currently in the area. Most of them are restoration projects. Here's some numbers. You can get this in the Salmon Recovery Portal. It's an online database of salmon habitat projects statewide. And this is an example of our salmon resources map. It has a lot of information for anyone interested in salmon and steelhead conservation, restoration. I just put this up as an example. The estuary, I have the estuary layer up. I have the watershed layer up. And you can click on and get fish information. You can get project information, barrier information. There's a lot of good things in there. So here we go. This is time.
Also, I think Denise deserves a second round of applause for bearing through those technical challenges. So thank you. It happens. And, you know, we skipped over a really important part. Well, not skipped over it, but we had to move fast. So I'm going to actually go back to the just the impacts that the Lower Columbia Fish Recovery Board has had locally on stream miles treated, riparian acres, all the floodplain reconnection. So significant partner in not just salmon recovery, but what do we need for salmon recovery? Restoration and protection of our watershed. So at this time, let's take some questions for Denise. We have about 5 minutes.
Yeah, and I'd like to point out too that it's some good news. It's not all doom and gloom with salmon recovery. So yeah, someone had it. All right. Yeah, if you've heard, so the hatchery on the Washougal in Skamania, they're closing down their steelhead part. They do also have, believe, chum and chinook there at that hatchery. They're closing down the steelhead part for funding reasons, and they're basically moving the production to other hatcheries in the region, and will end up trucking the steelhead in instead. Obviously not ideal to truck fish anywhere, but they will still probably collect them from that watershed or sub-basin and bring them to the hatchery and then bring them back, unfortunately.
We have another question up front. Also putting up the map as well, so you can see all the active acquisition and restoration, planning and restoration project types. And you said these are current projects?
They started, that goes back to 1998. So 98 to 2025.
Perspective.
I would say in general, I would say especially in Clark County, temperature is probably one of the biggest factors and biggest impacts on the fish. We have obviously a lot of land development in the lower rivers especially, and that's where a lot of the stocks, well, all of them pass through there at least, but a lot of them like to do their spawning and rearing in those floodplain areas that are developed. And there's not a lot of shade. The water is very shallow. And I would say that's probably one of the larger impacts.
I'm just going to ask a quick question while we're getting to Counselor Marshall. What is your favorite river, watershed, or natural area in Park County?
Even said that I would have to answer that. I'd have to say I really enjoy the Salmon Creek Trail. So Salmon Creek, I think in the salmon recovery world, it doesn't get a lot of kudos, but it's a really nice watershed.
Thanks for the Rich said. I just want to think about the Canadian hatchery exposure and as hatchery is one of the nature. Could it be helpful, the closure in terms of well salmon recovery?
That's a tough question. In some instances, for the most part, it is it's good for wild salmon to have some hatchery fish there to keep the stocks going. And a lot of the programs now they're integrating those natural origin fish with the hatchery origin, which is even better. A lot of the struggles with the hatchery is when you have too many hatchery fish because there's much more competition for spawning and for the habitat itself. And that's not usually the case with that hatchery in particular with steelhead. They're pretty, the steelhead are the athletes of the salmon world. They will go as far and are really tough. So that's not as much of an issue for that. Mm-hmm.
One final question.
Those are really fun. Serious for bacteria is another non-sourceable that we're talking about here in Symposium. I'm curious if there's any connection that you know of between bacteria and steelhead or lack of.
I would say just that obviously the nutrient content and the bacterial content in the water isn't good for the fish, but I would say that it's those species they're eating and those macros and things that are mostly affected that are affecting the fish. So I would say that that's probably the biggest connection with the nutrients. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, Denise. And why do we not want nutrients in our waterways? Eutrophication, it can impact dissolved oxygen, which is super critical for our salmon and steelhead. So one final thing, how many of you have received a grant from the Lower Columbia Fish Recovery Board? Raise your hand. Thank you so much for your contribution and appreciate everything that the Fish Recovery Board is doing. Salmonid habitat drives our water quality standards. It also is a big part of our cultural identity and regulations here in Clark County. Thank you again. Up next, we have our Clark County Clean Water Division team to finish setting the stage today by providing an overview of the current status of water quality and stream health in Clark County. Just a quick housekeeping before I bring Marley on stage for our question askers. Just please hold the microphone as close to your mouth as possible, as well as to our speakers. Want to acknowledge it was cold in here. We've asked them to turn the heat on. Thank you for bearing with us, and we're doing our best to make sure everyone's comfortable and can hear and see the screen. So without further ado, let's bring up Marley. This is being a little this, and I apologize. Yeah, because it's, you can try this, but it's being, we'll just buy as close as you can. It's really bright. Okay. Thanks. Hello, can everybody hear me? I hope. Should I get closer?
Louder.
Closer. It's gonna be like right next to my mouth. Hi everybody, I'm Marley Milosevic Butler. I am Clean Water's Grants and Special Projects Coordinator. However, in a previous life, 2 years ago, I was a natural resource specialist collecting water quality data. So I'm sharing, oh, we're not on my slide, are we? What? Oh, I have to. Oh, okay, she said I didn't. Okay, sorry guys. Now we have my slides up. Where was I? Oh, I introduced myself. Okay, moving forward. So why do we study streams at Clean Water? Clark County streams range from stormwater runoff dominated streams all the way up to relatively natural water bodies in the unurbanized areas. We like to use study streams to identify areas for future stream restoration. And we also use those data that we collect to describe water quality trends over an extended time period and for our stream health report. We also use the data that we collect for important programmatic goals. We assess current stream health status for beneficial use support. We provide data for internal stormwater planning and public outreach. We support regional initiatives, and we share our data with stakeholders and local partners. So the types of water quality data that we collect water quality parameters such as pH, dissolved oxygen, turbidity, metals, nutrients, bacteria, all go in to calculate, well, not all of those parameters go in to calculate our Oregon Water Quality Index. And that gives us a solid single number that we can use to assess stream health. We also collect aquatic macroinvertebrates to calculate our benthic index of biological integrity. So those are the little bugs in the streams that cling onto rocks, gravel, and which salmon use to eat. Our stream flow is measured also to calculate our TQ mean, and that's a measurement of flashiness and really gets at streams that have been impacted by urbanization. We also have precipitation gauges throughout the county that collect annual rainfall. And then we deploy continuous temp loggers every summer to calculate our 7-day average of the daily maximum temperature. And that helps us understand if water temperatures are too high for salmon. So our monitoring program is called project is the Clark County Assessment of Wadable Streams. We started collecting data in 2002, and so our data set for this stream health report is through 2024. We have 9 long-term index sites throughout the county, and those are sites that we continuously monitor. We go out every year, every month, and collect our water quality data there. We also have 42 rotating panel sites throughout the county that we will visit on a 5-year rotating basis. And those are usually grouped by watershed. And then you may hear me say water year, and that is how we define our year of study. It's from October 1st through September 30th. And then we have 4 hydraulic monitoring sites throughout the county, and we also have 6 precipitation gauges throughout the county. So this is our water year 2024 study area. The purple areas or blue areas are our long-term index sites. Those are the subwatersheds that we visit every year. And then the salmon colored sites are our rotating panel that we visited in water year 2024. So we visited the East Fork Lewis watershed, and then we also were in the Washougal River watershed. So as part of our stream health report, we have an online interactive map where we upload all of our data that you can really dive in and see for each of our monitoring sites what types of data we have available. We have 4 different maps, one being our status comparison for stream health from 2010 to 2024. And then we also have our trends map, which is of our index sites, the ones that we visit every year from 2002 to 2020. That's the data range. And then we have another map that has current stream status compared to the Washington State water quality standards. There's 5 parameters that we compare, that being turbidity, bacteria, metals, and dissolved oxygen. And then we have our most recent map that we have included in our stream health report, our hydrology and precipitation map. So our first map, overall stream health. So on the, get this right because it's backwards from what I'm seeing. On the right-hand side, you have your the 2010 data, and then on our left-hand side, we have the 2024 data. And so we use this map online. There's a slider bar. You can slide back and forth, and this kind of shows the difference between 14 years ago and our current year. And just to also say there are differences from year to year in water quality. So there's variation. However, this is just a status snapshot of those 2 years that we like to compare, going back and forth. And you can also click on each site and see all the data that we have there. This is our OWQI data, our BIBI data, and an overall stream health score. And so if you want to kind of look in the East Fork Lewis River area, you can see that some subwatersheds have turned yellow, yellow being fair, green being good, and red being poor. Some have turned fair, and some have actually increased and turned green over time. So just kind of a nice thing to look at to see a snapshot back in time. It's not all 2024 data. If it's not a site that we visited in 2024, it's the most recent data that we have for those subwatersheds. And diving into the data a little bit more for water year 2024, again, we have our East Fork Lewis River watershed data and our Washougal River watershed data. We have a single index site, Rock Creek North in the East Fork, and then Jones Creek is one of our background sites. It's what we like to compare all of our stream data to, as it's a pretty undisturbed watershed. So looking at the data here, you can kind of see that the Washougal River usually has pretty good water quality, and about half of the sites in the East Fork have good water quality, and some on there have poor. Looking at Breezy Creek, Manley Creek, McCormick Creek, Lockwood is fair due to the Oregon Water Quality Index. And so these are our parameters maps. I've skipped one. Whoa. Nope, trends. Sorry, guys. So we have trends for OWQI, BIBI, bacteria, and turbidity. I wanted to pull up just our bacteria and turbidity trends, kind of going on the non-point track. We have, as you can see, a lot of our sites, the trend is not changing over time, but at a couple sites, it's getting worse. So Mill Creek for bacteria, Curtin Creek for turbidity. I'm going to speed up a little bit. I got a few more slides to go. So our bacteria parameters map. So non-point source is bacteria is a non-point source indicator for sewage, livestock, and pet waste. Bacteria is obviously, if we have too much bacteria, such as E. coli in the water, that's not very good for public health or our salmon. So the state standard, you must meet being less than 100 CFUs and the 90th percentile for bacteria numbers. So looking at the county, more urbanized areas are impacted by higher bacteria. This is our temperatures parameters map, and it doesn't look good. There's a lot of red on there. Temperature is an indicator for non-point thermal pollution due to lack of shade, riparian vegetation, hot services when stormwater runs off, roads and parking lots, low stream flows and lack of groundwater recharge. And these state standards are based on core summer sun-mounted habitat designated uses. And finally, turbidity, which is an indicator for non-point sediment pollution and erosion. So stormwater will run off from agriculture, forestry, roadways, construction, and carry with it sediment. That sediment then carries many different pollutants. The pollutants adhere to the sediment, which carry nutrients, metals, bacteria, and toxins. So also with high stormwater flows, peak velocities can erode stream banks. And it, again, state standards must be less than 5 NTU above background, and 1 exceedance means you're not meeting the state standard. So our new hydrology and precipitation map measure, on here we have our hydrology stations, again, used for TQ mean, measuring flashiness in streams. Increased flashiness is detrimental to stream health and morphology. And then our precipitation stations across the county show that water year 2024 was a wet year compared to the site averages. And then if you want to dive into the data even more on our stream health report, we have hydrographs. This one is of Mill Creek, which shows peak quantity and duration of water flows through the stream channel. We also have all of the TQ mean data and 5-year averages. And then we also have at our low density residential precipitation site, you can see if it was a wet or dry year based on that site's data. So how does Clark County Clean Water reduce stormwater runoff impacts to streams? We have many different programs and projects, those being our stormwater capital projects, our maintenance and stormwater infrastructure. We have our stormwater management action plan that we're developing. We have business source control, pollution identification and correction program, precipitation. I'm getting mixed up with precipitation. Participation, and then public education and outreach. So on the side are just a few of our project sites. We have our Heritage Farm Wetland Restoration that's currently being built. We have our Northwest 99th Street, 11th Ave to Cougar Creek. There are some stormwater filter cartridges in that vault there that we also have to maintain. And then we have our Salmon Creek mural project that just was recently completed near Kleinline Pond. So with that, I will wrap up and ask if there are any questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Marley. And it was really awesome to see that there are some places that are improving. So when we have good water quality, those are the important areas to protect. And when we have fair and poor water quality, those are the most important places to restore. I saw a hand up over here, Tracy.
And I mean, is there anything you can do about that? Climate changing and summer getting so hot, like, that was shocking.
So there are many different ways that we as a program are trying to combat high rising temperatures. We have projects that aim at putting more water in the ground. So if we're putting water into the ground rather than keeping it at a surface level, we can keep it cooler, and then it will flow down to our streams and create more recharge in those streams. And then having more flow and water levels in our creeks themselves keeps water cooler. We also have our reforestation program where we're looking at county-owned land throughout the county where we want to reforest, because getting that shade really gives us big impact to decrease temperatures. We also have, so many different programs. Are there any you want to add? So there's many things we can do. And yeah, it's not a good look looking at that map saying that everything's red.
That data is also based on our summer water. So in the winter time, we usually are okay with our fish, but it's sad.
Anything that we can do to reduce stormwater runoff, remove pavement, and promote low impact development practices is a key mission of our program as well. Really quick before we get to your question, I just want to acknowledge all of this data was collected by staff on our clean water team, and many of them are in the room today. So please stand to be acknowledged if you are on our water quality data collection and assessment team, or if you were previously. Thank you so much for your work.
In the city, that's what you might expect with all of the different level. Why in the outdoor areas is there something?
A lot of our rural areas are agricultural lands and are still lacking a lot of tree riparian area coverage. So even in the East Fork Lewis River, which you would think is not as urbanized, there's still lots of land that we can reforest and try to reduce direct sunlight on those streams. A challenge also is low stream flows. And as the climate is changing, we're having more intense storms that are just washing down into our creeks, and that's across the county. It's more heavily seen in urban areas, and that's why we have our stormwater facilities to try and hold back water and have it meter out slowly over time so that we're not just losing all of it, to keep those stream levels up.
And any final, oh, I forgot the most important question of the day. Marley, what is your favorite watershed in Clark County?
I think my favorite watershed, it's got to be Salmon Creek. I grew up in the Mill Creek watershed, and so it really holds a fondness in my heart. My parents' house is near a stormwater ditch, so that's kind of how I got my start in wanting to be involved in stormwater management over time, going to school and now.
Well, great. Thank you so much, Marley, for your presentation. And again, to everyone who helped set the stage this morning. We talked about land use and growth and development patterns. We also talked about salmon, which are a key driver of the non-point source work that we do, as well as water quality. And non-point pollutants that we're really going to hear more about later today are temperature, nutrients, bacteria, and sediment all have a critical impact and on all of our local waterways and their health. So at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Please get to know your neighbors. If you haven't already, sign in. We also are having a raffle. Grab a raffle ticket if you haven't already. Have some coffee, have some water, stretch. We will get back to our presentations at 10:30. Thank you for saving the day. What happened? Is it just funky or? Well done. You're all.
I was excited.
I appreciate it. I think it's going to be great. This is a little funky. You have to like point it towards this thing, and there's a little bit of a delay. So you can be proactive with it. I will welcome you back. I'm trying to remember if we have a raffle or not before. I'm going to break my own rules. You can't advance. Nope. We are going to right with you. I'll introduce you.
Oh, cool. Are these your speaking notes or?
No, I'm gonna take them. I just am like constantly making
It's
notes.
these here.
Scribbling. You should see my to-do list. I like write it down, scribble.
Scribble it out,
write
yeah.
it down, print it.
Yeah, easy.
Did you learn anything today?
Yeah. It's always interesting, like you hear some specifics on, especially like having conversations that are more. Yeah.
No, I didn't want to. Still moving forward. Start water. Only three and then three. And I'm gonna say, yeah, I love doing it.
Perfect. There's always some. Get real friendly with the microphone. Okay, if everyone could start making their way back to their seats. We're going to do our best. I've been hearing that it's somewhat difficult to see and hear, and we really wanted to have this event out in a more rural agricultural area. And I just want to acknowledge it is we're working through some challenges. So thank you for bearing with us with the echo, and we're going to work to dim the lights a bit more as well. So please say see you later to your friends and make your way back to your seats. And up next, we're going to transition from talking about the background, the land use, setting the stage for clean water and non-point source pollution in Washington State, specifically in Clark County. And we're now going to transition to talking about the statewide frameworks available with the Department of Ecology for how they approach water quality and non-point source work. And then we'll hear from the State Conservation Commission about the resources available to actually implement the work. So without further ado, I'm going to invite Ben Rao from Department of Ecology to talk to you about the statewide non-point plan.
All right, thank you, Devin. And thanks to Clark County for putting this on. I really think this is a great opportunity to get together, meet new people, learn about what people are doing, just learn about all the stuff that's happening down here. I feel like sometimes we don't do enough of this kind of stuff, and so it's just great to be able to be at an event and for y'all to have put this on. Again, my name is Ben Rao. I am the unit supervisor for the watershed planning unit at Ecology in the water quality program. We're a headquarters unit that works on non-point pollution issues and then water cleanup plans. I would say that non-point pollution is really, really important. We need to address it in order to meet the water quality standards. There was a speaker earlier today, was it Sue, that was talking about just kind of the trajectory of the Clean Water Act and how there was a big focus on point sources early on in the history. I would say, by and large, that part of the program has been really successful at controlling those types of sources, but it's not enough to meet water quality standards. And became really apparent that if we were going to make sure that the water is fishable, swimmable, that's protected, that non-point sources really do play a significant role, and we need to do more on that front. I would say that it's also really challenging work because by its nature, it's really diffused across the landscape. It's a lot of small issues that can add up into creating some pretty big problems in water bodies. So really challenging to work on. You're also asking people to make changes to what they've been doing, how they've been using the land, different practices that they may have been doing for decades. And so, being able to advocate and work with people to make those changes can be really challenging. I'd also say that it can be a really one of the most rewarding areas to work in, because you are able to see changes made and things on the ground happen, and the water bodies respond. And so even though it's really challenging with a lot of creativity, you can really make huge impact. So a really important area to address. All right, before getting into this slide, I was just going to share a story. And it was actually the first date that I had with my now wife. It was about 7 years ago. We're doing the kind of the normal get to know you stuff. And so she asked what I do. And I launched into, how I, work on non-point source issues, do TMDLs, and describing, the 303D list, all these impairments, some of the modeling that we're doing. Fascinating stuff. I'm really articulate. And I'll pause there just to let y'all know she's originally from New York. So I don't know how many of you are either New Yorkers yourself or no New Yorkers, but in my experience, they tend to be pretty direct people and blunt. And so I get done with this story about, all the great work that I'm doing. She just looks at me and she's like, I didn't understand a thing you just said. Can you just talk like a normal person? And we did make it past that. We are married now, so obviously I was able to recover from that. But what she said really resonated with me, and I think that sometimes when we're in this work, we use a lot of jargon. We, make I think kind of simple things really complex, and I think it's a disservice to us. So I'm going to try to not use as much jargon in this presentation, although I will. And when I do, I'm going to try to explain, in just more normal terms, what I'm trying to talk about. But I think just also, for all of us as we go and try to do this work, just the importance of just, talking in simpler ways, being a little bit more direct, trying to make things accessible and make things understandable is just really important. So I put this slide together to kind of, I don't know, cover what I'll be covering today. Talking to Devin about what would be most helpful. Tried to come up with a presentation that just really walks through how ecology kind of jumps into these issues and then tries to address non-point sources. So go from, how do we identify where there are problems? So, where are those polluted waters in the state? What are the planning tools that we have to come up with ways and strategies for cleaning up those watersheds? So talk about the cleanup plans that we produce at Ecology. And then because those plans aren't self-implementing, right? You can come up with the greatest plan in the world, but if it sits on the shelf, it's no good. I'm going to talk a little bit about our Nonpoint program, some of the implementation tools that we and others, really, because it is collective action that we have to actually make those changes on the ground and try to help implement those cleanup plans that we develop. And then kind of threaded throughout, and I have an ending slide on this, is just partnerships. And I think just the nature of non-point pollution really makes it critical that we do have strong partnerships at different levels of government, between kind of government and landowners and the community, and then other implementation nonprofits, others that can help get things on the ground. So I want to kind of thread that throughout the whole presentation. All right, so I'm going to start with how we identify where there are pollution problems, so water pollution problems. So for Ecology and under the Clean Water Act, we put together what's called the Water Quality Assessment. We started out, and this is kind of happens on a regular cycle, where we go out and we do something called a call for data. So we collect the data that we have, and then we ask other local governments, others to give us their data. So we collect all the data that we can. We then compare that data to the water quality standards. So those are the standards that we use to say whether a water body is supporting the uses. So is it fishable, swimmable? And we compare the data to those standards. And then we come up with a list with different categories, ranging from category 1, which are those water bodies where we've got data, and that data shows that that it's meeting water quality standards. So healthy water for whatever that pollutant parameter is. We've got category 2, 3 that really are categories where, we've got some data that shows that there, might be a problem there. There's an indication that there's a problem there, but we don't have enough data to say that it is an impaired water body. Category 3 is just we don't have enough data. There is some data, but we don't have enough. And then we've got the 2 categories that drive a lot of our work. So category 4 and 5, and those are the category, the water bodies where we've got data that says that there's a pollution problem there. So they're impaired. And the difference between those 2 categories is that category 5 are the water bodies where we've got that data showing that there's a pollution problem, but we don't have a cleanup plan for that water body, a TMDL at this point. So that goes into what we call category 5. And then category 4 are the different water bodies segments that do have a cleanup plan or program in place, and we can put those into category 4. Both of those are impaired waters. So if you are, kind of going through our tools, and I've got a couple of them here on the slide. Oh, I'm at a 3-minute warning. I'm barely through. Okay, sorry. Both of those are impaired. So if you're looking for where the impaired waters, they're both the category 3 and 4. And I have some tools listed here, the Water Quality Atlas, which is a mapping tool to show you where those impairments are, and then an online search tool to look at and dig deeper into the different categories and the water quality assessment. So after we have the list of impaired waters, the tools that we use, the planning tools that we have to come up with a plan for cleaning those water bodies up are TMDLs, total maximum daily loads. This is the Clean Water Act kind of primary tool that we use. Herbert, a lot of people describe it as the math and the path for cleaning up water bodies. And then we also have things that we're calling advanced restoration plans, which I think are kind of an exciting area where, you know, they're just different plans to try to get at water quality and meeting water quality standards, hopefully faster. And so the TMDLs can tend to be pretty resource and science intensive, expensive to develop. And so in some watersheds, we'll say, hey, we think we can kind of come up with different strategies that are getting at the underlying pollution problems that might require a little bit less modeling, fewer resources to get to the point where we're actually out there implementing actions and getting improvements on the ground. So I think I have a slide here of the cleanup plans here in Clark County. So we've got a combination of ARPs and TMDLs. You can find this on our water quality atlas, and on there they've got, if it's solid, it means that the plan has been completed. If it's one of the dash lines, so like Lacamas and Burnt Bridge Creek, those are in development. All right, so we've got, we know where the pollution problems are. We've got plans in place to address that, but they're not self-implementing. So that's really where our Nonpoint program comes in. And it's a lot of different resources that we can use in order to actually get the changes on the ground. So identify specifically where those pollution problems are and bring a whole bunch of resources to bear to try to fix the issues that we identify. I'm going to concentrate a little bit more just on kind of our Nonpoint staff that we have around the state, working on some of these issues and some of the the resources and tools that we can bring to these efforts. So we do have Nonpoint staff throughout the whole state that can work in watersheds to identify sources, get fixes on the ground. We've got a kind of set way that we go about this work, where we start by putting a strategy together, connect with partners in the watershed, try to get resources in place, both technical and financial assistance, and then start driving the watershed to identify specific sources of pollution. So we do these things called watershed evaluations, where we're evaluating what site condition or different site conditions in the watershed that we know are connected with pollution problems, identifying where they are, and then going through and prioritizing those to contact individuals. We go through a lot of effort to try to work with people to proactively to address their problems, line up financial, technical assistance, connect them with local resources like conservation districts to be able to get effective BMPs on the ground to address their pollution sources. And then we've got our State Water Pollution Control Act as a regulatory backstop. If we need it, we don't like to use it. We try to use it sparingly, but it's there as a backstop if our technical financial assistant tools don't get changes on the ground to address pollution issues that we've identified. So this is a regular process. We've got staff that are around the state that help implement this. And we do it in what we call focused watersheds. So Southwest region, which covers Clark County. These are the focused watersheds where we do this proactive work. Here in Clark County, the two watersheds where we have a staff person that that's doing this type of work, Lacamas and East Fork Lewis River. So I'm trying to focus a little bit more on these and try to stay in the watersheds more long-term to get changes. I will say that over the last 2 decades, and I've been with ecology for about 15 years, we've really tried to do more and more in this type of work. Before, we were more reactive, so just responding to complaints. not being out in the watersheds as much. And so we've made a real investment in trying to get staff out there that can work in different communities and different watersheds, work with partners in focus areas to try to make progress on these non-point issues. Wanted to highlight a couple of other things quickly. Just our grant and loan program, really important. I think you're going to hear a little bit more from Seth on the septic loan and grant funding that we have. We also fund projects to address agricultural sources, so a range of agricultural BMPs, as well as riparian buffers, both on ag lands and others, address a wide range of different pollutants ranging from nutrients, sediment, bacteria, and temperature. I'll also note that we do have a lot of money that goes out for stormwater retrofit and different stormwater programs. And there's a map. I don't know what time period this covers, but of just the different funding programs. And we have had quite a few active grants down here in King County or Clark County. Did want to just touch briefly on the forestry work. So when I think of non-point pollution, the big categories for me are agricultural, forestry, and then kind of urban, suburban, which can cover both stormwater and on-site septic system. I would say that the forestry program that we have here in the state is really a model, and just wanted to highlight that we have people that work both on the adaptive management side and in implementing the rules. And then kind of my final thought, if I've just got is just on partnerships and the importance of partnerships. Again, the importance of collective action. We've got a lot of different tools, a lot of different funding programs, a lot of people and entities on the ground that can implement and get that funding out to landowners. We have both at the state level and at the local level, different regulatory and non-regulatory tools that we can bring to bear. So a lot of strength in having a big diversity of tools that are out there, but that just makes it more important that we have partnerships and work across different levels of government, different local partners and with landowners to make changes. And I would say that for me, just looking across the state, where I see the most progress is where we have good communication, good coordination between the different entities working on these issues, that we're supporting each other in our work. And I would just highlight local pollution identification correction programs as a great organizing tool around this. Locally led efforts are really critical. We as ecology can participate in those and help and bring some of our resources to those programs, but I've seen those be just really effective. And with that, I just have some contact information. So Hannah Coe is statewide, is our non-point policy person. You have my contact information. And then at the local level, Gabe and Jason are really on the non-point source side. So they're your points of contact here in Clark County. And then on the water cleanup side, Lauren Sullivan and Nate Wood are the points of contact. That's it for me.
Thank you so much, Ben. For those of you who have known me for a while, I started out at Ecology. I learned so much from Ben, and Ecology does have a Vancouver field office. So if you didn't know that, it's located out in Orchards. We're really lucky to have that. Quickly raise your hand if you've had an Ecology grant. Yay, thank you, Ecology, for all of your investment locally. Let's take one question. Anyone have a burning question? No? Okay, we have to have at least one. Fantastic.
Oh, that was a slide that I stole from somebody else. So I saw that too, but oh no.
So the Lacamas Creek Partnership was formed when the Lacamas Creek source assessment was done. So the Department of Ecology starts with data collection, does a source assessment, and then moves towards developing a water cleanup plan. So the Lacamas Partnership was an effort that was started during the water cleanup planning effort to bring together partners to help support that planning. My understanding is the Lacamas Advanced Restoration Plan is next in the queue, so it had gotten started. There was a few delays in the Burnt Bridge Creek ARP, and my understanding is that that partnership will be reconvening in the future. And I probably shouldn't be speaking on this, but it was my job at one point. So I think it's been on hold, but we'll be likely re-engaging.
Yeah.
Fun fact, or question for Ben, where was the first advanced restoration plan?
Well, I was just going to say that to answer the question around my favorite water body, it's East Fork Lewis, because it was the first ARP that we had. And Devin was the lead for that project. And so I think she really created a great model for that type of work. Can I just do a couple of other plugs? We are on the TMDL front. We do an annual prioritization webinar. And then for a month, we take feedback on where we're doing our cleanup plans. And so that's open right now. If people have ideas on water bodies that they want to see us prioritize for TMDL development or other cleanup plan development. We also have a BMP guidance document that is out right now for public comment. So just wanted to put a plug for that. And then my last thing, we're also developing a implementation plan for the Columbia and Snake River temperature TMDL. And so we have an advisory group that is meeting on that. So definitely encourage people to look at that. And we've got a form available if people want to provide feedback on what should be in that plan.
Great, thank you. One more pause for right. Also, just a reminder, we have a comment form for you to help you keep track of your questions, and we'll be collecting those at the end so that we can get a response back to you. But we just talked about the regulatory framework and the planning framework, and now we're going to invite up the Washington State Conservation Commission, which is really focused on providing resources for conservation to districts who then work with landowners to get projects on the ground. So, Josh?
Thanks, Devin.
You have to point that way.
Point that way. I can do that. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Josh Gintoli. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I serve as the Washington State Conservation Commission's Southwest Regional Manager. If you're really curious what that means, hit me up at a break. But I work with 9 districts throughout Western Washington. Today, I'll be sharing an overview of the Commission's work, how our agency and the state's 45 conservation districts partner with communities to deliver voluntary incentive-based conservation programs. We'll also look specifically at how these programs help address non-point source pollution, support healthy watersheds, and sustain local agriculture. As any good agency would do, let's promote ourselves a little bit, but more information on the programs that I'll be sharing today can be found on our webpage and a lot more. We have a lot of different programs, and I encourage you to take a gander. So the Washington State Conservation Commission serves as the coordinating agency for all 45 conservation districts in the state. We are governed by a 10-member board, including 3 positions elected by conservation district supervisors, 2 appointed by the governor, and 5 individuals representing the Department of Ecology, Department of Natural Resources, the State Department of Ag, and WSU Extension, as well as representative of the Washington Association of Conservation Districts. Together, the commission and the districts deliver voluntary incentive-based programs that empower people to practice conservation, ensuring healthy soils, clean water, and sustainable agriculture. We don't regulate, we collaborate. That's the foundation of our approach, working alongside landowners and local partners to make conservation achievable and meaningful. Who here local conservation district? Let's see. Oh, yeah. That's right. This is a great district to work with. Each conservation district is a community-based hub of natural resource expertise and funding. Hopefully you know that. They're led and staffed by locals who know their landscapes and understand the challenges in their own communities. Every county in Washington is represented by at least one district for a total of 45 statewide. This local structure ensures that conservation solutions are tailored to the people, the land, and the community that they serve. So it's good that you all know what districts do, but I'll just share a little bit more. They provide non-regulatory voluntary services, helping people make their land and operations more sustainable. Districts create site-specific plans for properties, offering technical expertise and often grant or cost share funding to make conservation affordable. Some of their focus areas include habitat restoration and enhancement, livestock, nutrient management, soil forest health, rangeland, stormwater, et cetera. In short, districts meet people where they are and help turn good conservation ideas into action. So a little bit about the commission programs that we have that are Nonpoint related. Like I said, we have a lot of different programs, but we do have some that tailor specifically to Nonpoint. We administer these. They help fund practices. So we call them best management practices, or BMPs, that reduce non-point source pollution. They improve soil health and protect habitat, all through voluntary partnerships with local landowners. So I'm sure this isn't really easy to see, but I just wanted to throw up that there are, really dozens of practices that are available to us to help in Nonpoint, including, fencing, drainage improvements, vegetated treatment areas, composting, waste storage, riparian buffers, just to name a few. Each district can prioritize the practices that best fit local conditions, which make these programs highly adaptable across the state. So working with landowners, you can kind of see these as a prescription for whatever the need might be on the landscape. So I'll touch on some of the programs here. So the Riparian Grant Program, launched in 2024, helps restore and protect riparian zones, those critical streamside areas that support salmon and improve water quality. We've heard a lot about that this morning. Common projects include livestock exclusion fencing and tree and shrub planting. It's a voluntary community-based effort that benefits both the environment and working lands. The Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, or some of you might have heard it as CREP, was established in 1999. It's one of our most successful initiatives. It pays farmers to plant native vegetation along salmon-bearing streams and remove those areas from production for 10 to 15 years. To date, nearly 6 million trees have been planted through CREP statewide, including here in Clark County. Here's a picture from a stream in Clark County with a CREP buffer. To sustain these restoration projects, the Commission established the Riparian Plant Propagation Program. A goal of this program is matching plants with restoration groups for riparian restoration projects, including conservation districts, state or federal agencies, tribes, counties, or nonprofits. We partner with nurseries and conservation districts to grow and supply native plants locally. As shown in this image, Clark CD's holding site is a great example of how we're building long-term plant availability for future restoration work. The Natural Resource Investment Program, or NRI, provides equal funding allocations to every conservation district. It's flexible and district-driven, meaning funds can support the resource priorities that matter most locally. In Clark County, NRI has supported fencing and riparian forest buffers projects that directly protect water quality, as shown here. This one, while not, Clark isn't eligible for this program, but I just want to highlight it because it's a really important program for the areas around Puget Sound, Grace Harbor, and Willapa Bay. This is our Shellfish Grant Program. It funds best management practices like the image shown here that installed fencing, a heavy use area, protection area, and watering facilities to prevent bacteria and nutrient runoff. The goal is cleaner water and healthier shellfish beds through proactive voluntary measures. The Sustainable Farms and Fields Program, this one supports climate smart practices, things like nutrient management, filter strips, and waste separators. These practices reduce greenhouse gas emissions, improve soil health, and often provide the added benefit of reducing non-point solution. It's an example of conservation that works for both the environment and farm productivity. This is a waste separator over in Spokane that is really helping out that producer. This is one you'll hear a little bit more about next from Clark CD, but this is the Regional Conservation Partnership Program. It's a collaboration between the Natural Resource Conservation Service, our federal partner, and our agency. It funds partner-driven projects that improve water quality, soil health, and wildlife habitat. Here in Clark County, the Poop Smart Clark Initiative is a great example, helping residents replace or maintain septic systems, install fencing, and access technical assistance to protect water quality. So yeah, just in closing, the State Conservation Commission and our local districts are really committed to voluntary incentive-based conservation, helping people care for the land, water, and communities we all depend on. Thank you again for your time and interest. If you'd like to connect or learn more about these programs, please reach out to your local conservation district or myself, or visit us on our webpage. Thank you.
Great. I have the privilege of seeing Josh once a month, whether it's virtually or he drives down from Olympia to attend our conservation district's board meetings. Just want to acknowledge really quick, we have some district board members in the room. If you want to raise your hands and be acknowledged, we appreciate your service. I'm also one myself. Thank you. And any questions for Josh of the Conservation Commission? Lots of resources available.
My name's Josh. Yep.
What is septic?
Septic restoration.
Okay.
Oh, you're talking about probably the Poop Smart Clark that does septic work. Why don't you hold that for the next presentation, because you're going to hear all about that. Yeah, they're going to really dig into it.
I work for candidates, when we have some money that we can give to programs, we do a variety of people go to the conservation district, but you guys are amazing. What do you find is the biggest barrier for people to participate in all the amazing programs that you offer?
Probably knowledge and awareness of the opportunity. I hate the old saying, but we're like the conservation districts are the best kept secret. And I will say, like, I've heard some anecdotes just recently out of Clark that their board directors shared with the supervisors about just all these interesting ways that they've been hearing about the work of Clark CD out in the community. I think the more you can improve your outreach and get your name out there, still projects. One of the best things is for landowners to talk to each other. Oftentimes somebody will, see a project that, hey, how'd that happen? Yeah, these guys. All right.
Josh, who's going to be the water study in Clark County?
Well, I caught lots of steelhead on the Brutus, so I probably should say that. But if I could spread it out as a state guy, it'd probably be Natchez, my home waters. Thanks.
And that means we know a lot of commissions money goes to conservation districts. Approximately, we know a lot of the salmon recovery function got across the speed of the commission. How much funding has been available?
Yeah, it varies. This last legislative cycle, we were kind of flush with some resources, especially in the riparian grant program. That program is funded at $25 million a biennium. Some of our other programs are less funded, like the Sustainable Farm to Field is like a few $1 million. Like our shellfish program is $3.5 million. That natural resource investment is about 4.5. And like I said, we do equal allocations, so each district has basically a set aside of about $110,000
to work with landowners to implement cost sharing.
Thank you so much for being here, Josh. Please give him a round of applause. And in a natural the Conservation Commission to our local conservation district to talk about all of the work that they're doing across the county to protect and restore clean water. Mackenzie?
Okay, hi everybody. Okay, don't want to break it. All right. Hi everybody. As Devin said, my name is Mackenzie. How's the sound? Good, awesome, cool. So my name is Mackenzie. I'm the Grants and Project Manager at Clark Conservation District. My colleague Sam is under the weather and couldn't be here today. So you're stuck with me today. And I'm going to talk about how we promote clean water through voluntary conservation by reducing fecal bacteria pollution through manure, septic, and pet waste management. So in the next 15 minutes or so, we'll go over an introduction to Clark Conservation District, an overview of our Poop Smart Clark program. We'll dive pretty deeply into the livestock and manure management activities and programs that we have, cover some highlights of our septic program, although you'll hear a lot more about that in the septic and sewer panel. We'll touch on some of the outreach and education work that we do related to canines, and then talk about where our program stands and the future of Poop Smart Clark. So you've heard a little bit about this from Josh, but Clark CD is a non-regulatory agency. We provide free and voluntary services to landowners in Clark County to help them improve soil and water quality. We're completely grant funded through a handful of agencies that are here today, like the Conservation Commission, Lower Columbia Fish Recovery Board, and the Department of Ecology. And we offer services on a variety of topics, including riparian habitat, forestry and wildfire resilience, and agriculture and livestock as well. We also have a very robust outreach and education program that helps get the word out about what we do and these programs through community events, distributing materials, and our social media as well. And we've been serving Clark County since 1942. Okay, so the problem that we're all here to talk about today is non-point source pollution. One type of that pollution, as we've heard, comes from bacteria from poop. This kind of bacteria, like E. coli, for instance, can make people and animals sick when we come in contact with it, or into contact with it, through things like drinking water, recreating, or harvesting from different sources of contaminated water. So because of that, this is a really important public and environmental health problem. And we frequently see beach warning signs or closures at some of our most popular recreating sites around here, like Vancouver and Lacamas Lakes. This over here, I realize I can't move too far away from this. This map over here shows some of the most impaired water bodies in Clark County, specifically for fecal bacteria pollution. As you can see, I hope you can see, there's quite a bit of red in that map, and that indicates the water bodies, as we heard earlier, that are most impaired by bacteria and require a cleanup plan. So it's clearly a problem here in the county, but where is this bacteria coming from? DNA testing from Ecology as well as Clark County have found 3 primary sources of this kind of pollution. Those are livestock, septic systems, and dogs. So there's a problem, and what can we do about it? So our Poop Smart Clark program is a collaborative
and multifaceted effort to reduce bacterial pollution through voluntary conservation on private land, specifically addressing those three primary sources of bacteria. It's a pollution identification and correction program. So that means that it encompasses activities to identify the source of the pollution, as well as to implement corrective activities as well. So this program consists of outreach and education, technical assistance, water quality monitoring, data analysis, as well as funding for septic maintenance and livestock manure management practices. Poop Smart Clark was founded in Clark County in 2021. It's a partnership between Clark Conservation District, Clark County Public Health, Clark County Clean Water, Washington State University Extension, and as I mentioned, funded through the Department of Ecology, our State Conservation Commission, and the Natural Resources Conservation Service, as well as the Lower Columbia Fish Recovery Board. So one of the arms of this program focuses on livestock and manure management. Does anyone know the number of pounds of manure that a horse can produce on a daily basis that doesn't work at the conservation district? Thankfully, it's less than that. That would be a lot though. 50 pounds a day from a horse. A beef cow can produce 60 pounds, and then smaller livestock somewhere in the range of 5 to 15 pounds per day. So either way, not quite 1,000, but a lot of pounds of manure that adds up over time. And that can lead to like these big piles that you can see on this photo on the left over here. When it rains, then the stormwater washes manure from the livestock areas into creeks, which carries bacteria and nutrients, pollute the water, harm fish and wildlife, and cause that larger public health problem. So managing manure protects clean water, livestock health, and it also promotes our quality of life and our neighbors' quality of life as well. Manure is also a really great resource when applied at the appropriate agronomic rates. In Clark County, a lot of the farms and parcels have relatively small acreages, so it's not always enough land to support the amount of manure that's being produced. And so that can lead to these large piles of manure and the need to export that offsite. So Clark CD, we have a manure exchange list where we can connect folks who may have excess manure with folks who might be needing some for gardening or other landscaping services. This is just going to highlight some of the livestock projects that we have focused on in Clark County. We have 17 completed and or in progress projects right now. These can include things like nutrient management, which is applying manure at the right time, the right rate, right amount, and from the right source. Waste storage facilities, which is the middle photo here. Fencing, riparian buffer plantings, gutters and downspouts, and heavy use areas. And both of those last two are in this photo on the left. Through other grant focus areas, we have supported several prescribed grazing plans with temporary fencing. So that focuses on monitoring grass height and removing livestock from the pasture when the grasses are below 3 to 4 inches. And that in turn has water quality and soil health benefits. So in addition to funding these larger projects, Clark CD has provided technical assistance to more than 300 agricultural producers since 2022. Sometimes management can be as simple as throwing a large tarp over a manure pile, storing it on an impermeable surface. And then sometimes they involve more engineering like these waste storage facilities. Our staff will work with landowners to create personalized plans so that we're offering options that work for each individual landowner and the resources they have available to them. We also have a manure spreader that's available to rent. We also offer soil testing and nutrient management services to help ensure that over application of manure is not occurring.
All these services, including the equipment rental, can be found on our website, which I'll have at the end of the slides here. This is just a visual representation of those 17 projects that I mentioned. So hopefully you can see, and I realize it might be a little hard to, but the little green triangles are completed projects, and then the yellow circles are those that are still in progress, but pretty well dispersed throughout the county. And then to get into funding a little bit, the funding for these projects comes from the Natural Resources Conservation Service and their Regional Conservation Partnership Program. They've provided over $980,000 to Clark CD to be applied to these projects over the course of 6 years. We've also received matching funds from the State Conservation Commission that Josh was just mentioning for that RCPP program. So in total so far, we've spent about $420,000 on these livestock projects. Over half of that has been allocated to manure and waste management systems. And to give you a sense of what these projects can cost, anywhere from $50,000 to $100,000 tends to be the average. But some of these larger waste storage facilities can be well above $250,000 for the total project. So together, NRCS and the State Conservation Commission have invested nearly $2 million in Clark County to reduce runoff from livestock operations as well as septic systems. More than half of these funds have been spent or are already allocated to projects that you'll see on this map, helping producers improve manure management, protect clean water, and strengthen farm resilience. Okay, I will briefly talk about our septic reimbursement program here, and then you will hear more in the panel a little bit later. But this is a second arm of our Poop Smart program. There are over 34,000 septic systems in Clark County. Of those, a little over 11,000, about a third of them are past due for their routine inspections. Inspections are important for catching any deficiencies that might arise and hopefully intervening to fix those before they become major issues. But inspections, oops. Can you hear me? Okay, how's that? Okay. Inspections, however, are very costly. They can range anywhere from $100 to $200 for a typical inspection, and then maintenance costs are often upwards of $500. So that financial cost is definitely a barrier to having routine inspections done on a regular basis. So that's where our septic reimbursement program comes into play. This program offers financial assistance to septic system owners in Clark County to help incentivize compliance with septic inspection requirements and then to support maintenance activities as well. So we offer up to $1,130 for septic inspections, pumping, and minor repairs. And then we have a cost share program up to $20,000 for major repairs, replacements, and connecting to sewer as well when that's available. Just a couple of highlights from that program. Since it started in 2021, we've completed 1,062 reimbursements, totaling over $740,000. And about half of those, 550, went to systems that were past due for their inspections. For what we call the major program, we've completed 19 projects, totaling over $246,000, and treated upwards of 19,550 gallons of wastewater. And then finally, we do have an outreach and education campaign related to dogs and dog poop. This is really focused on behavior change and encouraging folks to pick up after their dogs every time so that the rain and stormwater doesn't track bacteria and nutrients into creeks and streams. So Clark CD promotes behavior change by sharing information at community events, handing out educational materials, posting on our social media, and overall encouraging folks with dogs to take the Canines for Clean Water pledge, which is something led by Stormwater Partners of Southwest Washington. Many folks I know are here today. And Sam is not here today, but that is her very cute pup, Leo, in that photo. So that's a bit about kind of where this program stands right now. We have quite a bit of money left for livestock projects, about $500,000. So if you or someone you know is interested in whether it be technical assistance or maybe a cost share project, you can find one of us here today or go to our website. We have about $20,000 left for major septic repairs and replacements. So same goes for that. If you might benefit from that or someone you know. And then looking to the future, we've applied for a couple ecology grants through their water quality combined funding program to continue the septic program. The goal is to continue incentivizing that septic inspection, compliance, as well as maintenance, and to help folks cover the cost of repairing systems or connecting to sewer as needed. So ultimately, this program is focused on promoting water quality throughout the county through these different arms and helping us all achieve rivers and streams that are more swimmable and fishable in the future. Okay, that's all I've got.
Thank you so much, Mackenzie. We're very lucky to have Clark Conservation District, and I always give this shout out. When I came to Washington in 2018, the Conservation District had one person and pretty much no money. And now today you have.
Well, our 2025 budget is almost $2 million.
And how many people?
We have 12 staff.
Yay! So the district's come a long way. So thank you to all the partners who helped fund the district. We have about 5 minutes for questions before we go to lunch. And I think we're down to one microphone. Let's see if this one works. Yay. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Give it up to Haley and Selena, who are keeping us going today with all the sound and visual. So any questions for Clark Conservation District?
Which photo are you referencing?
The manure.
The manure storage. I don't know where that photo came from, to be fully transparent. That was something Sam brought in here. But Clark County has quite a few agricultural lots. And like you said, many are very small. I think that about 48% are under 9 acres in total. So with that amount of manure, it ends up taking up a lot of space. So that's where things like the manure storage facility come in, the manure exchange list, things like that, where we can help kind of transfer it offsite to other places where it can be of use, because it is very valuable, of course.
What is the main origin of smart farm? Was there also smart Scandinavia? Exactly.
Good question. So, Coop Smart actually originated in Skagit County. So it's Coop Smart Skagit, and they voluntarily donated a lot of the graphics that you'll see on our slides. So yeah, the name and the graphics come from them, where they had a very similar program. Yes. So
For anyone who didn't hear, that was asking about a financial cap for the major septic repairs to sewer connections. The cap right now is set at $20,000. That tends to cover the majority, if not all, of the costs of a repair, replacement, or sewer connection. Although you will hear a bit more about that in the panel later. But our major projects have covered about 83% of the total cost for projects like that. Yeah.
For inspections, why is the septic system out of compliance and who enforces compliance as a
That's a great question. And I think kind of calls back to a question someone had earlier too. So this program in Clark County started in 2021 and was available in the East Fork Lewis River watershed and then Lacklands Creek watershed as well. Almost exactly a year ago, we expanded countywide with a grant from Ecology. So that really kind of prompted the popularity of the program. And we're still really getting the word out there about what's available, as far as financial assistance and technical assistance through our outreach and education program. And then enforcement for septic inspections comes from Clark County Public Health. So I know they have representatives here today. So yeah, they're the entity that enforces that compliance with the requirements.
I gotta ask you, Mackenzie, what is your favorite watershed in Clark County?
I was thinking about this a lot, knowing that I was going to be asked this. I think mine would be Burnt Bridge Creek. I live there, and I run along the Burnt Bridge Creek path quite a lot. So it definitely supports my recreation.
Well, thank you so much, Mackenzie. Another round of applause for Clark Conservation District. And we'll be hearing a lot more about septic systems and sewer connection after lunch. We have a very exciting panel of all of our partners I'm really looking forward to that discussion. At this time, we'll be going to lunch. Lunch is served behind these panels. I just want to mention, please start with one sandwich, and if there's some left over, then you can potentially have another one. But we want to make sure everyone has food. And if you did not request gluten-free or vegan, please keep those for our gluten-free and vegan friends. Also, we are using reusable plates. So when you're finished with your lunch, if you could put your plates on that back table, that would be much appreciated. And thank you again to Waste Connections for their partnership on that. Also, please remember what Selena told us and utilize the food waste bin and the recycling when you can. We'll come back at 12:10. We have 40 minutes for lunch. Please mix around. And I really encourage you to stay. Many of you have likely heard that the Watershed Alliance, which has been an anchor organization in our community, after 17 years of work, is unfortunately closing their doors. And so we really wanted to give Sunrise O'Mahony, who is the executive director, a chance to share the story of the Watershed Alliance and the legacy they're leaving behind in Clark County. So please stick around for that presentation and enjoy your lunch. We will see you back at 12:10. And the raffle will happen then. So get your raffle tickets. Thank you. Okay, everybody, if you could start wrapping up your lunch and take your plate. Well, if you're still eating, keep eating. But we are going to move into the second part of our agenda. But first we have the raffle. Yay. So everyone get your raffle out. And what you're getting is very exclusive. You can only get them if you come to a clean water event. So everyone have their tickets? All right. Lucky ticket number 1 is 471305. 471305. Who got it? Brandon, give it up for Brandon. Brandon brought the ice today. Okay. Next one before we move forward. 471295. 471295. Anybody? Is it a dud? Yay! Awesome. We appreciate your participation. And if you stick around, we have 2 more items to give away. So those are our Stormwater Partners water bottles. They're very cool. Check it out. And if you want one, come to a future event. So thank you everyone who's online. We're continuing our program. And for this next part of our agenda, I'm going to invite up our Clean Water Commission Chair, Ted Gaethje, to introduce the Watershed Alliance in Southwest Washington. Are you advancing now? Okay. So here's the flag. And then we're going to have you do photos afterwards with me after Sunrise presents. So we'll ask you to come back.
I can present it when I finish.
No, you present this now.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, after Sunrise presents, we'll have you two meet to take photos.
Sit over there.
Yeah, well, you can put that one. Sorry for the delay. Give it up for Ted.
Thanks, everyone. I'm here to introduce someone I've worked with for many, many years in a different variety of capacities. Sunrise O'Mahony, the Executive Director of the Watershed Alliance of Southwest Washington. And for me, this is kind of a bittersweet introduction because if you saw the headlines in the Columbian a week or 2 ago, sadly, the Watershed Alliance is closing its doors on December 31st. And that's a shame. It's a loss to the community. It's a loss to the environment. But the Watershed Alliance has done some wonderful things, and I'm sure Sunrise today will elaborate on some of those. For me, it's a personal loss because in 2008, I was the Vancouver City Attorney, and I worked on the original documents that created the Watershed Alliance as an arm of the city back in those days. Eventually, it was spun off into a separate organization and it increased its geographic focus all over Clark County, working with cities and the unincorporated areas of Clark County with important water quality projects, restoration projects, habitat, riparian work that was really important, really critical, and really well done. So there's been 17 years of what's called stewardship, which is the subject of Sunrise's presentation today. And I would say that stewardship is an understatement. It's been 17 years of education, public outreach, 17 years of engaging thousands, literally thousands of young people who did work in our watersheds and learned about the immense value of lakes, rivers, and streams. It's been an invaluable experience for a lot of families and young people in this community who have worked with the Watershed Alliance. And I think a lot of them will be forever grateful that that was their introduction to environmental education. And I would be remiss if I didn't talk about one other program, and that's the Backyard Habitat. Literally hundreds and hundreds of communities in Southwest Washington have benefited by having their properties certified under the Backyard Habitat program. And that program will continue past the end of this year under the tutelage of the Columbia Land Trust. So that program will go on. And the spark plug and the leader of all this for almost 2 decades now is Sunrise O'Mahony. And it's my great privilege and honor to welcome her to the podium. And on behalf of the Clark County Clean Water Commission, I have a little gift for you, Sunrise. In honor of all of your great work, we have a plaque that reads to Sunrise O'Mahony, Executive Director of Watershed Alliance of Southwest Washington, 17 years of wonderful work and stewardship in this community. Thank you, Sunrise.
try not to cry. This isn't gonna help. All right. Okay. I told myself and I told Devin I wasn't sure I wanted to present today because I might trying not to cry. And this doesn't help, Ted. Thank you to the Clean Water Commission. Thank you to everybody that is here and Devin for encouraging me to come and talk, and Ted, both of you guys did. So I think a lot of you do know who the Watershed Alliance is, but I'm going to somehow or another explain, we're actually at almost 18 years of service in this community in 20 minutes, or 15. So I'm going to talk fast. I apologize, but 17 years is a lot of work to go through in this short amount of time. So again, we are an organization that works in the entire county, and we focus on water quality around our natural spaces. So what that primarily means is our creeks and rivers, as well as now just empty spaces, empty property that we're doing reforestation projects on. So I want to preface the slides that I have. I did not organize them or say who funded them. That's just too much. I have too little time. So I am going to focus on where they were located within the county. And so our first one, like Ted mentioned, thank you, Ted. I don't need to go into that now, but oh no, it's doing its own thing. Does anyone know what I'm circling? Okay, I'm gonna be over here and see. Sorry, it's on like auto, I think. So Burnt Bridge Creek. So our beginning work was City of Vancouver. They are the ones who formed us. I won't go into how and why, but they formed us in 2008. That first year was getting everything started as a nonprofit, really started full into our work in 2009. So it has been a bit of time that we've been doing this work. And again, the primary focus was Burnt Bridge Creek. I'm going to go over some stats later, but I do want to give you just a couple little facts about these. Our largest tree planting in the city of Vancouver was, we had, I have to get the numbers right, 7,000 native plants with 500 volunteers. So when I'm talking about stewardship and volunteer, every person counts, every person helps. Planting with 5 is good, but I just want to give the magnitude of how many people have been impacted by the work that we do. And I don't think I like that one, so no. So we've had, again, just kind of focusing on, I'm not going to like this. It keeps changing on its own. So we've been doing a lot of work over the past number of years, actually, to have our organization be more of a, using a government speak, this is not my favorite term, but BIPOC organization. And so one of the things that we've been doing is working with OWIS, which is Odyssey World International Educational Services. So this is a fun beach cleanup. Again, I'm not going to try to not go into too much detail on it, but basically we did the beach cleanup, and then after we had kites, thanks to OWIS, that the kids decorated, and then they got to fly the kite. And this is the total ham. He wanted this picture taken the whole time. Here. Every time. So again, along the lines of looking at, you know, the more diverse organization, we were working on becoming a bicultural, bilingual Spanish organization. We did have to stop. Sorry, you guys, I don't know what the heck is happening. Maybe you should advance it. It just keeps going on its own. So one more. Sorry, I just ignore this. So anyway, so we've been working on making it bilingual, and what that looks like is that we were having events that were just with the Spanish-speaking community. Due to the current climate, we have had to discontinue those events, but we still are doing a lot of stuff in both languages, and most of our volunteer events do have native speakers present at the events. So we did one that was Dia de Muertos, and this one was, again, a celebration of, I've been told it's a celebration honoring of people's lives that have been passed. So we did that event. Next slide. And then we have a new contract now. I combined these because it is Port of Ridgefield and Port of Ridgefield and then Vancouver. And this is our beach cleanups. So our beach cleanups are actually all around the county, but the Port of Ridgefield was a unique one because they went when the lake according to what NOAA says, not the lake, sorry, the river is a little bit lower. We would do beach cleanups along that lower part for the boats and everything that's been unfortunately thrown into the ground. We also do, or onto the ground, we also do have regular beach cleanups throughout Vancouver. And then I'll focus on one in Camas in a minute. Next slide. Maybe, we'll see. Another special one, and honestly, this is probably one of my favorite events that we started last year. And this is doing a beach cleanup, and then it's a healing the river ceremony that an Aztec dance group does. And so it's a full interactive celebration and looking at really healing the water. So you can see so this is after the beach cleanup, but we make these offerings out of flowers, and they actually allowed us to be participatory in it. And then we have the dance ceremony, and then we take the offerings out into, there's no plastic or trash on these, but we take the offerings out into the river, and it is a complete ceremony. And then some of you are probably familiar with Don't Drip and Drive. I'm not going to go into a lot of that one, but that was a project that we worked with the county and stormwater partners, as well as most of the city entities around. And that was doing lake check events where people would come into the school that's doing the inspections, and they got to actually do a whole, what is it like to work with a customer? And that was an interesting experience for the students in more than one way. And I mean, I guess I could say a little more about that, but I think a lot of you guys know about that one. So we have in Ridgefield, we have a robust projects that we're doing in Ridgefield. One of them is in Horns Corner, which is an empty area that's between Acero apartments as well as where Beverage and Starbucks are. And so we've been doing plantings there. This one was fun. People had to come in waders, or like me, we didn't have quite full waders, so we were in the water. Kids were literally up to their knees in water. I have the most amazing videos of kids, these two girls running back and forth with the live stakes and having an absolute blast. And this was a cold morning. So again, I tell the stories just because there's a lot more than just we put plants in the ground. So this isn't the best photo after, because it's now grown even more. But again, it shows you the difference of what we're seeing in these two spaces. And then also Ridgefield, we got a grant to do this funding to work on G Creek, which was in Abrams Park. And so this is, again, I'm not going to go into a lot, but this is another planting that we did. It was also our first and only in-stream restoration, our in-stream project as well. But go ahead, next one. So I got to go quicker. This one is one of the programs that did not get cut. This is funded by a private individual that's funding the ivy removals in Abrams Park. And I'm going to now skip because I'm running out of time, but I'll let you just keep going, because we only have 3 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to stop with this. So we've done a tremendous amount of work throughout the entire county. I would love to highlight it, but again, I ended up adding some stories, so I ran out of time. If you want to just go ahead and just kind of like scroll through them. And yeah, I'm not going to be able to do the slideshow, so you can probably just get about that one. Okay, so I have a fun slideshow, but I won't do it. This I do have to read because I'm not, I don't have all this memorized. But to give you an idea, since 2008, we didn't start tracking some of this until I became director. But we didn't start tracking this. And, but we did, I knew health memory. So we added this up. With volunteers, we basically planted around 135,000 plants. I think that's pretty impressive. We also did that work with 15,000 and more volunteers. And a lot of the volunteers came back, but the majority were students and high school students. And as they graduated and left the area. With contractors, one of them is here right now, but with contractors, over the years, we put in about 42,000 plants. Every planting, every restoration project had a piece of volunteers that did the work. Some were more contractors than others. This does not count the backward habitat certification program and all the plants that were put in that program. So it would be even more. And it does include this next program, which I said XX because I don't quite know how many properties it was. There's 500 properties with the program called Project Restore, where we worked on Burbridge Creek and did restoration in the city of Vancouver and homeowners. Grants, it's what it is, trying to skip through this. We had about 4,400 people participate in our film series that we've done. since 2010. And then trash. So we have picked up a lot of trash. But one of the fun stories, not fun, but fun, is cigarette butts. So we actually measure them. We don't count them all. People always ask. We have an estimate of how many were in 106,000 cigarette butts that we collected over the years. And that was off of Wentworth and Frenchman's Bar. Those cigarette butts were sent to a company called TerraCycle, and they actually recycle them. But if you want to know, check it out. There's a video online about how the heck they do that. And then backyard habitat, which as I mentioned, is not going away. It is a program that is originally from Columbian Land Trust and Bird Alliance Oregon. We were managing in Clark County, now they will manage it. And so now you don't need, you can stop the slideshow. So we are an organization, as Ted mentioned, and I think it's no secret as to why, but it's funding. And part that not everybody knows, it's also property. So it's a two-part thing. You have to have funding to do work, but we need public lands to do the work on. So I know there's been a lot of conversation today about what we need to do for climate change, and all these plans. I've been part of all of those groups. And unfortunately, budget cuts being what they are, priorities have to be set. And we were the outcome of budget deficits. We saw every single contract, and I'm not kidding, every single one minus 2 private ones that were either cut 100%, everybody knows City of Vancouver, that was public. The others I'm not going to call out, but we were either cut 100%, reduced, or delayed. And between all of those, there's no way that I could make it happen. I have racked my brain on spreadsheets with the Lord, trying to figure out how, but the reality is because of the delays and because of the cuts, but primarily the delays, we had no way to prep for those who know this type of work, to prep for land, to do the plantings in January. And without that, we're left with a gap. So we are leaving, everyone's asking how I'm doing, it's rough. I won't go into that, it's rough. But everyone is also reminding me the legacy that we left. And this is a huge legacy. There's a lot of plants that would not have been there had it not been for our volunteers. And then I'd be remiss to say that our funding, most funding sources, somebody from those departments and those governmental agencies are here today. So again, all of these work, it breaks my heart that the priorities are not on this work and weren't able to be funded. But at the same time, we never would have done it if it hadn't been for, you all know who I've worked with. So it would not have been without you guys as well. So hats off, thank you for this amount of time. I've been there for 15 years and I'm having to step away. So that's it.
Thank you, Sunrise, and thank you everyone for standing and sorry about the technical difficulties. So frustrating. But at this time, I think we have a couple of minutes if anyone has a question for the Watershed Alliance. I'll take the first one. What is your favorite watershed in Clark County?
I knew you were going to ask that, and I don't like this question because I like watersheds. I run a watershed alliance. I mean, I like them all. There is no favorite. However, I will say I am also on the Burkridge Creek watershed, close to Burkridge Creek. And so I think that is to use a cliche term, it is a gem in our city that the majority of people don't even know we have. And so I find that is something special to really keep reminding people that we have through all of the city.
Any other questions? Do you want to share any, what would you say is the most funny or exciting thing that stands out to you that you most rewarding?
Well, there's so many, and some of you have already heard some of these stories, so I'll come up with them. But honestly, it's the things that I'm going to miss the most, and the things that usually get me teary-eyed is thinking of volunteers. We have had so many volunteers, and anyone who's seen the articles, no, I have seen them grow up. I have seen these kids from little kids come to our events throughout the years. I have had kids say, Grandma and Grandpa, can we come back and see my tree?
when it's older, when they're older in the tree. We have seen students that on their own went to their school to raise money for the watershed line. Some of you have heard the story, but went around to a school and came to me with a little baggie, service baggie for $21 and whatever cents, and very proud to donate money. We have had students at Fort Vancouver High School that are planning some sort of a spread an acknowledgement, something to also look at how maybe they can continue to move forward. Those are the things that mean the most when I see kids and adults, but where I say, have you ever planted anything in your life? A couple people raised their hands. Then they plant at 9 a.m. in January, and they leave literally glowing. They leave just alive. And to me, it gives me chills, but to me, I don't even have words to describe it, but it's incredibly special for me. Do you want this one? Okay, I only had one. So.
And I have a question. I'm just curious. I noticed that we had about 1,000 people apply to have certified backpack, but there's only actually 247. I'm curious, what are the barriers to getting certified? Do people have too much lawn, or what did you find?
So really quick, the question was, with the certifications of background habitat, we've gone to roughly about 1,000 homes and 250 certified. And why? That's the shortened version, which is that, and what are the barriers? It's a combination. Some people really do it to get the advice. It's up to them to then do the work. And so some people, it's getting the advice and they just, they do their work. They don't really care if they get the certification. They follow, they just kind of stop it there. It is also, it's just time and money. There is just the time of being able to put the commitment into it. And then one of the biggest reasons is people forget to call and let them know they're ready to be certified. So I'm guilty of not recertifying them. So, there are people that do that as well. And that's probably our biggest one. So it's really trying to get the word out. Please, everybody, do your certification, because there's a lot of people that would be certified. They just haven't reached out.
Well, thank you, Sunrise. Thank you to the Watershed Alliance. On behalf of Clark County, the Clean Water Commission, and I'm going to speak for everyone in the room. Thank you for all of your service. And at this time, I would like to, Ted, if you want to come up here, we'd like to get a photo with you and Sunrise and the plaque. Thank you. And another round of applause for Watershed. Oh. Okay, well, when he comes back, we're going to have a photo over here. At this time, we will have an exciting panel, our first panel discussion, focus on septic systems and sewer connections. At this time, I would like to invite our panelists up to the stage, and we'll have you, just so we're in order of questions, Clark Regional, City of Vancouver, I think Clark County Public Health, Clark Conservation District, King County, and then Department of Ecology.
Okay. Just so we can talk a little bit about format, we have 50 minutes and quite a few people stayed through. We're very excited to have so many people here. Today we're going to talk about septic systems and sewer connection. As we heard earlier from Jen Hayes' presentation, the county is growing. Our urban growth boundaries are expanding. And as that happens, we're expanding the sewer. And more people who have septic systems are now eligible to connect to sewer. So how are we going to help them do that? And for those outside of the boundaries, we heard there are, I'll let you give us a number. There are over 30,000 septic systems, and many of those need inspections and in-house. So how do we keep those rural septic system owners also compliant? So, and this time, I'm going to start by going down the road and give the panel a chance to introduce themselves,
Please share your name, the organization you represent, and your role and responsibilities in pertains to septic systems and sewer.
Well, everyone introduce themselves.
Okay, I'm Keith Henderson. I'm the Collection Infrastructure Director for the Clark Regional Wastewater District. It's great to be here today. Lots of familiar faces out there in the community. It's great to see. And obviously, we're the Clark Regional Wastewater District is, I would say, the premier sewer district in the urban area outside of various city limits. And I was here to talk a little bit about septic tank elimination program.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cheryl Hale, and I work for the City of Vancouver. I am the wastewater collections engineering manager, and I oversee our sewer connection incentive program.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sean Hawes. I'm the Clark County Public Health. I'm the interim program manager overseeing our septic operation and maintenance program.
Hi again, everybody. I'm Mackenzie with Clark Conservation District. I manage a lot of the day-to-day of our Food Smart program that you heard about earlier. So a lot of our septic reimbursement program. And that's what I'll talk about today.
Hello, I'm Allison Schweitzer. I worked at King County, and yes, it's confusing because I live in Clark County. I'm on the Clark County. I am the pollution identification and correction manager at King County, and I'll be speaking today on behalf of our Equitable Wastewater Futures program, which is all about finding wastewater solutions for our urban septic systems.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Seth Elson. I'm the wastewater financial and technical assistance unit supervisor with the college's water quality program. So my team oversees all sorts of technical assistance and funding for wastewater and OSS needs. Thanks.
Great, and thank you again to all of our panelists for being here today. I'm going to see if I can stand with a question for our premier wastewater district, Clark Regional Wastewater District. I was saying, so you think it's also this kind of see you next year. Please tell us a little bit more about the district service area and the current efforts that are underway to continue sewer expansion in our growth areas and how you are helping septic system owners connect to sewer and become available.
Thank you. And actually, the district sewer service area is kind of shown on the map earlier by Clark County when they were talking about the community. Very accurate update to the growth management plan. There's kind of a big blob circle in the middle, which is really a central urban area. So all the areas outside, basically the areas outside the city of Vancouver limits, city of Camas, city of Battleground. The district also provides service to the city of Richfield, a small portion of city of Battleground, and then we have a couple of small service areas for school districts within the Hawkinson area. And within all that area, we have almost 800 miles of sewer lines, 77 pump stations, and we serve about 110,000 customers. So, and obviously over, as the county showed, the county has grown, and with that growth has come the requirement to extend sewer. So our sewer expansion out in the county areas is heavily driven by development. And now we're paying very close attention to the new growth plan because the district may need to extend more sewers or just accommodate more density within the urban areas. So we're tracking that along the way. We'll be updating the district general sewer plan, which will show us what we can do over the next 20 years. And within the next 10 years, we already have about $150 million worth of projects planned in that time period. So we expect to see a little more come out of that growth plan. One of the efforts that we have included in that $150 million in the septic elimination program. This was started back around 2008 with the primary goal of attempting to eliminate septic systems for in the urban area. And primarily it's focused on neighborhoods. There's older neighborhoods that have developed over a period of time that basically clusters throughout the community that do not have sewer service. So what the district does is the district funds the money, goes ahead and installs the sewer service, then gets it set up for everybody to connect, and then the property owners can connect to sewer. And over time, we've developed prioritization criteria and where do we go first? We currently have 44 projects identified. We serve about 1,350 different homes. So we've gone through an effort to prioritize those projects based on public health. So is there an issue, we work with county public health, but is there an issue with somebody's septic system? How many failures have been in that area? We look at environmental protection, so how close are these areas to schools, public streets, Vancouver Lake? And then at the end, we also consider social equity. So we look at income areas and then we prioritize all these projects. Now, one thing the district does not do is we do not require anyone to connect to sewer. That's really the role of public health. We just provide the opportunity to connect. And we completed 13 projects to date. And in that, we've served about 420 homes. And of those homes, 120 are connected. So a big challenge associated with that is just the cost to connect. I think we made it for that a little bit more. But looking to continue to expand the program and moving forward.
Great. Put it down in line. This next question is the City of Vancouver, the Cheryl Hale. Like Clark Regional, the City of Vancouver also continues to add sewer infrastructure as the city grows. And one of the previously intended become eligible to connect to sewer. Cheryl, you can have to start. Here, the history of how sewer extension progress from the rest of Vancouver. What types of programs are available to help residents connect to sewer, and what work remains to connect remaining systems?
Yeah. So I don't have all the statistics, but I do have some pretty good fun facts. Back in the 70s, there was a lot of development, a lot of subdivisions going in the city of Vancouver. Sewer infrastructure was pretty far away, so a lot of these developments were able to be constructed utilizing septic tanks. And later on in years, it was decided by the city that we need to be a little bit proactive and we need to be able to provide public sewer to these folks so that when their septic tanks fail or when they don't want to be on a septic tank anymore or when they sell their house, that they will have public sewer available to them to connect. And much like Clark Regional, City of Vancouver does not require any connections with our sewer connection incentive program or our SKIP program. But we do work with Clark County Public Health on whenever there is an issue or whenever the need is there for someone to connect to their public sewer and eliminate the septic tank. So as I was saying, in the late 90s, around 98, when Mr. Gagey was with us, we missed you. There was an ordinance put in place for the sewer connection incentive program, and that was designed again to be proactive, to provide public sewer to all of those residents that didn't have it readily available. And there was a budget set aside. I think it started at $600,000 a year for construction to be able to design and construct these projects. And with this program, there was a 20-year financing piece that was put into place so that those property owners that did want to connect had the option of utilizing the 20-year financing for the cost to connect. And those would be the sewer mainline fees, whatever it costs to bring that sewer to them for their lot, system development charges, and then their on-site costs as well. The construction of it really started about in 2000, and I have a few little tidbits here. As of last week, I guess, the city has spent about $46 million on providing public sewer to all these neighborhoods since about 2000. And let's see, we completed 112 projects, and some pretty big, some pretty small. It all depends on the area. The parcels served by these projects are just under 4,800. The parcels that are connected under the SCIP are just over 2,400. We have some future projects that we still have left that are about 1,000 parcels. And of those 1,000 parcels, there's about 783 septic tanks. And part of this, we have outlined areas that are probably going to be served by development. And so there's probably about just under 400 lots that we consider being served by development. And of those lots, there's about 106 septic tanks on them. So primarily that is how the city gets the sewer bill, is through development, just like Clark Regional. But what our SCIP program does is it goes into those areas and they don't have it. So let's see. So for current costs for connecting the public sewer, I'm sorry, let me back up. With our SCIP program, they also put in an incentive portion so that a property owner will have 2 years to connect at a guaranteed price, and we tell them that price up front. After that 2 years, you really go to the actual cost for the guarantee for that year. And for this year, the guaranteed cost was $13,900 for the sewer mainline fee. System development charges are about $3,400. And then on-site costs, it really varies depending on the parcel. So it could be $10,000, it could be a little less, it could be a little more. And I know that the $13,900 sounds like a large dollar amount, and it is. But I also want to say that the city chose to hold that number when COVID hit because of all the inflated material prices and construction costs, and we still wanted to encourage folks to be able to connect the public sewer if they needed to or wanted to. So we wanted to be able to keep that as manageable as we could. So that's kind of held there for a while.
Thank you so much, Cheryl, and for all of your work and leadership in this space. I know we've been at it, I don't want to speak for you, but a little bit longer in Clark Region.
Well,
Right.
no, I've been at the city for 27 years.
27 years.
Yeah, a while.
It's not a competition. We're all working together here. So the next question is for Sean of Clark County Public Health. So both Clark Regional and the City of Vancouver have mentioned they're able to send sewer and help people with resources to connect. However, they're not the main authority working directly with owners to keep systems functioning or to require that they connect. So Sean, can you tell us a little bit more about the role and responsibility of public health to help assist septic system owners that would keep their systems, but also when you might require someone to connect to sewer?
Absolutely. And I'm going to break the mold. I'm going to step over here with the podium. All right, so before I really dive on into that question here, let's take a moment and step back and take in some context here. Within Clark County, on average, there's about 34,500 septic systems in operational status. And that number varies, plus or minus 500 degrees there. And I've been here for 11 years, and that number seems to hold steady right around there. And the other thing, too, I want to take a moment and step back is when we normally think about septic systems, we usually look at it from an individual person's point of view or an individual property owners. But from our perspective, we actually have to take a look at it in addition to the individual owner as more of an infrastructural role in the county's comprehensive wastewater treatment and disposal. As septic systems are utilized, they're recharging the groundwater and are serving as a vital resource in that. And roughly 95% of all Clark County residents receive their groundwater as their drinking receive their drinking water, there it is, as from the groundwater resource. So let's dive into that question a little bit more. Now we have that 35,000 foot context. So what our role is at the health department is looking at the community sense of things. We want to make sure that septic systems are being maintained, inspected to minimize the risk of exposure to sewage-borne pathogens and to minimize the impact to ground and surface water. Then when you come on down to the individual role, per both state and local code, it is the individual's septic owner, the property owner, whose responsibility it is to maintain and operate their system. And so you have the high-level community over here where the CPH is trying to push the envelope on for a community-wide public health and water quality benefit, all the meanwhile working hand in hand with the individual owners to try to have them do their inspections and make sure things are working properly. And so some of those things here, that we try to do is, do education and outreach to those community members who have septic systems and encourage maintenance and inspections. And one of the practical things that you can think of is, again, it comes down to the bottom line. It's much more effective and efficient to maintain your system over its life. You're going to maximize its longevity and you're going to keep its effectiveness in the treatment of wastewater as it was designed as maximum as well. It's very analogous to car maintenance. When you buy a new car, you can't ignore the need for maintenance of your car. You can't forget to change the oil, keep those tires inflated, change the brakes, and expect your car to last 100,000 miles or more. Making sure that your car is in good maintenance and order is both your best investment and as well as public safety for just yourself and others around you as you're driving down the road. So when we take a look at septic systems and compliance, this is a point that Mackenzie brought up a little earlier in one of her presentations there, is, of that 34,000, 35,000 active septic systems, we've maintained over the last decade about a 67% rate of compliance. That's just about a little over 23,000 septic system property owners that are keeping good tabs and maintenance on their septic systems. Now, the other part, that other 1/3 there, the 11,000 systems, of those 11,000 systems, about 1/3 of them are only past due by less than a year. So the bulk majority of private property owners are trying their best to keep good, healthy maintenance on their septic system. And part of that that we try to encourage from our standpoint is we try a lot of outreach. We have notifications that we send out to each property owner with a septic system to remind them about 90 days before their system comes due for inspection, so they can be reminded that, like, hey, your system's coming on up. If you haven't already, schedule it with your inspector. And we also send out past due notifications at least once a year to residents who are past due for their routine inspections as a friendly reminder. We've added recently we've been trying to incentivize some of those who are past due for inspections. Starting this year in 2025, a non-compliance fee was applied to properties with septic systems that are past due by 1 year or more. That fee is $23.35. And most importantly, what we try to do, because we can't do this alone. Seeing everybody here just reminds me of the value of partnerships, and it's the same thing here. We're all in this together. So we at Public Health work with all sorts of agencies, our friends at the sewer utilities, our friends at the Clark Conservation District, the Regional Loan Program funded through Ecology, Department of Health, and a partnership with other local health jurisdictions. And so through us continually working with our partners, we're trying to bring in more financial resources to property owners to assist them in their strive for inspections. All right, so let's talk about sewer connection now. So there's a couple instances, one I'll speak generally of when public health requires sewer connection, and that would be through like some kind of community development, subdivision of a lot, if you're increasing your overall wastewater production, for example, if you're adding bedrooms to your house, or if you're having an adult family care home being added to your property, or you're starting a commissary kitchen, or a dog washing station. Anytime you're doing that, there might be certain requirements to connect to sewer if sewer is available. Now, for the septic side, as far as when we hear about septic failure, I want to take one more quick step back on that one and recognize that when we hear septic failure is kind of a wide terminology, and it can include things such as, you know, surfacing sewage that is leaking out of a tank, and it can also have other items such as safety issues. You know, so those access lids, everyone knows those green access lids. If those are in poor shape, you know, that's an immediate safety issue. We would call that a failure, but we wouldn't necessarily require a sewer connection for that. It would be replace the lids and you're good to go. Same thing also with surfacing sewage events. You know, property owners might do some troubleshooting in there and they find out that the root cause of the surfacing sewage issue was because there was roots in their distribution box and had collapsed the distribution box. Root cause, roots in distribution box. See what I did there? Thank you. So, you know, in that case, yes, you know, that would resolve the problem and the system is back to operational maintenance and a sewer connection would not be mandated at that time. So kind of keep that in mind. But when a system does finally stop and there's just no easy maintenance things that you can do, then yes, the requirements are if your residential structure is within 200 feet of a sewer line, you are required to connect. However, there are caveats to those requirements under code, which essentially are if the cost of connecting the sewer is double the cost of installing a permitted and conforming system to current state and local standards, then a new system could be installed. So for example, you have a failing system, you got to get a new one or connect a sewer costs, I'm just throwing out numbers here, guys, $30,000. But a new conforming system could be installed for $15,000 or less, then installing a new septic system might be an option. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, John, for all of that information. And you mentioned partnerships, and so we heard about PoopSmart Clark earlier, which has been a huge resource for septic system owners that need assistance to either inspect, maintain, or repair the system, but also to connect to sewer. You're starting to do some projects. Can you tell us a bit more, Mackenzie, about how the program was created and really what resources are available? And I think one of the things you didn't cover in your last presentation is really how you prioritize which homes are eligible for resources.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Devin. To chat a little bit about our PoopSmart Clark program, more of the backstory, and then connecting it back to sewer connections, no pun intended. At Clark CD, we had been talking about the idea of developing a pollution identification and correction program. We happened to hear about PoopSmart Skagit. Sorry, I was informed I mispronounced it earlier. And so that's where the idea for this PoopSmart Clark program originated to implement here in Clark County. The focus on septic systems really came from not only the water quality testing that informed, septics as a source of bacterial pollution, but then also ecology's TMDLs and ARPs, ARPs that identified PIC programs and correcting septic systems as an implementation activity to correct the bacterial pollution that we're seeing. So PoopSmart Clark, as I mentioned earlier, was kind of born in 2021 with funding from the Natural Resources Conservation Service. That largely funds our livestock programming, as you heard earlier as well. The Washington State Conservation Commission, which provided match funds for that. The Department of Ecology, which has been the largest funder of our septic reimbursement program, and the Lower Columbia Fish Recovery Board, which allowed us to expand originally into the Lacamas Creek watershed for this program. So as I mentioned earlier, PoopSmart provides outreach and education, as well as financial assistance for septic inspections and maintenance. Again, the
limits for septic reimbursements are $1,130 for inspections, pumping, and minor repairs, and then up to $20,000 for major repairs, replacements, and sewer connections. These thresholds were determined based on the average costs that we were seeing for those services at the time, which tend to still be fairly accurate with what we've seen in reimbursements we've done so far. Let's see, I have a couple stats to pull up. So of those 1,062 inspection, pumping, and minor repair reimbursements that we've done, the average has been about $610. If you break that down, the inspections do tend to be right around $130 to $150, but the average that we see for maintenance, which most often is pumping, risers installed, lid repair and replacement, like Sean had mentioned, that tends to be about $810. So for the most part, the limits that we've set for that program do cover most of the costs for those kind of routine inspections and maintenance. As far as the $20,000 limit for major repairs, replacements, and sewer connections, we have spent a total of $246,955.49 on those projects, and that has covered 83% of what the total project cost ended up being. As Devin said, we had recently started including sewer connections in this program. So we've now funded 2 different sewer connections, one in the city of Vancouver, one in the city of Washougal. Both of those, one was about $22,000 and the other was about $28,000. So again, that $20,000 cap does cover a really big portion of those costs, but it also lets us have money that we can allocate to as many projects as possible because we do have limited funds available for this program. A little bit about the prioritization criteria. So because we have kind of a set pot of money for this program, we implemented prioritization criteria for the major repairs, replacements, and sewer connections. And the 2 arms of those criteria are financial need as well as water quality impact. So to determine financial need, we use the Housing and Urban Development income limits for Clark County for the given fiscal year. So we ask folks for their approximate annual income as well as their household size, and then use that to categorize financial need per household for the applicants. And then for water quality, we look at a few different things. So first, again, for these major repair projects, the property has to be located in a watershed that has a cleanup plan. So Salmon Creek, Burbridge Creek, Clackamas, et cetera. And then they also have to be located within 200 feet of a stream or river. We originally had this as kind of a ranking criteria where that wasn't required, but we had so many applicants and not enough funding to go around that we added that in as a set requirement so that we could really prioritize projects that were having a direct and severe impact on local water quality. And then, let's see, in total here, since 2021, when this program began, we have supported about 1,075 households, either through the minor program or the major, totaling almost $1 million invested in septic inspections and maintenance. The most significant constraint that I think we see is funding. Being a grant-funded organization and relying on very generous grants for this program have allowed it to develop and have allowed us to continue implementing. But when we expanded countywide about a year ago for this program, the word just really got out there, which is awesome. But we ran through the funds in about 6 months.
So we have unfortunately paused the program for the time being, barring that 20,000 that's left for a major repair. We've applied for additional funding through the Department of Ecology, and we hope that we'll be able to continue this program for folks with septic systems in the county. But just given the popularity and of course how many folks have septic systems in the county and are in need of inspections and maintenance, I would say that that's our biggest barrier at the moment. Yeah, I think that answers most of your question.
Thank you so much for giving us some more information about the grant program. We are lucky today that we're also joined by one of our clean water commissioners who lives in Clark County, like you mentioned, but also works in Clean County on a program similar to Food Smart, which is a food education and correction program. So, Allison, can you tell us a bit more about Clean County's programs and what some of your challenges, successes, and lessons learned are?
Yeah, so I wanted to give a little context about a program that we have in King County that is helping with septic to sewer conversions. The program is called Equitable Wastewater Futures. Full disclosure, I do not manage that program. My fabulous colleague, Karina Marote, does, and if anyone's interested in more information, I would love to connect you with her. But a little bit of context. So up in King County, we have 37,000 septic systems in just our urban areas that are at or near their lifespan, likely going to need to be replaced soon, and are in areas of high social vulnerability. This is going to be a really big issue, and we realize that we're at a bit of a tipping point. They're at their life expectancy now. If all these homes decide to replace and go to septic, then we're kind of starting to clock for another 30 to 50 years before we're going to get another tipping point. Or we get to work with many partners and come up with some creative solutions to find some alternatives. So Equitable Wastewater Futures was launched in about 2023. The program is working to identify the best wastewater solutions for these properties that could be replacing their septic system, or that could be connecting to sewer, which many of the panelists here have discussed some of the big challenges to connecting to sewer. It's certainly a lot cheaper. You can get a lot of people on board versus just piecemealing it, but that's usually where you need some additional partners to step in. So we've been working with our local jurisdictions, nonprofits, community groups, state agencies, and our local utility districts. The elephant in the room that I think you all are hearing is that funding is a huge restraint. It costs a lot of money. I heard about $13,000 to maybe $16,000 in Vancouver to at least initiate maybe a septic to sewer project. I think you're lucky if you get $25,000 as like a base minimum in King County. So things are just a lot more expensive. But we recognize that doing nothing is not free. We're just kicking the can down the road. And so we're trying to figure out how public health can really be working on these long-term issues. Public health often is working on a problem right here, right now. What's the short-term issues that we need to be dealing with? And these septic to sewer problems that we're talking about are 10 to 100-year time horizons that we have to be planning for. So that's something that we're trying to figure out how we can work on that long-term planning. And I think some of the other utility districts and colleagues here have mentioned that utilities have a lot of priorities, right? They're working on repairs, they're working on maintenance, they're working on upgrades. Adding additional infrastructure is a huge additional project on top of that takes a lot of planning and frankly a lot of money and maybe even more infrastructure in terms of bigger wastewater treatment systems. So there's a lot of competing priorities there. We have had a couple of successes that I wanted to highlight up in King County. We had 2 pilot projects. We had a $2 million grant from our King County Climate Equity Capital Pool that extended sewer to 24 homes. And we also recently received a $500,000 grant from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation grant to begin to identify some legal and policy obstacles that we're facing and how we can create this septic to sewer conversion program. We're hoping to develop an OSS to sewer conversion financial model and how we can be spreading out the costs for all partners involved. And we also will be developing some best practices for municipalities and agencies to evaluate and prepare for those conversions. I also just again want to emphasize resources that we feel like we need. Again, I'm just going to emphasize the funding components. We don't have a dedicated funding source. We are really looking out for grants right now. It just costs a lot of money to do this work, but we have to be chiseling away at it one step at a time. Outreach has been mentioned a lot, I feel, throughout this conference. I remember the Washington Conservation Commission talking about just getting the word out to people, and I think sewer is something that works great when it works great, and when it fails, we need a problem yesterday. And this is something that we have to be having a lot of foresight, engaging with our community, sharing about what options are available and how maybe we need to start planning for some financial planning. So frankly, we need more outreach specialists on our team to help get that word out. But some lessons learned that I wanted to share with you all about what we've been learning at King County. All the easy work is done. We're launching into the tough problems and the tough situations, but we're ready to embark on the challenge. It's definitely tough to maintain momentum on this. There's a lot of competing needs like we all have, and this is frankly, in addition, a foresight plan that we're trying to do that we need a really long-term view for. And our public health teams are figuring out how to get used to that long-term plan there. So excited to learn from lessons learned here and excited to share lessons learned at King County as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Allison. I like that. Easy stuff is done, hard stuff is not. Building new will make something old. And funding, that's a common need. And so fortunately, we have Seth Nelson here today from the Department of Ecology. Seth, can you share a bit more about how these funding programs and some examples of the major programs you are?
Yeah, thanks. I'll follow Sean's lead here up at the podium. So at Ecology, just kind of a quick fact, most of the funding at the agency, kind of agency-wide, about 75% of our budget is passed through to support projects like this, and that percentage is even higher in the water quality program. And our funding is really built around how we can address local priorities and get good water quality and public health outcomes. So for OSS or sewer, we're looking at what are the community needs identified in the general sewer plan, what's prioritized in the TMDL, is there presence of a shellfish protection district or a nitrate priority area, salmon recovery plans. Those types of documents help us to demonstrate that there is planning, that there's prioritization of trying to address septics or other wastewater needs in the community. And predominantly, most of the funding to support OSS and wastewater from Ecology comes from our water quality combined funding program. So maybe I can get a quick show of hands. Has anyone utilized funding from our water quality combined funding program? All right, a few hands, good. So the cool thing about our funding program is we have one application annually for all of our project types. So whether you have funding needs for wastewater, stormwater, non-point source pollution, or OSS, you apply in one application. We have grant funding, we have low interest loan funding available. And each year that level really varies. We're a little bit lower right now as bill funding drops off at the federal level. We're expecting to have about 120 million or so in this current funding cycle that we just wrapped up taking applications for in our Clean Water State Revolving Fund and Section 319 and Centennial funds. To give some perspective in terms of what we've funded over the years in OSS needs, we've done over $85 million since 1990, specifically for OSS needs. And that doesn't include septic to sewer work or expansion of sewer, but just purely trying to work through repair and replacements, rebate programs for O&M, some different needs like that. Each year, I'd say we get a pretty good handful of projects, predominantly from municipalities and sewer districts that are looking to expand sewer and try to pick up some septics along the way. But really in terms of just conventional septic projects, we see usually only a handful, one or two. This year has been kind of nice. We actually have 12 proposals that we're currently evaluating for septic needs, and a few of those have been mentioned already here today. Funding is really competitive for us, as you can imagine. OSS, I'd say, generally is something that scores really well for us because there is such a direct connection to the water quality and public health outcomes if we have a failing septic, right? So we're concerned about, like I mentioned, shellfish in certain parts of the state or nitrate problems, just general pollution going into surface waters. And so, historically those projects have scored really well, but I'll kind of talk a little bit more about those funding pressures here in a moment. The other nice thing about our funding is that it can really support a wide variety of different needs. So again, if you have a conventional wastewater project where you need to expand sewer and get that main further down and kind of start doing the planning and design work or the construction of that, that's something we can fund. We can fund targeted repair and replacement programs. O&M rebate programs is something that's been very popular for us to be involved with over the years. Also outreach, social marketing, and trying to also deal with large on-site sewage systems or community septic systems. So there's a lot of different things that we can fund under our bucket. We've tried to be really flexible over the years to figure out what the communities really need and how we can best respond to that. A couple of quick examples I'd love to highlight. One of them Sean brought up is the on-site sewage system regional loan program. So if you haven't heard about that, that is our partnership with the Department of Health and all of our local health jurisdictions, as well as Craft 3 to provide low interest financing to homeowners to repair or replace septic systems as they fail or age out. One of the nice caveats about that program too is that it can fund the connection to sewer when it's required by the local health jurisdiction. So there's some flexibility there. Since that program was launched in 2016, we've provided $64 million to Craft 3 to do that work, resulting in over 2,300 projects completed in that time frame. A few others, in our last funding cycle, we funded the City of Vancouver for some of the septic to sewer incentive work. Poop Smart Clark has been mentioned a number of times. Right now, we're doing some kind of innovative research into membrane bioreactor technology for on-site use for advanced nutrient removal in Spokane County. That's had some promising results, and we are, I think, just wrapping up some other targeted septic to sewer work of a mobile home park in Tumwater, where we're taking about 36 units that are low income, connecting those to sewer and decommissioning the septic systems in the community. So again, a lot of different things we can fund. Aside from funding, I just also want to mention the technical assistance piece, something that's often forgotten about when folks think about ecology and specifically our funding program. But if you have needs or ideas, just want to brainstorm, please reach out to us. My colleague Tamara Cowles is in the back. Tamara, maybe you can raise your hand higher. There you go. So Tamara's our OSS planner that spends all of her time, everything septic, when she's not doing archaeological stuff for us. And then I've got 2 dedicated engineers on my team that provide technical assistance to small communities. So again, if you're trying to just plan out a project, talk through what your needs might be, we can help you get from that to a funding application and hopefully set you up to be successful. We also work quite a bit with a number of our partners, including the EPA, for other technical assistance offerings. So one program you might have heard about more recently is Closing America's Wastewater Access Gap. And that's a federal initiative to really help communities that have inadequate wastewater treatment going on, whether that's a number of failing septic systems or a complete lack of any real centralized sanitary services. And so through that initiative, communities can be paired up with a technical assistance provider who will come out, do an assessment of the community needs, talk through feasibility, do some evaluation that results in the development of an engineering report that will eventually support applications to ecology and other agencies. So that's another really cool program that we can help connect folks with. Kind of closing on funding here as we think about the challenges. Again, I mentioned our funding is pretty competitive right now. We saw about $700 million worth of project needs in this most recent cycle. And I mentioned earlier about $120 million to fund a good chunk of that. That doesn't include our stormwater money, which I've left out here today, but it is competitive. So again, just underscores, chat with us, let us see how we can help you be successful. And then, we're trying to navigate, of course, the uncertainty that we have at the federal level right now. So a big part of what we do to fund this work is through the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. Part of that is loan dollars, but a bigger part for some of the septic work we do comes in the form of forgivable principal loans, so essentially grants. And so really trying to do as much work as we can to promote the outcomes of those investments and the importance that those investments have in our communities. And at the same time, navigating some of the state budget issues and trying to make sure that we can preserve funding for the Centennial Clean Water Program to continue to do this really important work. So, yeah, did I answer everything you had?
Yeah, thank you so much, Seth. And I just want to acknowledge and remember back in 2018, 2019, Seth came down here, the college held the grants and loans workshop, and you were a great resource then, you're still a great resource today, so we appreciate your continued investment in Clark County. And I know we're almost at time, but I do want to quickly do a rapid fire question for each panelist. If you could go down the row and just high level one sentence, you can answer one of these. What do you see as your biggest either gap, or where do you see the biggest opportunities for partnership and collaboration?
I think, funding is always the biggest gap, I think, for everybody all the time. But what I've heard here today and learned through this whole process is some potential opportunities, not only through the Boom Smart program, but through talking to ecology. We have had some success on the legislative front in lobbying for funds. But I think we all know that those are few and far between. So looking forward to those upcoming opportunities with this program.
Yeah, I think in the city of Vancouver anyway, funding to get the projects out hasn't been an issue for us specifically. I think it's more of a, at the other end, when the property owners actually have to do the connection, that's where the funding becomes an issue. And we have applied for a grant to help folks with those costs. We're going to hopefully see how that goes, and hopefully it's successful. But outreach is probably a big thing too, and making more and more people aware. We do a fairly good job, but we could, probably do a little bit better on that aspect.
I'm going to continue that and say funding for individual property owners and subject operation and maintenance. There's through CRAP 3 and other grant programs. Clark Community Services has some funding as well for major septic repairs and replacement. But there was a real lack of funding for just the minor stuff, inspections, pumpings, maintenance, and things. And Boom Smart Clark has been an enormous partner there. I wish you all the best of luck in your next grant funding cycle.
Thank you. We'll take that. I will echo the funding statements that everyone has said, and then just also say that there's so much opportunity for collaboration here. I think we're all working towards the same thing in different mechanisms, and I don't know, I'm envisioning some kind of strategic long-term planning that with everyone here that it could be really fruitful. So.
Yeah, I'll thread together some of what I'm hearing into saying. I think yes. I think an opportunity is to really value strategic prioritization to maximize the impact of our limited resources and money. So weaving together a positive spin on limited funding.
I'll cheat here a little bit and just say I think it's kind of twofold for me. What I spend a lot of my time thinking about is just the limited capacity that a lot of our local health partners have in terms of funding for just that core work, and then funding for implementing septic related work. And so trying to get through that, especially as we have more pressures coming on of community systems and other subdivisions that are aging out. There's just more and more systems that we need to be actively maintaining. And so promoting partnerships like Boom Smart Clark, trying to leverage resources between partners who can help bridge the gap there of capacity, I think can really help. And then also, as we synchronize those things, taking out some of the competition and funding and being able to come together for a single application helps is something that we got to with the regional loan program, going from 10 different county-wide programs to one for Puget Sound together, and eventually expand to citywide. So I think just continuing on the partnership route is the most important piece that can hopefully help address most of those barriers.
Well, thank you so much to all of our panelists. We really appreciate your time. We all have so much work to do, and one thing that wasn't talked about is there's so few people doing the work. And so I appreciate all of your commitment to clean water, and thank you today. Please give a round of applause. And at this time, we're an hour post-lunch, but I think I'm going to make the decision to bump up the break for now. So get your coffee, grab some water, grab a snack, there's cookies, and then we'll return at 1:40 for our next presentation. So please stretch and say hi to me with your coffee.
You're gonna do fantastic. Also, I haven't met you in person. Hi. Dylan, nice to meet you. Thank you so much for being here. I know you're great. You're totally fine. There's people that come and following, so you're right on like get their foot away and sit down and kind of take Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Yes, I am.
Awesome. And just make sure if you didn't hear it already, it's pretty hard, so stand close. And then I think you can use. Are they advancing it?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Awesome.
All right, everyone, if you could start making your way back to your seats. But before you do that, I'd like to do a quick shout out. I want to hear the audience from you. What is your favorite watershed in Clark County? You can just yell it out. Cougar, salmon, what else? Burnt Bridge. Mill Creek. Anyone else? I gotta say mine's the East Fork Lewis River, but I do love all of them. Thank you guys for bearing with us. Just a quick modification of the agenda because we had a very long day. We've decided that we are not going to have the Salmon Creek Solutions presentation. However, we do have a full website set up and a recorded presentation. So sorry, Selena, but thank you. We are cutting ourselves, but happy to follow up with anybody. We are going to continue on though with first we have Friends of Trees, then Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership, Kailash Eco Village, and then Washington State University Extension. So thank you for sticking with us and with our speakers. Up next, we will have Friends of Trees present on planting trees, growing community. Ready? Yes.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much, Devin, for and the Clean Water Team and Commission for organizing this and for having me and for recognizing urban trees as a mitigation strategy for non-point source pollution. I'm Adela. I've been with Friends of Trees for almost 4 years now, working in the Vancouver area, Southwest Washington. But before that, I was an AmeriCorps member with the City of Vancouver's Urban Forestry Program. And yeah, I'm just really thankful to have gotten the chance to work in Southwest Washington over the last few years. It's a great area to be doing this work, and obviously very thankful for all of our community partners, including many who are in this room today. Ready for the next slide. I'm curious how many of you have heard of Friends of Trees before? Oh, nice. Okay, so I don't really need to do this presentation then. Just kidding. Friends of Trees, we're an urban forestry nonprofit organization, and we're serving Oregon and Southwest Washington. We've been in Portland since 1989. We celebrated our 35th anniversary last year, and we also planted our millionth tree with the caveat of including shrubs. So huge, huge milestone for us. But we've been in Southwest Washington formally in partnership with the City of Vancouver since 2003, which I'll talk more about a little later on. But I just want to highlight our mission, which is to inspire community stewardship of our urban forest by bringing people together to plant trees and care for urban trees and natural areas. So we're really at this very pivotal intersection between our communities and our trees. Yeah, we do a lot as an organization. We also have a green space program, which restores sensitive natural areas. But today I'll be talking mostly about things related to our neighborhood trees program, as that's the programming we do in Southwest Washington. So our neighborhood trees program hosts neighborhood planting events in our service areas, and we plant large stalk trees, so about 1.5-inch caliber trees, pretty substantial trees that make an immediate difference, and we plant those along streets and yards. For the next. Have any of you received a tree through us before? Oh, okay, we've got a couple tree recipients. I just wanted to chat a little bit about the logistics of how our programming works. Just a little peek behind the curtain of what it's like to receive a tree through us. Once folks are connected to us, which can happen in a variety of different ways, we have folks sign up through something called our tree store, and it functions a lot like an online store, and we work with them to pick the right tree for their spot. We do this by having things like a street tree inspection completed, looking at tree lists approved for their location, figuring out what it is that the tree recipient is looking for out of a tree. And we just are really trying to steer residents towards making the best possible selection for their space and make it as easy as possible as well. So as I said, we host these large-scale planting events across neighborhood groups throughout Vancouver, and these are entirely volunteer-supported. The way that we plant trees is unique. It's different from a contractor, a private arborist. We have these large events that are bookended by breakfast and a potluck at the end, and our rain or shine. And it's really important to us to emphasize the building of community at our planting events. So we're working to engage residents, homeowners, and youth in neighborhood-based environmental stewardship and education. We're hoping to teach community members about the values of trees in their own communities. And we have this overarching goal to maintain our urban forest, grow our urban forest, but of course, do that while building a bigger community of folks who are invested in it, so that folks are really able to feel like they're having a positive impact on their community. I think it gives people a very tangible way to engage with climate mitigation and having an impact on their communities. And I always just like to mention what we call like a planting day magic at Friends of Trees. At planting days, it's this really incredible thing to witness. It's a lot of neighbors meeting each other for the first time after living on the same block for 20 years. There's a magic in sharing a meal after the hard work of planting trees all morning. And yeah, it's really special to see trees as this vector for connection. It's very inspiring. So I just like to mention that connection and community is really at the heart of what we are doing, even though we are making very cool, tangible impacts on our communities by planting trees. Here's just a picture from planting day. That's what the trees generally look like if planted in a planting strip. And yeah, lots of volunteers making it happen. So next slide, please. A big goal of ours is to remove barriers to trees. They can be really expensive. They can cost upwards of like $700 to have a private contractor plant. And we're thankful for the investment from our municipal partners and donations to help offset the price. So we're offering our trees at low to no cost. And we're also helping folks through kind of tricky processes like getting a tree removed, fulfilling limitations of their permit so that they're avoiding receiving fines, and also making sure that their tree is actually getting replanted if it is removed. And we also are passionate about teaching our community members about trees, how to effectively care for them so that we're able to help them thrive. And we also provide ongoing support for trees through pruning events, as well as our Summer Inspector Program, which is a community science and data collection, and that helps us steer residents towards the best possible care. There's a lot of touch points where we're providing some important care tips and best practices. I wanted to chat about urban tree canopy, which is a tool that we use to assess the health and impact of our urban trees. And it's an important metric that many municipal entities or urban forestry programs will use. So urban tree canopy is often collected through a canopy assessment, and this data, it can be overlapped with a bunch of other indexes like demographic information, socioeconomic information, for instance, the Washington Health Disparities Map. And this gives us an idea of where we can most equitably target our planting efforts, because we want everyone to be able to access the benefits of a robust tree canopy coverage. And very cool, the City of Vancouver has had an assessment such as this completed, and thanks to Clark Conservation District, we now have a greater map of the tree coverage of Clark County at large. So this will be very helpful in directing our future planting efforts. There's definitely a lot of room for growth. And I also wanted to mention that these softwares help us calculate the tangible and monetary benefits of tree canopy. So for example, I was able to calculate that the urban tree canopy of Vancouver helps avoid almost 2 million square feet of runoff annually. So there's really cool tools like that built in where we can think about what the more monetary benefits of our tree canopy is. I just wanted to mention that we see that tree canopy is not always equitably distributed across our communities. And I wanted to point to one tool that we can use. It's called the Tree Equity Score, and it's by American Forests, and it's a tool that anyone can use to look at the health and equity of their local tree canopy. So I just took a screenshot of where we are located right now. There's certainly a lot of room for improvement. And yeah, I want to keep under time, so we'll continue along. So Friends of Trees, as I mentioned, has been in partnership with the City of Vancouver since 2003. We were brought to Vancouver by a passionate group of volunteers in the Cascade Highlands neighborhood, and we've been sticking around ever since. And yeah, it's been a very successful partnership with the City of Vancouver's urban forestry program. It's grown from around 400 trees per year to about 600, and we prune around 300 trees each season. And the city has a set of goals that's related to their urban tree canopy coverage. So we're a significant part of reaching that goal. They're hoping to reach 28% tree canopy coverage by 2030. And there is a large part of the county that is not captured within a city jurisdiction, but is still quite urban. So it's really cool that we have the ability to do, I'll talk more about some work we're doing outside of city limits. But yeah, on the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about what we've done in these urban growth areas and what we will be doing in the future. You want to? So we have been in Clark County before. Between 2017 and 2019, we collaborated with the county's Clean Water Division and received funding from the Lower Columbia Fish Recovery Board. This was before my time at Friends of Trees, but I know that there are people in this room that were involved with making that happen. So thank you. And yeah, the project aimed to enhance water quality and community well-being by planting trees in urban neighborhoods within a few different watersheds. And over these 3 years, there were 6 planting events across neighborhoods, and these events planted a total of over 500 trees and expanded the urban tree canopy by dozens of acres, and engaged a ton of volunteers. So we're thankful to have been able to do that work thanks to that funding. And I just wanted to include a map, even though due to the limitations in our funding, we haven't been able to bring our services back to Clark County after 2019. We've still been collecting all of the folks who have signed up with interest in receiving a tree through us. So here's a map of all of the stars of people who have said that they want a tree with us, that they would like to plant urban trees on their property. So we've captured them with the hopes of being able to plant with them in the future. And very excitingly, you can go to the next one. We are back in Clark County. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, as of 2026, and with the same funding source, but in partnership with Clark Conservation District, we will be planting urban trees in the Cougar Creek watershed and Hazeldale neighborhood. And we see trees as a very important mitigation strategy for urban stormwater runoff, and as a cost-effective strategy as well. So our goal is to plant between 50 and 60 large stock trees, and then we have our partners, Clark Conservation District and Vancouver Bee Project, will be planting around 800 native plants. And yeah, beyond water quality improvement, there are a number of other benefits that these trees will bring. And we're just happy to be back and serving these areas, as well as building on the important work that's being done in the urban forestry field in Clark County. So thank you for listening to me talk about our organization. I'm happy to answer questions. I also have my information up there and would love to connect.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And I just wanted to plug, you mentioned the urban tree canopy assessment. That was just completed in partnership between Conservation District, and DNR was the funder, and the county was also a participant. So we're really excited. We now have a tree canopy assessment for our urban growth area, and we actually have a new stormwater permit requirement and a new comprehensive planning requirement that we have to map all the tree canopy. So we're hoping that, well, we really have to extend that into the rural area, and we'll have a complete county mapping of our tree canopy system. So thank you so much for all of your work and helping implement that. So questions from the audience on Friends of Trees? There's got to be a couple.
That's a great question. Just to repeat the question, the goal of 28% tree canopy coverage by 2030, how close are we to that goal currently? The last time a comprehensive study or assessment was completed was in 2021, and the city was at, I want to say 19% canopy coverage. I'm not sure what we're at now. There hasn't been the same kind of thorough assessment done, but the city's been planting, they've been working towards 2,000 trees planted per year. So it will be very interesting. I think that they assess on a 5-year cycle. It'll be interesting to see what the next canopy assessment reveals. Yeah. That's a great question. I love talking species, so happy to continue to chat about this after, but it kind of depends per season. There's a lot of trees that people are really excited about. People are excited about dogwoods. There's other trees that we're really excited about as an organization, and we encourage folks to consider planting more. So those look like a lot of climate adaptive species, or species that are part of what we describe as like an assisted migration. So a lot of species that are native to Northern California, a lot of live oaks, trees like ponderosa pines, trees that do okay in extended periods of drought. Yeah, we are hoping to plant more trees that respond to our changing climate. So I would say if we're doing our jobs right, then those will be the most popular species. Those are the ones that I certainly encourage.
I don't know how to word this question, but when you put in an 1.5 caliber tree, what are you counting that canopy area to be towards? Are you only counting the area that's covering currently, or are you saying, oh, this is going to have a canopy with this, so that's going to be.
That's a great question. So when an urban tree canopy assessment is completed, it is measuring the existing canopy. So something like a 1.5-inch caliber tree that still has quite a small canopy spread wouldn't contribute very much to urban tree canopy. But we are thinking future forward. Though that tree probably has about like a 2-foot spread, but one day may have like a 30 feet canopy spread. I'm thinking of like an oak tree. Hopefully, does that answer your question? Yeah. Yeah, there are some tools that are part of these assessment softwares that can project out into the future. There's some cool technology even where cities, there's like some cars that drive around and have these things that can visualize what a city would look like with a more expansive tree canopy. There's some really cool technology going on right now in this field. But yes, for our purposes, just the existing tree canopy as it is.
All right, thank you. Another round of applause for Friends of Trees. And thank you for everyone for your great questions. Up next, we have the Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership presenting on a project near and dear to my heart. This has been a priority for a long time. And I remember when it was initially submitted for funding from the Lower Columbia Fish Recovery Board, and now it's being implemented. So really excited. Keith, take it away.
Thanks, Devin. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Keith Marco from the Estuary Partnership. Today I'm going to be talking about water temperature in the East Fork Lewis River, its impacts on salmon, and what we are doing in our work to address some of these impacts, also known as temperature assessment and enhancement for East Fork Lewis River salmon. So the picture you see here is what you might have heard of as a cold water refuge or a thermal refuge. And if you kind of look carefully in the middle there, you'll see a group of about 100 or 150 juvenile coho salmon. The reason they're there is because this is a tiny little patch of cold water in the East Fork. It's probably 15 degrees Celsius, and the rest of the main stem at that time when it was taken is probably 22 to 24 degrees. So This is an example of an area that fish are using these types of area to seek refuge from these main stem temperatures, which can really be harmful to their health throughout much of the summer. So kind of just wanted to highlight that, and that's what I'm going to be talking about a lot today in this presentation. So for those of you not familiar with the Estuary Partnership, we're a nonprofit organization. We're part of the EPA's National Estuary Program. There are 28 major estuaries across the country that are part of this same program. We operate under a comprehensive conservation management plan. This is approved by the EPA. It's reviewed and updated every 5 years. And we primarily work in 3 different areas. We've got a habitat restoration program, doing restoration for fish and wildlife throughout the Lower Columbia. We've got an ecosystem monitoring program, and we've got an environmental stewardship program. This actually is 2 different programs. It contains an outdoor education program for students, as well as a volunteer riparian planting program. So a lot of the restoration work we've done over the past maybe 10 or 15 years has been focused on the East Fork Lewis River. So here's a map of that river here for those not familiar. And it's a priority river for salmon recovery in the state of Washington. There are 5 focal species of salmon in the river: fall chinook, coho salmon, summer and winter steelhead, and chum salmon as well. So like other rivers that support salmon, there are multiple impacts affecting them both inside and outside the watershed. Within the watershed in the East Fork, just human development in general has led to a lot of issues such as habitat degradation, loss of spawning and rearing habitat, degradation of water quality, and reduction in water flow. So these are all things that are impacting salmon. So just looking at this map, it's got a few landmarks on it. Mile 15 is kind of a border between what we sometimes consider the upper East Fork and the lower East Fork. A lot of the development, the habitat degradation, habitat loss, issues with temperature are really going on in the lower East Fork below mile 15. This is where the river lessens in gradient, turns into a wider floodplain area. Whereas in the upper East Fork, it's a steeper river, more narrow canyon, less development, and less issues up there. So a lot of the projects that have been done in this area here between approximately the center and maybe Louisville Park, really more Daybreak Park at this point, but we're looking further up. And a lot of these really haven't been focused on temperature to this point as a primary focus for those projects. Some of them have had temperature impacts, but we've really only started looking at temperature directly in the last few years. And the reason is because of the water temperatures in the main stem of the East Fork. So these are some plots here taken at 3 different stations, one in the lower East Fork at mile 8, one kind of on that border at mile 15, and one at mile 21. And you can see the difference in the temperature as you proceed up or down river, with the temperatures increasing significantly as you move down river. So how does this relate to salmon health? Well, we can plot or overlay on top of these some salmon criteria developed by the state of Washington. These are Department of Ecology spawning and rearing criteria, so it's a maximum temperature of 17.5 degrees Celsius. And you can see it for the plots, the red and black for the lower river, that this is an average level, but even comparing what would approximately be average in those continuous plots is well above this 17.5 degree limit. So definitely an issue for salmon in the lower river. Not so much of an issue at this point, at least on the upper river, you can see in the blue, which even in August here stays below that limit. And I say for now because we obviously have climate change going on. That has been impacting temperatures for decades and is expected to continue. And I think they're, according to the Norwest study, predicting about a 2 to 3 degree additional increase in temperature by 2080. So it's definitely an issue, and it's going to be. So in planning our work, we look back at what was available in information, and there are a number of studies on the East Fork aquifer temperature. 2005 study by Kerry and Billheimer, Sheila McCarthy in 2018, and then Devin Rostifer's paper in 2021. So these are really helpful, and both the McCarthy paper and the Rostifer highlight some of the temperature reduction strategies we can look at. So, I mean, obviously this includes stream bank riparian restoration, but other things such as floodplain restoration, as well as habitat or microclimate enhancements to increase cold water refuges. That's something that we're really going to be focused on. Also, I wanted to acknowledge here Clark County as well. They do a lot of temperature monitoring in the tributaries at East Fork, and that information has been really helpful to us as well. I forgot to put it in here though. Another study or a plan was the East Fork Lewis River Habitat Restoration Plan, created for the Fish Recovery Board in 2009. This also highlights a lot of temperature strategies, both for monitoring and restoration. Some of those are underlined here, but kind of saying, you know, we should be monitoring, looking for these cold water locations, trying to enhance or restore those, as well as this lower thing here. They suggested conducting a thermal imaging study to try to identify some of those really small scale temperature anomalies that we may be missing otherwise. So this is some of what we use for our planning. Before I get into our work, I just wanted to talk a little bit more about that cold water refuge or thermal refuge concept, because it's something that I think is really important and becoming more of a thing in habitat restoration. So looking at thermal diversity in rivers, you know, a river is often thought of as having a uniform temperature. And that's kind of true on a coarse scale, but if you start looking down at a finer scale, you start to see there's can be a lot of temperature variation. This can be colder or warmer depending on what physical processes are happening. We're primarily interested in these cold processes, and that's kind of the processes are shown here causing those cold water anomalies. We can just kind of go through them quick. So like riparian shading, for instance, is obvious. Other not so obvious might be emergent hyporheic water. So hyporheic flow is exchange of water between surface water in the river and shallow water underneath the bed, which happens through porous substrates like gravel or cobble. So water emerging or going down into the bed can be cooled and then re-emerge as cooler water further downstream. We've also got, can have cold side channels or alcoves that are isolated from the warmer main stem. These may be fed by groundwater or other things. We've got groundwater seeps that are potentially entering either the main stem or tributaries all along as seeps or springs. And finally, we can look at tributary confluences. The tributaries are often colder than the main stem, and a lot of times fish will seek out refuge either upstream or at these confluence areas. So getting back to our projects, the first thing we did was we did that thermal assessment to identify some of those cold water areas. This was a 3-year project started in 2020, and it had 3 parts. So we did the mapping of existing cold water areas. Then we did a stakeholder prioritization where we looked at those areas and we evaluated them for potential habitat restoration sites, and then came up with a ranked project list from that prioritization project or prioritization process of about 30 different project areas where there either is cold water that could potentially be enhanced or protected, or maybe created in some other way. So the mapping was done with a airborne thermal infrared camera mounted on a helicopter, also known as a FLIR camera. So this is capable of sensing infrared radiation from the water or the land, and you can derive temperature information from that. We did that because it's such a large area and it can effectively look at some pretty small areas that you might not see otherwise. But this was supported by ground survey data as well, and information we had in previous studies. So for prioritization, we kind of looked at what benefits these sites could offer and balance that against, you know, social constraints that might be present there, such as either physical access or construction access or land ownership and land use and things like that. And so through that process, with the stakeholders shown here, we generated that ranked projects list. And this map just kind of summarizes the highlights from that. So you can see in here we've, these yellow stars are where we found a bunch of cold water areas, and then we developed a bunch of concepts at these orange circles and rank, in a ranked order. Those black polygons are areas that we have prioritized for design, so they were the highest ranking of those sites. Those numbers 15, 18, 20, 21 don't really mean anything by scoring, they're just IDs. But so those are the ones we're looking at now, and we've got a design project going right now to come up with some restoration alternatives at those sites. I don't have time to go through them all, but I will just go through this one, site 15. And then I'd also like to talk about this Ridgefield Pits project, which is a large-scale project we've got going on the East Fork right now. A lot of you may have heard of that. It's also referred to as East Fork Floodplain Reconnection. It's been in the news quite a bit lately. A lot of the construction was done this year. It's I think a $24 million project, and it's just a massive floodplain regrading and restoration of some gravel mining activities. So I wanted to touch on that one because it also has some temperature benefits as well. So looking at, this is site 15, we're calling it Upper Daybreak because it's right above the Daybreak Bridge. But it's basically this side channel area here that you see to the northeast of the main stem river. And this retains a lot of cold water throughout the summer. We can actually put that FLIR data on top of there, maybe. Yep. So that's the data from the FLIR on the helicopter. If you look at the legend, those bluer or purple or pink areas, where the colder water is down to about 17 degrees. And then the main stem is quite a bit warmer in the reds and oranges there and yellow. So anyway, yeah, this is the cold, there's a lot of cold water. It's one of the biggest areas that we found in the study. So we're looking at what we can do here. And the first part of that is kind of identifying, what is the source of this water? And that could be any number of the processes I just described. We could be having, it could be one of them, or it could be, multiple things. But hyporheic exchange to these gravel bars from the main stem over into this site. We may be getting groundwater inputs in there through the hill. It's a steep hill on the northeast side. And there may be also cold water entering from this small tributary over on the right there. So really trying to understand the site is the first step in coming up with some restoration alternatives. That's where we're at now. The other thing you might notice in this plot is that orange area of the main stem is not close to the actual main stem in the imagery underneath. And that's not an accident, it's because the channel has been migrating. The image is from 2024. The temperature data is from 2020. So in 4 years, the East Fork's been moving around quite a bit. And it's a really active river, and this is really challenging for restoration projects because you've got to balance the benefits of doing this work and spending the money on, against the risks of the river potentially moving, or whether you want to invest more money to, try to keep the river in its place and maintain these refuges. So it's something that is challenging in a lot of these areas we're looking at because the river is so active. So we had just, let's see, maybe just a quick look. I don't have much time, but when we started looking, we just generated this kind of cartoon of some restoration actions that could happen here. So we've got potentially placing a lot of wood up in those pools to provide some better habitat for juvenile fish. We could do some grading up there to try to increase or enhance groundwater connection or hyporheic connection. We could do some riparian planting where there's lacking canopy. And we could even place some wood structures in the main stem to try to kind of stabilize that. So this was really early on, and we're just, we're going through the development process now. I just wanted to show kind of the things we're thinking about. So I just wanted to also go through that Ridgefield Pits project. So this is the big gravel mining project I was talking about. This image shows the East Fork, looking at it flowing through those gravel pits. They're abandoned gravel pits. I think there was gravel mining there in the 90s. They haven't been active for a long time. We can look at what's happened there quickly. So this is two images from 1996 here on the left and the right. So on the left, it's kind of the earlier condition. And what we had before 96 was this single channel of the East Fork going through here, and it was isolated from those abandoned pits. And then the big flood of 1996 started to weaken that barrier between the main stem and the pits. So that kind of set the stage for what came next. Then if we look over on the right, there was some more flooding in the fall of 1996, and at that point, the bank was so weak that flood just breached the whole gravel pit sequence, and then the river started going through there. And the river has been trapped in these gravel pits since then. It's caused a lot of problems for habitat, a lot of habitat degradation. Those pits are warm, can be really warm water traps. They hold a lot of predators. There's been problems with sediment transport, all kinds of things that you would not have otherwise. So the project has really tried to address all these issues, and it just turned into a kind of a large scale kind of regrading of this whole area and trying to put it back to something that might have been like a historic condition. So this kind of shows what's been happening. So 2024 on the left here is what it looked like just about a year ago, and then 2025 over on the right after a lot of the construction has happened. So, on the left you see a lot of grass, and on the right you see a lot of dirt. So there's been a lot of activity, a lot of material moved around. Those gravel pits have been filled in, or mostly anyway. The remainder will be filled next year, when the project's scheduled to end. So those are some of the things. I don't know, you can also see some of the large wood placed in there, and you can see on the right, it's kind of a multi-channel system now. We've got this a little bit of a braided network through there, which is kind of what the site was like historically in this area. So we're trying to return, not necessarily to an entirely historic condition, but something like that. And we expect to get a lot of habitat benefits out of that. So as far as thermal conditions from this restoration, we can expect benefits from these things shown over on the right. First of all, removing these pits is going to really help because they trap a lot of warm water, and they're also habitat for warm water predators. But we should also see increased groundwater connectivity as that water is spread better throughout the floodplain during flooding events, so that we would expect that the groundwater table will be raised, and we should find more diverse cold water refuge through here. And then the same with hyporheic exchange. We have a lot more habitat diversity. So hopefully that helps with that. And finally, having these smaller channels will make them easier to shade, so less heating from the sun. And I just wanted to end with this little picture, these pictures here of some of the thermal refuge use we've been seeing out there in our field work this year. So this on the left is the same spot I showed in the cover photo, but there's a tiny tributary that enters just across from Louisville Park, and it is really low flow. It's like tenths of a CFS, but it is enough to create these kind of pockets of cold water that these fish are really using. And the same thing on the right, where at another site, it's not a tributary, but there's an off channel there with a groundwater seep, and that water is seeping through into the main stem, and we're also seeing a lot of fish there. And these are really some of the only areas that we are seeing fish later in the summer. So I think it really highlights the importance of these types of areas. So hopefully I didn't go over too far. Thanks. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Keith. And just a show of hands, how many of you have been out there during this project? Wow,
I already know.
That's exciting. How many of you were involved with relocating lamprey? How many were relocated? You know?
Lampreys?
A lot.
A lot.
Which is good because
more than 64,000. No, I think it was hundreds of thousands.
Hundreds of thousands, which is wild. So thank you for everyone who's been involved. This is top priority for temperature in East Fork, so well done. I think we have time for one question. John?
Yeah, great presentation, very interesting set of studies. My question is, since it seems that groundwater input into the system is really critical for maintaining cold water fusion, has there been a look at outside the channel in terms of bacteria that are influencing that groundwater? So how do we protect it? How do we make sure we're not tapping it, so it's so absorbed?
Yeah, that's a really good question. For the Ridgefield site, we have been doing some groundwater monitoring. We put in a series of groundwater wells out there. So we will be able to hopefully see what impact that project's having on groundwater. We really haven't done any other groundwater monitoring at any of the other sites yet. I think we're a little bit early on in the process. So I think if they proceed with designs, we'll probably do that to understand some of those other sites better. Does that answer your question?
All right, the $1 million question of the day, and I can't remember if I asked this to our Friends of Trees speaker. What is your favorite watershed in Clark County?
East Fork Lewis River.
Woo, East Fork Lewis River. Raise your hand if that's your favorite. It's mine. Did I ask you that? What's your favorite watershed in Clark County? Cougar Creek. Yes, sorry about that.
That's good too.
That's a great one. Well, thank you so much, Keith,
Thanks,
for your
Evan.
work. Very exciting. And photos I've seen on social media, there are already beaver returning and hanging out in this new restored habitat. Real quick, if you need to get up and use the restroom, I'm going to try to power through the rest, but feel free to get some water, get some more coffee. Should we do the raffle, Haley, real quick now, since we're not taking another break? We'll just do it really quick. That gives folks a chance to get up if you need to. Everyone got their raffle tickets for the highly coveted clean water bottle. Okay. Lucky number 471307. 471307. Maybe they left. Moving on to the next one. 471294. 294. I'm going to keep going through them. Okay, 471310. Yay! Good job, Sean. Okay. And one more, 471330. Nobody? Okay, I'm going to pull this last one, and if nobody gets it, then we'll save the last one for the end. 471312. Yay! Okay, fantastic. And thank you guys for sticking around. It really does reap reward for our raffle winners. So we've talked about poop and nutrients, bacteria from livestock and septic systems. We've also talked about temperature as a pollutant and what we can do to plant trees and restore natural areas. But now we're going to shift more into our urban pollutants. And our next presenter, we're going to invite up Ole to talk with us about the Kailash Eco Village. And this was brought to us from our Clean Water Commission, who some of our commissioners went on a tour and were really inspired. And this is, Ole will tell you all about it, but a great example of how we can incorporate nature-based solutions into urban developments to protect clean water. So thank you, Ole.
Thank you and welcome everybody to learn about Kailash Eco Village.
And then as close as you can.
Yeah. So Kailash Eco Village is a community, sustainable community or intentional community in Southeast Portland. We're right near Reed College.
Little closer.
Yeah. And what we've done is we've taken an old apartment building and made some, what some might say are minor changes to the management of the property. And it's resulted in a great community and much less stressful to the environment. We've created a lot of kind of an urban green space. So here's the issue. America has hundreds of thousands of neglected apartment buildings. What about retrofitting them so they can more easily create and foster community, rediscover food production and composting, make fullest use of resources by sharing, reuse, and recycling, move to energy self-reliance, including for transportation. With the electric transportation move, if you generate power on site, you're basically creating, in a sense, free transportation. Lower your carbon footprint, and of course, protect water quality and prevent stormwater pollution. So let's see. There. So what that picture is on the right, this is a marketing image from the company that was selling this property adjacent to Kailash Eco Village. We were able to pick that up in 2023 and start a new project that we've called Annapurna Eco Village. So here's Kailash Eco Village in a nutshell. You can see the property outline. You can see Portland City Center in the background there. This is a 32-unit apartment building on 1.7 acres approximately. There's also neighboring in the foreground a tiny house and a duplex. So it's a total of 35 units. We have about 50 residents. We grow most of our, or much of our own veggies, fruits, berries, and grapes, and we even sell surplus at the local farmers market. We've focused on sustainable practices like permaculture, community building, and sharing resources. And also with our photovoltaic project, we create about 2/3 of the power we use on site, including the power to run 2 shared electric cars, some electric bikes, and actually residents have their own private cars too, private electric cars. So here's a picture of the photovoltaic project. How do we do it? The living spaces are modest, typically about 500 square feet for a 1-bedroom apartment. Housing is clustered, which preserves a lot of space for gardening and open space. To foster community, we do many things together, like gardening. We often meet each other in the gardens. We have dining events and social events, of course, too. We retain all rainwater on site, and we recycle gray water and nutrients from plentiful compost. Everybody's required to compost on site. When we started the project, all of the stormwater entered the sanitary sewer, the combined sewer. And several years after we started the project, one of our big projects was to retain all the stormwater on site. Now, we garden organically, so no herbicides or pesticides are used. Here's an image of the land use. You can see the green areas are different types of gardening. The dark green is a communally gardened area. The lighter, is 1 step lighter green, is individual garden plots modeled after a community garden program. Then there's the fruit orchard area and berries and grapes. The building is in gray. Well, you can actually see 3 buildings in gray. The large building, you'll see in a moment what the rainwater flows look like. And to its right and a little bit down below is the percolation area that we use to infiltrate the water from that area and the parking lots into the ground, thus retaining all the stormwater on site. The other buildings, the tiny house, the single family dwelling, and our bike shed, the rain is either captured in gutters and diverted to small swales or just allowed to drip on the side and percolate into the ground. The brown area at the bottom is parking and vehicle area, including car chargers for our 2 electric vehicles. So here's the rainwater flows from the main building. It's a gable roof, so the north half of the roof flows northward and the south half of the roof flows south. The north half, we retain the water just under the gutter, so it's kept at eave height. The reason we do that is because we direct the water to a rainwater sculpture. The south half of the building, we direct that water to what we call rainwater brook. So when it rains, there's a swale cascading down the hillside that comes alive during rain events. And of course, an even larger area of impermeable area is the parking lot. That's divided into 3 zones separated by speed bumps. The speed bumps catch the water that is flowing. The flow is to the right here. So each speed bump catches the water and sends it or directs it to swales. You can see in red that circle the large circular garden in the upper right portion of the drawing. The lowest part of the flow is the pond, what's labeled a pond at the bottom of the site. That's the lowest point on the property, and any rainwater that makes it there finally is allowed to percolate into the ground there. So here's a couple of videos. Let's see if they come alive. That picture there is our rainwater sculpture. You can see the water entering at the top. It's diverted into several rain chains and some water wheels. So when it rains, this area comes alive with flowing water, including spinning water wheels. Okay, this second video is that shows the design of our rainwater brook. So basically, it's a swale that is carved into the hillside. It's covered with a landscape cloth to prevent weed growth and then a layer of rocks. And what happens is when it rains, this area turns into a little stream. Most of the water is absorbed on the way down. Some of it isn't, and then circles the circular garden that you saw in the previous slide. So when we first started the project, that's the picture on the left side here. That's an image from 2007. So this project has been going on about 18 years now. At that time, the landscape consisted of parking areas in the front and on the lower half with grass surrounding it. There was a property next door to the north, which was essentially grass and a few trees. So that was the property at that time. Since that time, we've created food gardens throughout the property. There's also there's also ornamental gardens, I should say. At the time of inception, all of the storm water from the non-permeable areas entered the sanitary sewer. There were 42 parking spaces, and the roofs were asphalt roofs. So what has happened in the last 18 years? In 2025, we now have a grass-free landscape, no lawn, no mowing, just gardening, with organic ornamental, vegetable, berry, and grape gardens. You can see in the top middle of the image to the right, each of those squares is an individual garden plot. These plots are assigned to residents and actually to neighbors too. And around the perimeter, we have our orchard and berry and grape plantings. We also depaved 16 parking spots, or about 6,000 square feet of asphalt. The roofs were changed to metal roofs. I think this is an often underappreciated that asphalt shingle roofs have a lot of petrochemicals in them, and they're discharging benzene and other toxic materials either into the environment or into the rainwater. So ideally, we would like to avoid those. Metal roofs are the way to go. They last longer too, so another benefit. So here's a couple of images that show the depaving of 16 parking spaces. The depaving of the first 12 was about 5,000 square feet, and then we did another project around the corner from the building. So in 2000, actually that should be 2009, this is when the depave occurred, 2010. You can see the front yard in front of the main building was a 12-space parking area surrounded by grass and gravel. And 2019, you can see what it looks like most recently. The gardens in front now that used to be a parking lot is a large circular garden, organic circular garden, swales around the edge for percolation of the water from the impermeable areas, and all of the roofs on the main building, the single-family building, and the tiny house are all metal roofs. The adjacent duplex and tiny house rain flows, I'm kind of mentioned those already. The single-family dwelling has a small swale in front that its gutters are piped to. The tiny house, the rain just goes off the side and percolates into the ground next to the building. So we've been so successful, we actually have a 700-person vacancy notification list. This is a very popular project. So when the property that was next door came up for sale, we decided, hey, let's try to expand this. So Annapurna Eco Village was created next door. If you look in the lower lower left of the image that's shown here, that's actually Kailash Eco Village. The properties are adjacent and share a border. The project was started a couple of years ago. It's a 53-unit apartment complex on 3.2 acres. So the total between the two projects is about 5 acres now. There are 85 parking spaces there, just waiting to be paved, I should mention. 5 buildings. There's an even mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, 112 residents currently. The roofs of these buildings are all asphalt, so that's another upcoming project, is to convert those to metal roofs. Similar to Kailash, at its start, the landscape was grass and non-native ornamentals. We plan to change all of those areas to organic, pesticide and chemical fertilizer-free growing areas. Eventually also, all of the stormwater will be diverted from the sanitary sewer, which is the current situation now, and kept on site. There is a 40,000-gallon swimming pool in the center that has been decommissioned. We will use that as a rainwater cistern. So here are some proposed, this is an initial sketch showing proposed stormwater flows. You can see in the yellow, there are 3, let's see, do I have, this doesn't seem to have a link. Does this have a laser? See that? Okay. Okay, great. Yeah. So there's a large driveway on the south side and the north side. Both slope to the west, which is the left side. So what we plan to do here is install some speed bumps to catch this flow and divert it to the landscape. So I'm not sure exactly if we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4 speed bumps, and of course there would be one at the bottom. But we'll do something like that. Similarly for the paved area at the top, we'll try and intercept that flow with speed bumps and divert the flow on the pavement into swales on the side. Now each building has storm sewers that are on each side of the building. So we're going to intercept that flow and create rain gardens along the edge of the buildings for most of the buildings. You can see here, 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 those 2 spots, and here. And the flow is essentially like this. This is where the slope is like that. The pool in the center is going to receive the stormwater from the south building, which is the largest building, and any overflow will then be directed down this hillside and enter percolation areas here. So that is the planned stormwater treatment plan for this new property. So here are some lessons for sustainable urban living. Redirect stormwater flows to the landscape swales if possible. And generally that is possible because here's an example of our main building. This is about 9,500 square feet. The required swale area would be this tiny area, 1/25 or 4% is sufficient to percolate all this water into the landscape. 4%, how many projects don't have 4% available for percolation? Probably not many. Replace asphalt shingle roofs with metal if possible. Replace grass and ornamentals with organic food and ornamentals. Replace non-natives with native ornamentals. Replace pavement with gardens. Repave some of those parking spots. Consider chip arbor waste for pathways and mulching. That's how we create our pathways on the property. Each pathway then becomes basically a topsoil factory. As you keep adding wood chips on top, the lower wood chips rot and turn into compost, and that can be harvested periodically. Finally, shared vehicles, which is a program that we have, can help reduce the need for pavement. And that's it. Thank you for considering.
Thank you so much, Ole. I was going to ask, how do I move in? And the answer is I'm behind 700 people. So I hope to get down there for a tour someday. I think we have time for one question, if there is a question in the audience. When can we tour?
We have monthly tours the first Saturday of the month at 3 p.m. November, we close down. So this November, coming up, I believe it's the 5th, maybe, or 6th. Anyway, it's a week or so from this Saturday. Will be our last tour this year, and then we start in the spring in March.
Just curious about your funding mechanism. Do you use like everybody in the village for all these projects, or do you have some other funding sources?
That's a great question. Actually, how we develop many of the capital projects is through tapping into my retirement fund. Rather than invest in the stock market, I figure let's invest where we live. And so that's what we've done is, for example, the solar project, that cost quite a bit, and many of the other projects have required capital.
I just want to acknowledge, Ole, that is very inspirational. We all want to leave behind a legacy, and this is an example of what we should all be doing. So thank you so much for sharing this unique project with us, and I hope everyone goes and takes a tour. Okay, everybody, we have made it to our last presenter. I do want to acknowledge that we skipped the Salmon Creek Solutions project. That is a Clark County clean water project where we are developing a plan to reduce sediment focused on what we can do to increase our street sweeping, our catch basin cleaning, our pipe asset management, and how we can implement stormwater projects, because reducing sediment is critical because phosphorus binds to sediment. So do metals and nasty chemicals like 6-PPDQ, which are linked to tires. So thank you for using less vehicles as well, Ole. So last but not least, we have the Washington State University Clark County Extension Master Gardener Program to talk to us about what we can do to green up our lawns. Melissa?
Oh, I just got to disentangle myself. Thanks so much, Devin.
Do you want it here?
No, I'm a walker.
Okay.
So I'm hoping my friends at the table will help me advance the slides. Thank you, Selena and Haley. So why are there two titles here? We are a subset of a subset of a subset. So if we could have the next slide. I'm going to talk first about the grant that funded the program, which Eric Lambert wrote at the Clark County Public Works Clean Water Division. So thank you, Eric. And he wrote it to the Department of Ecology. Thank you, Ecology, for the funding. I'm going to talk about the beta tests that we've run since we started in June, developed a curriculum, trained 7 volunteers, and started running beta tests in August, essentially. And I'm happy to come and talk to y'all anytime now that we've got things nailed down. I want to talk a little bit about what we found in those beta tests, and then I talk about the outreach that we're really engaging in beginning now, and this is where you have some action steps, and I'll talk about those in a moment, and then how to get in touch with me. That's the next steps portion. So Selena, if you could rock and roll the next slide. So the grant has 4 parts. I can't remember all of this. So I have to move over here and kind of crib from the slide because it's rude to turn around. So I'm doing none of this. Clark County is doing the first one, the second one, and the third one. I'm only doing the lowest one. But the first 3 are to build water stewardship culture through digital marketing with Follow the Water. You all know Follow the Water? No. There's a website called Follow the Water, which is a collaboration between several organizations in this region, and they have some projects. One of those projects is What's Your Lawn Style? They have others as well. They are helping the general public understand what happens when groundwater gets contaminated, flows into rivers, perhaps damages the living beings in the rivers. Maybe we get our water from groundwater, and maybe some of the things that are in groundwater are bad for us too. So it's a whole public education campaign about water and its importance to our lives and to the lives of every living being. This, of course, has a much longer history than we have, most of us in this room have in this part of the world. So there's an effort to build water stewardship culture. It's already there, but to make it more present. Working with the affiliated tribes of the Northwest Indians Changing Currents program. They have an existing program. They're adding the water component. How am I doing? Is that right? Okay, thanks. See, I don't do this part, so I'm only reading from the sheet here. We also have that Follow the Water program is part of the Clean Rivers Coalition's What's Your Lawn Style? That's the first title that is on the sheet here. And that links to information generated by OSU. This Clean Rivers project started in Oregon, and it helps people understand if they're willing to let the grass do what the grass does, or if they really want a manicured, golf course style lawn, or if they're somewhere in between. And depending upon where they are on that continuum, it has suggested actions to take to help their lawn look like they want it to look. I had to up my game when I got this job. The next part is actually in Selena Montgomery down front here. You want to stand up? She gave me good news. This program is underway, officially under contract. It's a series of workshops that will be conducted in Spanish for Latino landscape professionals, the ones who speak Spanish, through the Northwest Center for Alternatives to Pesticides. So they'll be working specifically on natural lawn care practices that contaminate our waterways much less because they're not introducing excess nitrogen, 2,4-D, some of those other chemicals that we could talk about. And now we get to Washington State University Extension Master Gardeners. The landscape professionals have a training program. Theirs will be online. It'll be in Spanish. I get to go to neighborhoods with the 7 volunteers, or 3 at any one time, and talk with homeowners or renters who maintain a lawn about what they can do to keep excess nitrogen, 2,4-D, and other nasty things out of the water table and out of the storm drain. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, go back, please. I decided, it was a unilateral decision, What's Your Lawn Style is a collaboration with Oregon State University, yes. And they have a large online presence with a series of videos and stuff. At Washington State University, through the Master Gardeners program, I'm building a program that will outlast this grant. That's my intention. So I gave it a new name. That's why it has 2 names. What's Your Lawn Style is the big one that we're emulating and implementing in Washington State. And at the Master Gardener level, the 4th tier of this series of activities is the green up your lawn, which I'm hoping will outlive me maybe, and be a way for master gardeners, the 300 or so master gardeners, to work with neighborhoods and people in neighborhoods about how to keep potential toxins out of our waterways. Does that make sense? Why there's two, the big one, lots of pieces, just what we do through master gardeners. Now, excellent. So this is what we're trying to prevent. You can see in the slide that people put stuff on their grass. And mostly we just follow the instructions on the package, and we think it's okay. It has a warning label. It might say, you know, wash your hands, wear protective equipment, but that's okay, right? Well, in fact, some of the products that we put on our grass are either at the wrong time, so the lawn can't absorb it, and it washes into the water table, or into the storm drain, or is actually toxic in the first place. And even if it could be active at that time, it still would be a contaminant into the water. And one of the products that is particularly problematic is weed and feed. There's lots of versions of this marketed by lots of companies. One of the big marketers has a name that starts with S, but it's ubiquitous. One of the people in one of my sessions said, I just go to the hardware store and they tell me what I need this season. Well, they're telling her she needs a product that delivers nitrogen when grass isn't growing, and that delivers 2,4-D because that kills weeds, kills broad leaf weeds, not grass, but clover and dandelions and that sort of thing. So we want to help people understand that there are other ways to keep grass growing nicely, even golf course quality grass, without putting poisons into our waterways. Next slide, please. So what do? We are educators. We're university trained. I mean, Washington State University trains us. We use university-based resources, research-based information, and we put together programs that we deliver in a public forum. So here, this happens to be a group of us standing around. There were, I don't know, 10 or 11 people at this one guy's house talking about lawn care. And I get to follow up with these people next week to see what they're going to do differently as a result of actually participating in this workshop. This is one of our beta tests. So once we get into a neighborhood, have an opportunity to visit a neighborhood, and people have gone through the workshop, they are then eligible for one of those kinds of financial incentives that one of the other speakers spoke about. Sometimes the education is important, but sometimes there are other barriers to implementing things like buying compost or getting an aerator or finding somebody to do the work when you're 75 years old and you don't want to do it yourself. So we're going to offer in the neighborhoods that participate in this some collective resources so that people can test some of these approaches for themselves in their own context. So that's the resource sharing. Research sharing is through the workshops. Resource sharing is when we facilitate an exchange for a neighborhood. And just like Ole was talking, and one of the others of you, and now I don't remember, Adile, talking about how that builds community. That's part of the goal as well. And then we're collecting data as well to evaluate changes in behavior. We don't think we'll get to actually monitor changes in water quality. We're going to reach neighborhoods piecemeal, so we won't have a big impact on an entire stream flow unless we're super successful. That'd be wonderful. Next slide, please, Selena. So what are the good lawn care practices? Well, sign up. My contact information will be at the end, and I'll be happy to share. But the shorthand is time things correctly. Use slow release nitrogen fertilizers, no phosphorus, slow release. Then we will tell you what slow release means and what it looks like. Do not use weed and feed. That 2,4-D stuff essentially causes plants to have cancer and die. That's why it kills the weeds. It stimulates so much cell production that the weed dies. That's bad news for other living beings. And it can actually make pets and children sick if they get it on their persons, their bodies, if they happen to get on your grass. And then the key goal is to keep your grass dense. I have a bunch of techniques for doing that, because then the weeds can't even get a hold. Next slide, please. So we have done 3 beta tests, 4. And they've gone super well. We've gotten great feedback. And we're also testing the evaluation tools as we go along. So even though I'm not an environmental scientist, I'm trying to learn from y'all and do this stuff right. We actually have an evaluation coach to help us through this. And we're finding that some of the barriers are, it takes work and people don't have time to make the work. People don't know what the processes are. And so we're going to set up a series of those touch points, those reminder emails. Next slide. Thank you. We are now in the process. Now that we know kind of what works and where the barriers are, we have 7 volunteers. We go out 3 at a time, so we can pretty much make any schedule work. We're reaching out to HOAs. All of those watersheds you all talked about, those are priorities. Every single one of those watersheds. And any place else too. Groundwater matters as well, because 95% of the drinking water comes from groundwater. Thank you, Sean. So I'm scheduling already for next spring. The deal is you talk to your neighborhood association or your HOA and you say, hey, there's this gal and she's not a bad speaker. She's got a lot of information about lawn care. Maybe we'd like to have her come. And we come and we bring our tools and we show you how to do it and we talk to you and people go away and say, oh my gosh, I learned so much. We actually bring examples of different kinds of grass. So you can see how grass grows and figure out what kind of grass is going to be right in your area. And so then we're also going to be having displays at farmers markets in both Vancouver and Camas. I will give a talk to any organization, including you. The Lions Club is coming up. I have a couple garden clubs coming up. Our entire goal, though, is to get to neighborhoods. We want to help build a community that Adela talked about and to help people build community around supporting each other for natural lawn care. Last slide, please, which I think is me. Next steps. This QR code, if you'd like to take a picture, goes to the website for this project. We are scheduling presentations beginning next spring. This is the bit.ly, it's so hard, bit.ly/WSU_GUYL, green up your lawn. That's the same thing as the QR code. We're also using social media. My contact information is actually on the next slide. It's also on the website. So if you would forward the next slide, that's me. I'm Melissa Brown, melissa.brown1@wsu.edu. It's the best way to reach me. Thank you so much. I think I got a minute left.
Thank you, Melissa. We do have a little bit of time for some questions. Would you be willing to take 1 or 2?
Sure, and that's my timer telling me I was done.
Great job. And excellent job to all the speakers today for staying on time. Really appreciate it. Any questions for Melissa in the audience?
There you go. Yeah, thanks. Oh, I should answer it so she can hear. Okay.
Hey, do you have an option that you offer people as a paradigm shift to not have?
Yes, actually, we teach classes mostly through the library on lawn reduction. I'm scheduled to do one at Three Creeks Library on April 18th, if you're interested. No, April 25th at 3 p.m. if you're interested in going to that one. But yes, we don't actually teach that as part of this grant, but it counts as a win if somebody hears the story and says, man, I don't even want to mess with the lawn, I want to get rid of it. Then we have ways to help them learn how to do that.
Or even to promote weeds as not being horrible.
Yeah, that's actually one of that's why I had to up my game, because my lawn was just, it was a pollinator patch, right? But I figured if I was teaching people how to keep a nice lawn, I had to have one that sort of looked like a lawn. So I overseed it this fall and that sort of thing. Yes, absolutely, those are part of the options. The time that I'm going to what?
Have the class.
Have the class at 3 Creeks. 3 Creeks, Fort Vancouver Public Library, Regional Library, 3 Creeks Library, 3 to 4, April 25th. There might be other sessions too, but that's the one I know I'm doing.
Kind of tied into what the last person asked, are you guys promoting the background habitat certification program?
Are we promoting the fact?
Backyard habitat.
We hand out that information, but we don't actually promote it. We can barely get the lawn information done in an hour and a half. So yes, we take the information, we talk about using native plants as alternatives, we talk about the opportunities to learn more, including lawn reduction, but we don't actually cover it. You see what I mean? Subtle distinction.
And I think with that, let's give Melissa another round of applause. Thank you so much. And I just want to acknowledge that you are all my heroes. I just did a head count. We still have 40 to 45 people in the room. I know we've lost a few and we still have 17 online. So thank you for the 50 to 60 people who have stuck with us. You are the clean water champions. Give yourselves a round of applause. And before we move into, we're going to move into a panel discussion. I'm going to call on some folks, so I apologize in advance, but we want to wrap this up with a short panel discussion and a chance for the audience to give remarks and ask questions. So you can politely decline, but I was wondering, Ben, if you might be willing to come up, or are you headed back to Olympia, or are you free for about 10, 15 minutes? That would be great. Somebody from the Conservation District that we didn't already hear from, Isaiah, you want to come up? I know Chris Hackler, would you be interested in joining us for a short panel on water quality? You want to pop up here? And then let me see who else I can call on. Amy Battleground, would you be interested? Okay, look at that, putting everyone on the spot. And I think Tracy, would you be interested? We're trying to hear from people we haven't heard from yet. I think you'd be a great perspective as a commissioner. If not, I'll put you on the spot. Okay. Thank you so much. So I'll have the panelists come up to the front, and I promise they're not hard questions. Thank you all for being brave and participating. And at this time, I do want to introduce John Chattel, who is one of our Clean Water Commissioners, who will be facilitating the panel. And after the panel questions, we'll open it up for questions from the audience. So thanks, guys. Do we have 2 mics? I'll let you switch your spots. Mic stand or?
I'll go down there. Yeah, I'm going to go down there.
One thing I want to go over really quick for the panelists, when we're answering questions, if we could just come behind the podium so that we make sure the online audience can hear you properly, that'd be amazing.
Okay, give it up for your brave panelists.
My name is Isaiah Winter. I'm the riparian GIS manager with our conservation district.
Hi, I'm Amy Jordan, Stormwater Program Coordinator with the City of Battleground.
Hi, I'm Tracy Travelo. I sit on the board of the Conservation District. I'm a Clean Water Commissioner, and I'm a volunteer for the Backyard Habitat Program.
Well, Ben Rao, work for the Department of Ecology, water quality at our headquarters office.
Hey, I'm Chris Hathaway. I'm the Community Programs Director at the Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership.
All right, thank you. As Devin said, first of all, thanks for saying, thank you to our panelists and clean and improve your name. We've heard this out one question that I'm going to pose, and then each of you take my question in turn. And then after that, we want to open it up to the audience to ask questions of the panelists. The
intent of the session is to focus on some of the innovations that we've learned today. Certainly I've learned some things that really stuck out to me, which is maybe a legacy, having sustainable practices, things about climate change, and especially with the future growth that this county is facing. So the question is, what do you think are some of the biggest non-point source pollution challenges we are facing in the county, especially when you heard that we could have 200,000 people and in the face of climate change? And what do we start with?
Thank you. Yeah, I will speak anecdotally from what I observe in the field fairly often, and that is from a stream perspective. A lot of our streams are down cutting, which, if you're not familiar with that, means the stream just, all the impervious surface, we get a lot more water flowing over the top and quickly into the stream, and that water carries a lot of force. That force erodes the stream channel. It takes a lot of sediment with it. I noticed all the time streams that are fairly small, don't look like they should have a whole lot of energy to them, are cutting down, and there's sign of active bank failure. And I think that's something that is getting worse and worse as there's a little bit more development in the county. And so impervious surface creation, buffers, that's something that we do a lot. Keeping those intact, and also checking on the health of our current buffers, I'll say, because, you know, as things have gotten hotter, plants have been adapted for that area, and now they're starting to not do so hot. So it's not just set it and forget it. It's kind of continued monitoring of these areas and making sure that they're functioning and helping keep sediment out of the water.
Hi, I would just say that, you know, it's kind of a death by 1,000 cuts situation, right? Like, individually, a lot of the things that are going on in our community maybe aren't a huge thing, but collectively they are an issue. And I think the development pressure that we have in this area, along with, you know, how many people we know we're going to need to have coming into this area. And so how do we continue to maintain and or hopefully protect and restore while we're also continuing to increase our population? Is going to be a hard thing to kind of balance those two aspects moving forward.
I think it's really hard to narrow this down. Obviously, I think that we are so blessed to live in this area of the world or the country. And as the climate change continues to get worse, we're going to have more people wanting to move here. I wouldn't be surprised if it was going to be more than 200,000 because we do have water. That's why we have people wanting to move here. So as we develop, I think we need to really prioritize developing smart. So we're driving less impervious surfaces. So yeah, how are we going to handle all these people that are going to need to move here? You know, immigration from outside the country or just inside the country. So I think smart growth, maybe not relying on our cars so much, so we don't need so many roads. I know we have a 2-lane road now that's going to become 5 lanes, and I only live 2.5 miles away, and I can't bike here without taking my life into my own hands. So.
Do we have to stand up here? So temperature, I think, will continue to be the hardest issue in getting buffers on the ground. I think that figuring out like creative incentives that would make that attractive for people is going to be really important. I know we piloted some incentive programs on the east side that I think show a lot of promise, and it's trying to figure out like what is it that motivates people to get trees on the ground. And then maybe the other thing I would throw out there is, and I think this is a challenge everywhere, it's how do we reach the people that don't come to these types of things, don't come to the CD, board meetings, the CD meetings, aren't the people that are, wanting to do stuff. Because oftentimes those are the people with the biggest problems from a non-point standpoint. And so how do we reach those people? And then, work with them often over a long period of time to get into the CD to figure out what resources are available and to make changes.
Definitely agree with a lot that's been said. I guess one other challenge that I would identify is the development that's already happened. I think there's a lot of good LID work and good stormwater management that the county has developed and the city and whatnot for future development. But when you think about development from the 1950s to the 1980s or early 1990s, when there wasn't really any stormwater management, there's a huge opportunity to do stormwater retrofits, and Ecology obviously has a lot of stormwater financial assistance program funding to do those retrofits, but it's everywhere. There's a ton of development where there's no stormwater management, and that's still a real challenge.
Thank you. Some of the things that I heard, the short question was impervious surfaces. I think that is leading to heightened runoff and increased habitat. Tracy, you said more people and probably climate change refugees, since we still are a relatively mild climate. Extreme temperatures are certainly a problem. So I want to pick up the question, and then I'm going to give it to Haley, who our audience for questions is. So my career is competitive with the U.S. Forest Service. We have found over and over again it's easier to build upon things before they're developed to try to protect that. So with a rapidly developing county, what are your thoughts in terms of identifying areas that are important now to protect and maintain good groundwater and good water quality versus trying to retrofit areas that have already been impacted?
Yeah, I'll be very brief. I think data-driven decisions are very important, but on the same time, balancing that with things that are culturally important and having all the stakeholders, having your landowner buy-ins, and just communication to the general public, because I've found that people get very enthused, but there's kind of a big learning curve for a lot of stuff where they're not aware. So being able to communicate this effectively and what needs to happen, and then finding out what do we value as a community currently, where are those areas that people are going to that maybe you're not aware of, and what is still in good shape right now, what's attached to things. The county has, thankfully, the Legacy Lands program is able to purchase a lot of land, land trust, things like that. But there's not always dollars for stewardship of those lands after the fact. And I think, taking care of what we want and bringing it to a level that we can walk away from it somewhat, with continued monitoring, and then focusing on the next piece. But there's a lot of large pieces of Clark County that are great habitat that just need a little bit of TLC before we move on to some of the other really harrowing projects.
Same question. I mean, I would just say for Battleground, I think we still have some really nice habitat. I hope that we prioritize protecting some of that. We have a ton of development pressures. We're a city. We want to develop. We want growth. So kind of balancing those two things, thinking about how we can be creative and, create parks and other kind of opportunities for some of those lands that we want to protect and not have developed. I think if we can protect it first, that's going to be a lot better. We know that a lot of the benefits for large species and intact ecosystems go away once it's gone, and we can't just get that back. So
I don't know if this is exactly answering your question, but as a landscape designer, I was called into a project on the Lewis River that had been a beautiful, heavily treed property. And these people moved up here and tore down almost everything, put up a massive house, and their responsibility then was to plant some natives. But, you know, I mean, it's not the same as that huge canopy that was lost. So, I mean, I don't know. People are more likely to ask for forgiveness than permission. So I don't know what the regulatory answer is to that, if there is one.
I'm not sure I got the question, so I don't know that I have that.
Yeah, I don't know if I have too much more to add other than, you know, I think that it's a real fair point that oftentimes it's easier to protect things when they're still relatively intact than to try to restore them once they're lost. And I would say, at least from kind of where I sit, you know, a lot of our work does end up being the, you know, it's already an impaired water body and now we're trying to go in and fix it. I think that local communities can do a lot through their land use planning to try to avoid those situations. And I feel like, yeah, just support there. And I know that other programs at Ecology have a little bit more of that land use planning focus. But yeah, I guess I would just say I would agree. You know, it's easier to protect than it is to restore.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just add, we have to do both, right? I mean, so many people in this room are, you know, our jobs are to do the restoration, right? And it's like there's a ton of work out there to do, and that's really important work. And we're not going to get to where we want to be if we don't kind of protect and restore.
I'm just curious, well, first of all, thank you. I would be curious to hear from folks, what was your biggest takeaway from today, or what did you learn that you didn't know? Maybe that's a question for everybody.
I didn't know that there were any salmon that were doing better. That, you know, like that there's progress on some things. I was excited about that.
I've come across the temperature stuff a lot, and it's really, to the point earlier about surprising how bad the temperature is in a lot of sections. But I came away with pretty optimistic about what folks are doing, and knowing that everybody's got their little niche here as they're kind of working in, and just getting a little bit of coordination together, I think it's going to go a long way.
I mean, I was really happy to see that water quality seems to be pretty okay, really, again, considering we got a lot of people in this area and we're having more and more development and more pressures from development. So just seeing that we're kind of at least maintaining and not getting super worse for the most part I think that's really exciting.
I was astonished to hear that the fine for a late sewer, that the septic system inspection was $125. My father-in-law's home in Oregon, substantially more than that. So I think the guys have some more room for enforcement.
Okay, you're from ecology, right? Please. Yes. Okay. I just first wanted to thank you for bringing up what you did about people being in conversations that aren't always in conversations. That's kind of the passion of my own. And I guess I would just add that I know you know about this, but Jenna mentioned the EJ tag, and I do think that they had a really good model for how they did that. And
again, offering to pay people to be at these events, so open up a more broad audience. Unfortunately, we can't help you anymore, but there are groups in Vancouver that are working on that, like Force Playing Forward, and I'm assuming you know about that, but again, I guess the comment is that, and the question is, is ecology looking at actively working with the Southwest Washington community when it comes to those topics?
So I apologize. I'm headquarters, and so I won't be as familiar with what exactly is happening down here. But I will definitely take it back to the groups that do. So 2 groups that both work down there. And yeah, ask that question.
I came to take the key up then because I know Ben is the water quality standards policy Nonpoint BMP's expert. But I just wanted to comment. Jenna did a fantastic job and the community planning group and partnering with community-based organizations, providing incentives, meeting people where they're at, and that's something that our team has been aspiring to do. So Eric Lambert's team, Selena and Haley are part of that. We recently have built and gotten approval to start building incentives into our programs. And so in our stormwater or our sanitary solutions project, we were able to provide financial incentives to complete our survey. We also provided child activities at a recent event and food and partnered with CELS, Community Environmental Liaison Services, who is working with community-based organizations. So it's something that we're committed to. We also actually have a grant from Ecology. It's related to our launch style where we are partnering. We're focusing on creation and translation of all of our lawn care activities and resources into Spanish, targeting, working with our landscapers that are from Spanish communities, and so that we can be providing a culturally appropriate education. And we have some programs coming up too where we're building in targets for the contractors that we hire for future bioretention maintenance work. We committed to a certain percentage of our contracts going to small women and minority businesses. So Ecology is directly supporting a lot of that because they're also supporting not just that Latin Street Latino landscapers work that Selena is leading, but also our community-based public-private partnership work on bioretention is paid for by Ecology. So Ben, you are actually helping us a lot.
So I'm actually a member of Master Gardeners, so I learned a lot today about the site safety right here. I did not know we were doing testing programs in the communities to cut down chemicals in people's yards and preventing that from going into the water. So I'm really excited about the process. But thank you for being here and giving us that information.
I appreciate that. One of our questions was, our promise was to give people kudos. Today we recognize the Watershed Alliance. So there's 17 years of work. I appreciate you giving kudos to Melissa and her presentation. And I would encourage others, if you have organizations you want to recognize today that you can ask them a question, like, let's shout them out. Anybody? Sorry.
Well, I'll recognize Sunrise and the Southwest Watershed Alliance. We've done an amazing amount of work and we've been able to partner with them a few times, and that's always been great. I know it must be a real challenge after all the time and effort. And so just thank you, Sunrise. I think everybody really appreciates all the work.
For me, it was everybody that's involved with the Smart Flower. Something that I knew about and knew a little bit about, but just hear more about that program today. So the Conservation District, the county, it's just a lot of really cool work.
I'll just call out the Backyard Habitat Program. It is my favorite volunteer role. I meet the nicest people, and the people are really trying to make a difference. It's wonderful.
I'm going to do a shout out to Stormwater Partners. They're amazing. I might be part of that group, so I'm giving a call out to myself. Also, we're going to have a stormwater symposium on November 20th from 1 to 4:30 at the Battleground Event Center, and you should all join us there. And then there'll be an after party at Everybody's Brewing right down the street. FYI.
I want to give a shout out to Vancouver Bee Project, Master Gardeners, and Ford Plain Forward. We've been partnered with them on a few smaller things in the past, but the amount of people I get who found out about our program or have just gotten enthused about conservation, and then in turn, non-point source pollution from those organizations, which are nonprofits and like community driven, is really, really inspiring to see.
It's last call to see if there's any more questions for our panelists. And if not, then we have a question for you. Okay, our question for you, and when we designed this symposium, it was structured in a way of understanding what's our current condition of water quality, current condition of important aquatic species, what are the mechanisms in place to address water quality and non-point source pollution, and what are innovative ways that are being used to address that. So our question for you is, and you've heard already what some people learned, are there some things that you're walking away with that really are either reinforcing what you're already doing or call for action of what you need to do differently? And we would like to hear your thoughts on what those may be.
So really appreciate hearing from Washington State Conservation Commission about just reaching out to more people. I mean, we've heard from so many organizations today, and nonprofits and local organizations that are doing such great work, and I don't think enough community members know about that amazing work. The resources available, and how can we get the word out to more people? How can we help the conservation district help more people? How can we share more about the background habitat program? And, I just think we're all so busy doing our own thing that we spend those information. So I would love to find more ways to get the word out.
You guys have heard enough from me today, but I'll add something.
Okay, I'm going to get a little more wood here. One of the things I learned today is that we need to be better about how to manage household waste. I recycle, I probably do a lot better, making sure that the street is very clean, and I'm not accidentally putting anything in my recycling box that I shouldn't. I also, at one point, showed my husband a picture of a native landscape lawn, and I was like, we should do this. And he was like, absolutely not, that is too wide. Tracy came over actually to the site visit and told me I had the most diverse and invasive species.
Yes,
so you guys did, I've never seen this many different types of invasive.
It was the highest percentage of invasive species I've ever seen in anybody's yard.
And so I get to walk the walk, and instead of just talking the talk. And so that's what I'm walking out here with. And I'm really thankful for those of you who have taken action to do things at your home, because that is what we need everyone to work on to do.
So Devin, you can take a picture now, so when you do it, you have some before or after.
Well, just in that vein, I was really inspired by Ole and his story of the community that he's created. And it's just, I mean, if there were more people willing to take apartment buildings, condos, whatever, and redevelop those into that sort of model, not only would our environment be better, but just our communities would be better. People would be happier. It's really cool.
I don't think we're doing
I want to ask if I could, a couple of takeaways on lawn care. I hate my lawn, but I get rid of my lawn. But it's also how to have a conversation with my neighbors. you know, in terms of what they're doing and making sure that I can be as good of an example as possible. So how do I have the conversation? We have a lot of bubbling fountains that have algae that you can use chemical to clean them, and then dump them in the street. It goes down the gutter. So how do you have that polite conversation? So some of us on the Clean Water Commission are in an outreach and engagement subcommittee, and with the intent of trying to reach that broad audience. To talk about the programs that we have already knew about, or learned about today, and how to have that conversation. So that's sort of something that I want to commit more to in 2026. Others?
Yeah, I'll maybe throw out, I felt like it was great to just be in person in the same room with people, and I think, you know, at least for me, I know that we've, at ecology, tended to gravitate towards more and more virtual spaces, and I think there's some advantages there to doing that, but, you know, this is just great being in person, and so I think for me, taking that away, and is there more opportunities like this that we can all create?
No, it's yours.
Nobody wants to look at us.
I feel like my call to action is we need to get some more trees in Battleground, or keep our trees, one of the two.
You don't want to say you want to move back to
In
Washington.
addition to being on the Clean Water Commission, I am on the board for a sustainable nonprofit developer, Communities Collaborative here in Vancouver, and we're developing our third tiny home community right on Nonpoint. And the things we talked about here, it's like, wow, affordable housing development, no overlap with this. Like we're bringing in sewer along the lines to provide sewer disposal services for this, and talking, hearing with Ole about prioritizing parking over vegetation is how do you maximize affordable housing units versus keeping it a green beautiful space, and just thinking about all of the things that may apply to this development versus where it's turning skills.
I want to give a shout out to Ella and the ideas of the meal before and after the tree planting day for building community. I mean, that's really what we're all trying to do in one way or another. It gets back to your neighbor question. And so it's not in my program, but I'm going to figure out how to do that. Even if I pay for it from my retirement.
And I think we're getting close to our time, but that conversation about the meal and being in person, sometimes things get hard and they get political and we all get frustrated at work. And I think it's really important sometimes to take a step back and like remind ourselves of the mission and the end point. And like we all really love the environment. And that's why we do this work. And I think that's what keeps me going. So I encourage you all when things get tough, take a step back, take a breath, and know that you have community out there that we're working for adds so much value that will last beyond us. And so I just wanted to acknowledge and thank everybody for your commitment to our environment and natural resources. I also wanted to mention real quick that I wanted to thank everybody for their contributions today. And I had one more point, but I lost it, so maybe it'll come back to me and I'll pass this along. But we should be having more fun at work, is what I think.
Well, actually, I'm going to turn it back to Devin to close this out. But before that, I really want to thank Devin, Allison, and Alice, and everybody who helped put this on. Who got the food for us, who set it up, did the agendas, reached out to everybody. Obviously, it could not have happened without you, so thank you so much.
Moving along on planning the symposium, and Emily was, sorry, Tracy was on the planning board group, 10 years old, and that was, so I just want to thank Probably missing somebody, but most importantly, thank you all for your work that you do to keep pollution out of our waterways. So on that note, I will conclude today's symposium, and I hope that you learned something that will take back and implement in your communities and organizations. So thank you and have a good evening.
They don't usually give me the microphone.
Sorry for putting you guys on the spot. Thank you. I was like, mix it up a little bit.